Good morning, friends. Okay, I just restarted the computer and the stream. Thank you for your patience. We are here for the day. Thank you, mods, for holding down the fort last night. And welcome back, friends. I wish we were meeting under different circumstances, of course. The fire is already heating up and trying to make a plume. I was on this page here. I want to show people how to get a free FM radio for emergencies in Butte County. I have put that in the link in the description. Hey, welcome, friends. You can get a free FM emergency notification receiver if you're in Butte County. Any of these apply. You're over the age of 60. You're somebody who's disabled, don't have internet, don't have cell phone service. So this is in the chat now, the link. But also, you can go in the description of my video. We have some handy links there for the monstrous park fire now. So I'll tell you what radio just said just before I went live. Air Attack was just speaking a second ago, and they are patrolling 32 right now and giving the status of it. So it's been good news so far on 32. Everything is holding. That was just the latest update. Remind me to tweet that I'm live, guys. Please hit the like button. That really helps us fight the algorithm. Every 12 hours, we must restart the stream. I'm terribly sorry. That's annoying. It has to be a new video. People have to find us again. So please help people by telling them to click on the K logo. You go to my channel page, refresh it, and that's how you find our new stream. But YouTube will not save a video that goes over 12 hours. They'll delete it. And after 12 hours of streaming, my computer generally needs a restart to be fresh. We don't want it breaking down or acting sluggish. This is Mineral Structure Group that they're talking about now. I did get lots of sleep. Thank you so much, mods, and everybody who has not only donated, but just okay, not all night resources off the line. Okay, that's just the transfer the day shift, replacing the night. They're doing a face-to-face meeting at one of the stations. I don't know what he said, something about Butte something station. So yes, we are back. It always dumps viewers, and some people just never find their way back, and that really hurts the channel too. But we're fighting this stupid mathematical, we call it the algorithm. It's an automatic sorting system that YouTube has to try to suggest what videos people should watch. So it really helps if you hit the like button or put anything in the chat, especially in the beginning of the chat, like, hello, good morning, I like dogs, how's the weather? That kind of stuff starts making chat flow, and it becomes a trending video with activity, and then it'll be suggested. Our video will be suggested to the people desperately trying to find information about this fire. The number one goal of the channel right now, it always has been really, is to get people early warnings to save lives. This is why we do this. My mods volunteer. You just have to give them a hand. My friend never had any warning in the 2017 Cascade fire, and he died with his girlfriend there, south of this location, south of Chico. And then a year later, my brother nearly died in Paradise. He also did not have a warning in November 2018's campfire. So there are things that are wrong with the system. Sometimes they can do everything right, but they have trouble going door to door immediately. But there are things wrong with the policies of the system where they typically because of policy restrictions and things that need change, cannot evacuate some places before the fire gets close enough. And why they don't warn officials in different agencies do not warn people of their fire danger until the last moment, I don't know. I can't explain that. But there's something wrong with the system, and it still needs fixing. It's getting better. Here in Butte County, at least, they given at least some zones some early warning. But we gave people 24 hours of early warning. Places like Butte Meadows, Gilliam, and all that. So we don't have any restrictions. We won't get fired if we give people advice. So this is what we do. And if there is a crisis, like the fire has jumped the line, we'll hear that on the radio, hopefully. And sometimes we get emergency evacuation info to people out 25 seconds later. There's a 25-second delay.
64 is the right, 23.
On average, what we hear on the radio. So we've really helped save lives. That's the feedback we get, especially during 2021's Dixie Fire, because occasionally there's just mistakes. And they told the people of Westwood to drive into the fire and towards it on accident. Some error. In 2021's Dixie Fire, we could see on the cameras that was not the correct way to go. So people listening to this channel told their other neighbors, and they evacuated to Susanville, the correct way to go, when the fire is coming at them from the north and from the west. So, whatever may be wrong with situations, we correct it. This one is a great example right here. This is the Butte County evacuation zone. But the map is only for Butte County, so it's not showing you the adjacent zones. There are evacuations almost to Chester and beyond Red Bluff. What we have to do is try to sort this out for people. Sometimes evacuation info is only available on Facebook or some other place that's social media. So we make the social media accounts for people because life and death shouldn't depend on whether or not you have a smartphone or an account with Facebook. So there are different maps for different counties. Come on, please refresh. This one's not even loading. There we go. Now it tells the true story, but the one for Tehema and Shasta County does not include Butte County. There is no single evacuation map right now other than sort of a decorative one on Watch Duty, which is an app. They do a great job with many things here. I highly recommend them. Watch Duty for Android and smartphone, other smartphones too. But until California gets its beep together, we have to sort out all the information for others. I, at any time, have 135 tabs open just so I can browse through the different windows. I'm not joking, 135. I had 168 open yesterday. The different windows that show the fires, the different cameras, the different evacuation maps, the different social media accounts like CAL FIRE Butte County, to get all of our information put in the same spot, because as it is, California does not have one-stop shopping for fire info, and they really, really should. It should be wildfireinfo.gov/California/whatever county you're in, and that should tell you everything right there. But until that day comes, we have to have 135 tabs open for everybody. We have to have the Twitter accounts. We have to have the Facebook accounts. And we have to crowdsource information. The news, what you guys provide as locals, the information you provide, what you hear on different scanner radios, you can help. But first, the best way to help is share the stream. Hit the share button. Text anybody that you think needs to know that we exist. And walk them through it. Walk them through how to subscribe. Subscribe to the channel with the ringing bell notification if you ever want to know when we restart, when we go live. We go 24 hours a day in a crisis because I love you mods. My mods are volunteer. Wonderful, wonderful people. Just awesome people. And even those who are not mods, oftentimes you guys are wonderful, you viewers. So, and donors too. You keep us on the air. We want to be ad-free. Not only do I find it distasteful that some random company would make money off of this disaster by interrupting our emergency broadcast, but it will interrupt our emergency broadcast. And that's not what we want. So we will get through this together, friends. Chat is for supportive talk, aggregating and collecting, I should say. These simple words. Not everybody is a first, English is a first language person. We collect as much fire information as we can. And there's just a couple of simple rules. We can't go off into topics that'll be divisive. Divisive or distracting. When there's a lot of
Tehema zone operations, air attack on command.
When there's a lot of emergency announcements and changes, please keep the chatter to a minimum and reduce it to just information, like informing me. Don't expect me to know everything. I'm the person messing with the windows and trying to get the. Oh, I even totally forgot the text box at the bottom. There we go. I'm the person messing with the windows and trying to police chat and respond to people's questions. That leaves a little time for me to actually be getting the new info. You guide me. You tell me what area you want to know about, what's vital to you, and we can teach basics of fire behavior. We can speculate on where it might go and how fast, as I'm a local. I grew up in Yuba, Butte, and Plymouth County. I know better than even some of the newbie firefighters what fire can do here. And that was a painful lesson. We had to have a family friend die. And nearly my brother died to kind of wake my family up. And then we began really understanding fires and trying to study them. We are the hero helpers. We help the heroes get fire information out to people, good fire survival advice, how to make evacuation plans, home hardening, home strengthening. We can answer those kind of questions, but we're not God, right? We don't know where the fire will go, what it will do, and when will it arrive. So we can speculate best we can, but all I ask is for, if you mention a fire's behavior, we try to track others too right now. If you mention a fire, please let me know where the heck it is. Don't just say the fire is over something right now, like, okay, where, what county, which state? If it's a speculative thing or you don't know what you're seeing, like, is the fire over this road? Like, yet? Question mark that, or I see something on a map. Could this mean X, Y, or Z? Right? Make sure that when you're speculating as to not cause a panic. There is every potential for mass death right now. That's what fires in these counties do. Year after year, they kill. So please remember that. Why is this? Maybe these websites are slow right now because so many people want to look at the cameras. I don't think that's my internet problem, but Watch Duty nearly crashed yesterday because of all the people trying to get fire info. We're in multiple counties now. Was it Shasta, Tehema, Plymouth, Butte, at least for the warnings? Hold on to your butts. That's all that we have to say here. So, good morning. Let's see here. I'll try to read chat. Oh, I should go to the old video and link this one with a comment so that people looking at the last video that we just restarted from can find their way here.
Medical 1661 Ordan Boulevard West, Unit 25.
Okay. So I have to put up for first things first. If you'd like to donate, we don't want to be ad-based. We just want to be donation funded. This is an ad-free experience. It's brought to you by viewers. I have to eat. I have to have a shelter over my head. I cover fires all summer, and sometimes.
Company 64 Butte Medics Medical Abdominal Pain 1661.
Excuse me. I'll try to mute that. That's a medical call. We covered the Dixie Fire for 96 days, its entirety, and I only had 5 days off. I don't know how I did that, but I did that somehow with the help of mods and donors. And so if you can't donate, the best free way to help the channel is just share. You're on social media pages, retweet, I'll tweet when I'm going live, you know, encourage other people to share it, spread the word. Hit the like button too to make us trend, be a trending video so people searching for this information can actually find it. Drunk says I'm wildland firefighter. Well, thank you for your service. I don't know what you just said there in your comment, but I also don't like alcohol. But we try to help everybody. But listening is a privilege and speaking is a right. Please, 1 second. Task Force 5.
Task Force 5, disband engines are available.
We're going to watch the morning operational update or whatever it was in a second.
Engine 372 Orville.
Yeah.
372.
372 Orville, cover station 54, engine 372.
Oh, hang on.
372 copies.
We'll unmute. We never know when they're going to be talking about something important or not important. So, yeah, thank you. Everybody who has donated. I have not been able to keep track because my phone, when it gets a certain amount of notifications, it just kind of groups them. And then every 3 hours or something, it might tell me that with a spam, you know, what came in. I thank you from the bottom of my heart, guys. So that is basically my main source of income is these donations. So I can just be here and not, you can't have a day job and do this, you know. So last year we did not quite break even because we had mostly low-key fires, but they lasted from June to December. It was just a long fire season for Ventura County. So helping the channel grow helps the most, and we can survive on the $1 and $5 donation. Let me put up the link and just thank you, everyone. No donations too small. If just 20% of people who are watching gave $1, or $5, we would make it. So it's the pinned message now in the chat. You don't have to have a PayPal account. And there's Cash App and Venmo. They take no percentage, really. They're very minimal with fees, but anyone who uses Super Chat or Super Thanks, it is very, very much appreciated. But YouTube will not only take 30% as a cut, but I will not have access to it for 30 more days. So, for example, it's a 21-day cycle or something. Like everything we raised before the 21st in June, I get access to on the 21st in July. So everything before the 21st here in July, I have to wait till August 21st. So we're going to try to get a laptop, and then I'm going to take the show on the road, and I can finally cover this from California, where I can visit my relatives and friends and be closer to the situation and hopefully help out better. So thank you, everybody. Yeah, 30%, more than a quarter. That's just, yeah. But we just don't want to be playing ads. I have no control when they will play, for how long, and how frequently. It will be a nightmare of people missing vital information when leaving 2 minutes early can mean the difference between life and death.
Yeah, I copy. That is their stopping point on that one. Copy. And then I'm going to work on getting some resources to kind of be on that side today. I just want to make sure that we're clear. We'll check it up there. Yeah, affirmative. And you'll have to get eyes on it. We scouted it last night because that was going to be the plan, to bring it down into there, which was going to tie in with some of their fuel reduction work. But I believe your new line is actually going to be trammed, but I'll let you that's what they said as well, is that tramway would be our next option. But only if it swapped over the end line, and we'll validate that.
Tramway.
Connie, if you want to meet me down at James Creek Station, if you're going to be the one taking over, I have some stuff I'd like to pass on to you. No, I don't. I mean, I'll face to face with you. I don't know if I'm on the plan today or not. I just give you the time of your workable operator stuff. Connie, yeah, they're going to see that little guy there.
What is? I didn't catch a lot of that. Okay, what's the second Parkfire hashtag for Twitter or X? Because the one that's just pound Parkfire has been hijacked by porno bots and stuff. Maybe they fixed it. That was so. I don't know what's wrong with people, but you know, are people just using pound Parkfire Chico? Is that it? Is that it? I just tried to tweet that we're live, and if people could share this, that would be amazing to help spread the word that we're around and we exist. So pound Parkfire, and is there another one that I should know about? Parkfire Chico. Pound. Parkfire Chico. I'm not that great with like Twitter and stuff. Okay. I hate that sound. Okay, I'll run with it. Let me know if there's another one. Let me just see, because our goal is give people evac info as soon as possible, and teach fire survival, basically. All right. I stay on live 24/7 because thank you, mods, we are able to. All right. Tweeted. Let me get the link to the post. If you guys can share that like the dickens, encourage others to share, then I'm totally grateful. You can follow me at K Wildfires, at K Wildfires. And while we're doing YouTube, it's really hard for me to retweet and even take a look at X because I have to do it on the second monitor because,
Orville,
you know.
Park Air Attack aircraft request.
But my warning is we don't show homes burning down here on YouTube if I can help it. On Twitter we do. I just reshare everything.
Orville, Park Air Tac. Request 1 ASM to the Concal IP. Entry altitude 7,000.
They're getting the air show started as soon as they can. It's getting close to Centerville. Yeah, I figured that. Okay, we're gonna find out where it is really soon. The air attack.
Orville, Park Air Tac, you're scratchy and readable. Can you repeat? Park Air Tac copies the request for ASM to the Concal IP at 7,000.
He's been flying around and talking to the ground crews and explaining what he's seeing right now. So, sorry I'm interrupting every sentence, but what we've been seeing is here at Colby Mountain. They expect this camera to burn over. They've been bulldozing around the area. It's unreal just how many fires surpass now. Like, here's the new dozers. Like, look at the 6-hour time lapse.
Last unit to Orville on command, repeat.
Well, mapping probably happened around midnight. I'll get to the battle maps. I've got some briefing maps, the kind that they use to brief their troopers. It's usually the plane will fly around midnight. They usually try to beam the perimeter, at least, like with infrared, like the really good way to do it. It's really difficult during the day. The smoke can really hide where exactly the fire is just because of the wind. Xander, look at the little dozer go. I can't believe the Colby Mountain cam is going to burn over too. So which one burned last night, guys? Yeah, does anybody need information? If you're on a browser, the best way to get my attention, and if I can't see chat for a bit, it's hard to juggle these windows. The best way to get my attention is do type in the @ symbol, and then KATH. You'll see like a little tiny pop-up of my name. Click it, and then type your message to me. It'll highlight orange, like that my. I'll see it better. It's highlighted for me. If you're on mobile, that doesn't work very well. But tell my mods.
Yeah, I'm departing man station right now. I'll be heading that way.
Yeah.
You're at
I'm glad, Matthew. Where did you head from? You could see flames near Centerville. Oh man. Okay, yeah, we're gonna look at the evacuation info. Mind you, the one for Butte County. So the Evac Maps are in the description of the video. Butte County does not show the adjacent counties. So this is Butte County's evacuation map. This one, totally different system, shows Shasta and Tehema. I don't know about Plumas. We'll check that in a minute. But Watch Duty itself can be very good about showing the whole 9 yards. Look at this. This is absolutely insane. So we got the fire footprint in pink as they mapped it at midnight. That's typically when the plane goes. They map around midnight. They beam it down to Earth sometime after midnight.
Engine 621 committed park incident.
Around 3:20 in the morning, they come up with maps, the kind.
621-0846. Engine 621.
The kind that they point to when they were doing briefings and stuff, behind them. It's like the big map in the background. But those are always the fire perimeter at midnight the day before. So it immediately is expired the moment it's printed out. But it gives us a really good indication of where the fire has for sure been by midnight. So I'll get into those maps. I have a secret place to download them. So hopefully it'll start showing where they put dozer lines. For the most part, I took some notes right before the stream restarted. So I was still listening to the radio as I restarted the computer, did a Windows update, blah, 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 blah. So I can tell you what they're doing around Mandan in a minute here. I just wanted to let you guys know in the description of the video, I've crammed in until I ran out of space as much info as possible with links to the evacuation maps. Plus, if you're a Butte County resident, I don't know what other counties have this, but here's a link in the chat. And if my drunks can, drunks, just looked at drunk, making a post. If my mods, could you guys repost this link again? Oh my God, I need more coffee or energy drink. You can get a free emergency alert FM radio, FM receiver if you're, if you need one.
Charlie 4 jump down to the ETA 0852 to the Concal IP 7000.
Now,
Park Air Attack copies. We're in contact. Thank you.
Copy.
oh, I should have put this in the description. It's like a big long link, but you should sign up for Butte County alerts, and I'm sure your other counties have these as well. You just type into Google search, alerts, and then your county's name. So unfortunately, there's no single one for California, of course. Of course, why would there be, right? But either code red, which are apps in general, or systems, or Nixle. Each county will choose which one it wants to do. So this link is so long that I can't even paste it in chat. Let's go to tiny URL.
972 Medical 2026 Harney Court.
And do let me know how I could take crypto. That would be great. This is sign up for Butte County emergency alerts right there. That's that link. Yeah, if they held 32.
Medical heart problem 2026 Harney Court between Plume.
Okay, I'll just say they did. They did hold 32. I think that's a dang miracle. So, mind you, I've been sleeping. I had to have an epic sleep. Sorry, guys. So I'm catching up. So what we had all night was different views of the park fire. East Los Molinos cam burned over. My God, yeah. Holy crap, guys. Hey, good morning, Driving Sue. I'm glad all of you guys are safe. I don't know. We'll check on the status. There's a video we can watch. It was a morning operational video. I don't think so. Remember, wherever that map is, guys, to reassure you, just because what they're trying to do with the map of the perimeter. The perimeter is just like the way the fire spreads is it's kind of like in a line from where it started, like, so it's a circle with only the edges the most active. So it's a circle that starts small and expands. Of course, it won't be a perfect circle shape, it'll be elongated because of wind pushing it, right? But actually, when there is no wind, if a fire starts in grass, it is like a perfect circle. So wind will change the shape of it. So what's most important for them when they're doing their maps is to know where the edges are. And that's all they want to know. And where it's been. So the edges are the active flame fronts for the most part, and the dangerous ones. That's just what they want to know. They're not there to make a detailed map that looks like, it's been here but not there. There's always pockets of unburned stuff in the middle. They call them a pocket. So they just want to quickly fly over. And the priority is always, of course, it's just working the edges. They will never go into the interior unless it's to really, save buildings and stuff. Like if it's just wilderness, they'll stay on the safe outside edge, right? So oftentimes when a fire is moving, they'll prep a neighborhood and they'll write it out in the neighborhood, protecting those buildings for hours, if it's safe. So that's the purpose of the map is to know where the fire is moving on the edges, and in the center is, it's like Swiss cheese. What's burned and what isn't. So it doesn't mean that the buildings are gone inside of the quote perimeter. They're just making a fire zone. So don't worry about that too much. We know that there's been a lot of structures lost. I don't know as much about that as even some people that watch the news because I'm living in Portland right now. So I don't have local news. I have news snippets of whatever the local news, like Case Area, will put on the internet. And I can't broadcast much news because of copyright reasons. And also, we don't show images of devastation here as it happens because I don't want the people here to find out that way about maybe they lost their home, buildings, or anything else. This is a little sanctuary where people can get the fire info. So, and feel safe and supported. But many people don't watch the news, even though they need this info for that very reason. And so they won't watch our channel either. This is who we're trying to help. So, Kathleen says, I finally got my notification set up and my evacuation number. Desperation is you were still asleep. I'm sorry. There's no live feed. So good for you getting rest. We did leave the radio on all night. So maybe RJ or anybody else who was doing the night shift. Oh, that's awesome, DI. Yeah, Zeke Lunder is awesome. He's a local who knows about fire behavior in Plumas and Butte counties, and he's a forester, I believe. So he knows a lot about how it works. He has mapping skills, but I don't have permission to rebroadcast his stuff. So the funny thing is I could get all this info by watching that right now and watching the news, but I can't be here talking to you if I do that. So if you guys could summarize that stuff, it is absolutely fine to mention Zeke Lunder, Holt Hamley. These people are awesome. They are knowledgeable. In the chat, just please don't mention the streams or funnel people towards the Yahoo stuff, the conspiracy stuff, because we are the facts only resource on the fire, right? It's otherwise taboo. Like if impolite, right? If you go to somebody's stream and say, "Hey, another YouTuber, another streamer is doing this over there," then I watch my viewers just like trample out and leave and go to that channel. So that's impolite, right? But if people need to go get their info from Holt Hamley, I endorse him. Super knowledgeable fire weather expert, and he now has a job at one of the news stations. So Holt Hamley, his YouTube channel, awesome. Zeke Lunder is I think it's called the lookout.org or some webpage like that. It's called The Lookout. His blog and his knowledge is supreme. Excellent source in the Dixie fire to now about how fire might behave. Looks like we have a morning briefing video to watch. We'll get to that in just a second. I was still waiting for a second to start the video because I was expecting Air Attack to be giving more info about what the fire's doing. He's patrolling. 32 held. And the other info I have just before I went live as the computer was restarting was up by Mandan. They had a really good non-crackly report. They completed a fire line. Let's see. So that's not spruced up yet. It's a rough cut. Mandan being really freaking far north. Manton, sorry. So at Manton, they've got a rough cut but a complete fire line on the west side area. So it looks like it's from Lanes Valley Road, can't read my own handwriting, to, I really can't read my own handwriting, to did I write New Haven? Jeez. And they want to plan a line from there to Ponderosa Way. Yeah, okay, I needed to have sharpened my pencil, I'm sorry. But from Manton to Lanes Valley Road to New Haven, something, and from there is an indirect line to New Haven. Does this make sense, locals? It was scratchy radio. We'll look at this on maps. So they're staging at places like Spring Ranch, something. They're meeting at a trout farm on Lanes Valley. They're getting new.
Crossing into your area from St. Helena en route to Chico and the park incident. About 15 minutes en route. One soul on board. Got about an hour and a half of fuel. Underneath close out with St. Helena.
Copter 5517 November, Orville, positive AFF, 0858.
Spring Branch Road. Okay. Spring Branch Road? Yeah. Yeah, YouTube competition. Well, it's more like, I don't care. The
73 quarters Orville shop on a 15-minute delay.
I would be
73, 058.
I'd be a jerk
73.
if I said, hey, only get your info from me. No, get it from wherever you need it and come back and see us. But I do not want people coming in here shouting about the space lasers and other such nonsense, and then saying, go find out the real truth at such and such. We have to shut these people down immediately because those are charlatans. Those are people making money off of, and I despise that, making money off of making people more miserable who already are miserable during a disaster. So fear sells. So when those channels get even a look, when more traffic, if even somebody looks at it, they go higher in the algorithm rankings, and then and their nonsense BS
Copy, 30 Rose, 36.
goes to the top of the charts. So people type in park fire info, and they get crap about space lasers. And not the info they need. And then
Is there any plan for ordering lunches out here for everyone?
the reason they do that is they get money. They put ads.
Logistics order is put in, and we should see something showing up here shortly.
Yeah, we had fake Lahaina victims in here. We had fake Lahaina victims who came in here, and then they said they wanted sympathy, and they said, oh, I'm from Lahaina, and so we gave it. We're like, oh.
2418,
It turns out they were fake, and they were just trying to get our traffic to go visit the website with the space lasers where they put ads, on their own channels, and then they make money. But they need a lot of views. YouTube pays you more money per ad the more views you get. So that's why it's all fake and scary, and that's their motivation. Is I despise that. Let's just say that. You know what that is. I don't have to tell you how that's wrong. We're just waiting a second to see if Air Attack's going to give more reports. I don't want to start the video about the morning update. If right now they're doing two things. They're patrolling, telling the ground crews how it looks on the air. That's golden information. And then they'll order the aircraft for the day and explain to the dispatch what they think they need and where they need to hold this or that. And that's just total gold. I want the morning update video, I don't know how long that is, to not be interrupted if possible. Let's just see how, oops, that's very loud. It's 28 minutes long. Now, we can skip parts of it, but, people can have whatever views they want, but we are the facts-only resource on the fires. Those who have been evacuated have told me, don't even engage in arguments. That stresses us out. The arguments about space lasers and stuff. I know there are some innocent curiosity questions. And
operations, air attack on command.
I'd love to just explain what seems unexplainable. I can do that. But it's distasteful to come in here and tell people already scared, you're being targeted by a shadow government. There's weapons aimed at you. Oh, don't freaking do that to people.
Branch 20, air attack on command.
I'm so sorry, Katie. Yeah.
20, air attack on command. Just information, the fire has not crossed Highway 32. It's looking good. And confirm, what's your final control line? Have you guys determined anything there, whether you're going to be looking at the K line to the L line?
Here we go.
Branch 20 air attack, real scratchy, unreadable. If you get to a mobile radio, it might work out a little better.
Yeah, at least it.
Yeah, when you get up a little closer, I'll tie in with you again. Just want to get an idea where you're going to be tying this back door together.
Okay. Well, I wish we could hear that, but the fire has not jumped 32. That's the report from this aircraft who we're hearing, air attack, who's been going around patrolling everywhere on 32. So I wish I could tell you what has survived and hasn't. That's what a lot of people in Paradise wanted me to do, is look at the structured destruction map for them so that they don't have to see the pictures. I don't know when they're going to create such a thing. Let me know if that bit gets generated. So Soybean says, thank you for having the live stream, and thank my mods, please, guys. Like, they held on the fort for 12 hours as I passed out after doing 24 hours of live coverage. Like, I spoke and sat here, cried and stuff. I couldn't help it for 24 hours, and then I was done. But this radio played all night, and the mods kept the BS out. There's a constant battle with the bots that try to link people to pornography cams and viruses, and the mentally ill and the jerks. You know, it becomes a chaotic circus without moderation, and they're all volunteers. They're heroes, man. You guys are my heroes. Thank you, everybody who's donated. And the question about how does somebody know if I got a donation? I can't remember who asked that now. It's going to be hard for me to keep up with chat. There were witnesses to who started this, but we did have some people who were just curious. Now, what the charlatan, evil sites will do, the ones that will what they try to do is they try to show a picture out of context and say, explain that can't be explained. It has to be a microwave weapon or something, or whatever they're talking about. Some of the crap circulating right now is that this fire spread too quickly to be natural. Well, whatever. We watched live on the thermal cams how the wind picked it up, and because it hit the cheatgrass, which is a non-native species of sticker bush kind of, dead grass. This is our thermal cam at the Chico airport. We can't rewind it now and show you the I could just go to my other footage though. It's a panoramic plus, time-lapse view. And we saw it, you could see through smoke with these thermal cams. There's only one that we know of here. Right now it's not looking at the fire, it's gone too far away. But we saw that when the wind picked it up and it hit cheatgrass, which is a non-native species that promotes extreme fire behavior. Cheatgrass is like a parasite in the plant world. That's what weeds are like. They're there to kill all other plants, to outcompete other plants. so that only they live and all the other plants die. So cheatgrass is just put on the endangered species list, California's native grass, which would never do this. It would never create insanity, pyrocumulus cloud type stuff. It just burns in a pretty mild, normal kind of way. This cheatgrass, which came in the late 1800s from Europe, has one goal in mind, and that's suicide bombing. That's the best way to put these weeds. Other weeds are like the oily, fire-promoting weeds such as Scotch broom. You may have heard of that. Portuguese broom, gorse, tumbleweeds. These are all non-native species taken over the West. They promote fire. The goal is to kill all the other nearby plants because they grow back faster after a wildfire than the others do. So they kill themselves. Pine trees kind of have that strategy as well. As pine trees drop needles, drop dead needles and sap all the time.
X-ray training 0908.
It's not quite as bad, but the strategy for nature is, even though I might die, the species survives, right? So pine trees grow back way faster than, say, oaks and cedars and the fire-resistant trees that grow slowly, like the redwoods and whatnot. Those are pretty fire-resistant. So unfortunately, we've made many mistakes. We stopped the Native Americans and those who adopted their ways, like the ranchers. Many who married Native Americans when we first came out, on the trails, the pioneer trails. They learned how to put fire in the landscape every spring after the grass starts to die, when it's nice and cool and calm, to get rid of the fire load to prevent wildfires from getting huge, right? So enter the government land ownership, and local regulations, just trying to stop fire all the time. We have a huge fire load that's built up, dead sticks, dead branches, dead trees, pine needles. The stuff that causes megafires. The second mistake is introducing all these invasive species and then not doing anything about them once they got established. So the unfortunate result is clear cutting and then only replanting fire-promoting trees.
816 copies.
This is an unnatural environment, and this is why these fires are spreading so dang quickly. First, it was a grass fire in cheatgrass, which just put a pyrocumulus cloud up in the air. And our forests are no longer the same. They are now mostly just pine with the cedars gone.
Park air tac resource request.
Hang on, I'll call John Bruno back.
Park air tac Orville.
1 second, Fritz. That's why.
Request 4 Type 3 multi-engineer tankers, 6 Type 1 air tankers, and 2 VLATs to the pond IP. Ready to copy coordinates?
Up here already.
Ignis, begin exit. Park air tac Orville, go ahead with the coordinates.
Yeah, affirmative. I'm back up, and I was able to tune in with the local guys who were going to take over today and pass on the information.
Okay, your Alpha Strike team releasing back to the Panthers?
Negative. They're still up here on 36. Is that the plan?
Yeah, I'm just seeing a strike team, just like a strike Alpha calling the Panthers.
Sorry about the paper rustling noises, friends. That's good.
Orville, pond air tac, ready to copy coordinates. Got walked on there at the last. Park air tac Orville, affirmative, ready to copy.
Yeah, okay, well, here's the latitude and longitude. Where do they want it? Planes send them to... Come on. Come on. You can do it.
Park air tac Orville on command 2, tone 11. Line leadership already down here and had a briefing.
There's multiple speakers here.
Sky Ranch on Park air tac. Can you hold your traffic for just a second? Let me get this resource order in.
Yeah, shut up.
Attack continuing pond IP 4021.07 by 122.03.93. Entry altitude 3,500.
Wait. Oh, that might just be where they. I don't know if that's where they're going to be working, but.
Park Air Attack Orbital copies 4021.07 by 122.03.93, 3,500 for the pond IP. Affirmative, good read back.
What? The town of Havila is gone from the Barell fire, JH? Yes, Carrie, thank you. Thank you everybody who sent me things. I just sleep, wake up, and stream again. I don't have like free time at the moment. I hope you understand, friends. Oh man. So Kate Garcia, they're ordering a lot of aircraft. That's good. I hope they receive the order.
Down low here, near just up the road from where I spoke with you, kind of making a little bump at 36. Let's get an engine. Oh, I see one up here. I'll get them down there just so we make sure we don't get anything above what we got going in Battle Creek Canyon. So I'll tie with them right here. Copy, and that should be an engine off of 4228 Charlie. There's some Ventura type ones parked on the road here. I don't know if that's them, but I'll just see if it's really just one section of slack coming out right at the cut block for the first six. I copy in that area. It's going to be strike team 1581 Alpha.
Okay, so what he says is at Sky Ranch, down low here, the fire's making a bump over against Highway 36. So we don't want anything above what we got going on at Battle Creek. That's about what I could make out about that. And so they want he says, do you want an engine that would be off of 42 Charlie? He said something about an engine and a strike team. So what we're doing is we're listening to morning orders, and this is really critical to be listening to the radio. There's a 28-minute morning briefing video thing, which we'll get to, but we don't want to interrupt the morning updates of these patrolling aircraft and what the ground crews are talking about and what they want right now. So 36 is up here. They've been making really good progress. At Paynes Creek is where they've mostly assembled. They've made lines around Manton. And so earlier, let's see, what were my notes about that? They have a 3 to 4 dozer wide fire line completed, but not fired yet, which means that they fire the grass on either side of it to make it wider, They burn off the grass on either side of it. So it's a rough one, but it's complete. So their goal was to cut lines from Manton to Lanes Valley Road. I believe that's the part that's complete. Then New Haven, they wanted to do at least some indirect line towards Ponderosa Way. That is not done. So they're working around this trout farm, Lanes Valley. It's where they're meeting up, and they are assembling around the Spring Ranch. Man, something wrote, these were my notes from earlier. So 32 held. They just reported that the fire is bumping up against 36, and they're calling for an engine or something to help them out. Bumping is not serious. It's like, oh, we got to take care of that. And it's not good, but it's like, hey, here's where it is. So that's what they just reported right now. Sorry, it's very difficult to keep track of all chat. Later, what I'll try to do is If you have sent stuff via PayPal or other to answer a question in chat or other means, I'm so far behind in this, and I'm sorry, friends. I really appreciate it. No donation is too small. Goal is, we can survive on $1 to $5 donations from 20% of the people and get our laptop here real quick so I can take this show on the road, so I can actually visit California and be able to do this. It's going to take like $3,500 to get this kind of laptop robust enough to do this. Your kind donations have funded a purchase where I built a supercomputer, using that term loosely, because I have to have 135 tabs open at a time and run 3 monitors at the same time, plus streaming software in at least 1080p. That is pretty serious. What about Havila Wildfire? Did this happen? Oh my God.
Company 24, place call to command center, 0918.
Oh my God. The town of Havila is a total loss, except for the school and the fire station. This just happened last night. I'm sorry, I don't want to click on these. We try not to show devastation like we try not to show PTSD type devastation if we, especially not freshly burning homes. If I click on these news articles, I'm sure that's what it'll show. We do try to, as much as we can, cover all the fires. We can only listen to one thing at a time.
Morrow Park Air Tech resource request.
I had the one camera on the Barell fire last night.
Request relief ASM 1200 1200 and relief AirTac 1130 1130.
I can't help but think if the stupid thing hadn't started at Chico, they would have had more resources. They would have had more resources to send down here.
Engine 91 Medical 3007 Greenville Street.
Okay, guys. There may be buffering for a second. I got
First tramway gate's locked and the keys we have aren't working. I'll meet you there. Waiting 10 minutes. Yep. Hey, purple. Low voice and the answer is surprise. Where would you like me to go? Are you down there on Man Road in Spring Branch? Currently at Lanes Valley. Low voice.
wow.
I copy. You can leave it right there. That'll work great.
Yeah, I'm so sorry for these people.
2406 2554 command.
Anyone affected by fire, I'm so enraged. I have to keep it together. I gotta keep it together about this. Both fire starts are vehicular in nature, right?
Butte County 2406 2554 command.
I'll yell and scream later.
That's the flag route for your operation at the Butte County Wildfire Tracking. Copy that traffic.
It sounds like if they kept our fire station alive, that they made us stand there to protect that one fire station and building, and maybe the schools next door. My God.
Argonaut Avenue, 0922. nothing heavy, just last thing is another block over. If you have the resources available, just have a patrol from that canyon view down where it's just flat. Yeah, copy. I just drove it now too to take a look at it. The cops get a spot on where it's out. Just fucking up in the road.
I'm trying to mess with the equalizer to clean up this audio. There's not much we can do about the audio there.
Truck 91, produce code 20923.
I'm speechless. Usually the smaller towns are the easiest to defend, but you have to have people there. That's a lot of power lines that can fall down and block roads. It looks like this whole spot was the only thing they could save. Is that their fire station or the forest?
Night Tango, Butte Contingency Command.
Where's their firehouse? Is that a Chinese tree of heaven? It's supposed to be invasive and bad. I don't know. I'm not sure what that.
Division Night Tango, Butte Contingency on command.
I'm sorry. We can't be everywhere at once. My God. It's like a tiny little community just completely erased. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me shake this up. I haven't eaten yet. I need some blood sugar. Wind through the canyons. Caliente is now under the sights. Is that nearby? Caliente means hot. It's Spanish, right? Where's that? Oh, it looks like a historic town. By Bakersfield, is this the same fire? Is that the Barell fire as well? What a lovely old home that went to crap, unfortunately. Oh, Halloween decorations. Yeah. Is that, sorry. I know. We have to just get through this. We have to get through this. I understand, Kathleen, on the sentiment. The Trout and Barell are long. They're part of the lightning complex, yeah, but the Barell was started by a vehicle, I believe. It was next to a road, and it was not during the lightning, I don't think.
2511,
I don't know for sure. But it might... Is it, wow, that I'm trying to change this so that it's not so scratchy. How can I just boost the bass? The bass is on the right side of the equalizer, right? I don't know what I'm doing. Or is that the high end? I want to cut down on the scratchy treble nature, boost the bass and boost the midtones for voice, human voice. Yeah. Yeah, I can wrap breakfast. We can put on, I think they're done reporting with the aircraft. The air show will start sometime by 10 is usually when the fleet arrives. Okay, I'm sorry if you've already told me what's happened.
381, day November on command.
Let's get a look at the fire perimeter on the, please let me know if a town's in imminent danger somewhere. We can always try to cover that. Let me turn this.
2511, Tehema Structure Branch, command.
Wow.
2511. Yeah, Luke, are you anywhere close to Paynes Creek Station?
Are we in red flag?
Open the gate for the county 2513, so the station
some.
back over there.
They want to.
I copy. I'll meet you there. I'm drive time from Losmo, and I'll wait for you to get there.
Yeah.
Engine 381, day November on command.
They are red flag at the Barell fire. Great. And the trout and the long. Are any towns in immediate danger?
92511, man, structure group, you copy traffic.
Thank you. Greg.
Negative, I was on the phone. Repeat. I have a strike team 4076 Charlie over here. I heard you talking about wanting to hold 36. If you need them, I can give them up. I think we have enough resources with the Sky Ranch group. Maybe go direct with Yam, and then I'm going to go kind of out the end line right now to open up the gate. Copy that, break. Sky Ranch group, man group.
Okay, they have enough resources for the Sky Ranch group. I don't remember where that's at. I think that's up by Manton, right? Is that Shasta County? Where's the line between Tehema and Shasta? All you friends evacuated.
Sky
Sorry.
Ranch group, man group on command. Man group, go ahead.
The new
I
evacuation.
have a Charlie strike team over here that I could send you if you need some help up there.
743. New evacuations at 743.
Yeah, we were able to move things around unless this is going to be a fresh strike team that's coming in that could possibly relieve one strike team we have who's already done a 48. Negative on the fresh. Everyone's in the same boat over here. I copy.
Thank you, Small Wildlife. Bodfish. Okay, so bodfish and Caliente are in danger. They said it. JH says the Barell fire started from a fatal DUI accident, and the driver did not survive. So that's a crime. So theoretically, there'd be 2 criminals that started each of these big fires. The accused, I should say, the accused person arrested for a vehicle fire that allegedly pushed into grass at Chico, Bidwell Park. I have all kinds of emotions about that. And then it was a car wreck in Kern County, supposedly here. Supposed DUI accident. I saw that live. The camera pivoted. We were live that day, if I remember right. Or maybe I was watching it just in a replay, but it did not look like anything to do with lightning whatsoever. But the trout fire and the other one near Lake Isabella at the time, and the long were lightning. Just as they put out a fire near Lake Isabella, that accident happened. So I really wish when they tell people statistics, they actually give real percentages and real information to the public. Just don't trust it when they say, oh, 80% of wildfires are started by humans. That's a really fake statistic. They're including power companies as humans or people. A company is not a human. Like that, those are CEOs making executive decisions about not turning off power when they need to, when it's dangerous high winds. Okay, that's a crime. That's the action of criminals, you know. These 2 fires.
1275 Alpha, Mountain Structure Group on command.
The action of criminal behavior, allegedly. So when they're scolding the public, oh, humans cause, actually, people usually cause wildfires with just pure freak accidents, like an unintentional car wreck of some sort. The ones that fires usually that people start, if they include the little half-acre backyard fires into the statistic, which I think they're doing, usually people will only mow and stuff when it's somewhat safe to do so, and that's why they stay.
1275 Alpha, command 210.
Now on the park incident, park communications will be assuming communications, repeating all units and personnel on the park incident. Park communications will be assuming communications.
Okay, that's a radio change. For the most part, most people are really, really careful with fire. Like, everything's worked. All the good propaganda with Smokey Bear, the education, 99.9999% of people are super careful with fire. But if you wrap up all these tiny backyard fires into the mix, you can have crazy statistics. Unless they're going to define what a wildfire is, explain how they come up with that. It's a totally fake statistic, and I don't think they should scold the public when the public's being really dang safe in general. Of course, some are from idiocy, like Mariposa almost burnt down on 4th of July from a riding lawnmower being used on dead and dry grass. But, I mean, most people are really careful with fire, and so we should be celebrating that, patting each other on the back. Of course, there's like fireworks crap, people not using fireworks well, but California has a lot of responsibility for that. And really stupid laws, especially how you can buy any firework you want. No firework is illegal in Nevada. And there's a really weak law right now that says Californians have to show their driver's license to purchase these fireworks. But there's no database. So law enforcement and nobody knows that a Californian and where their address is from their driver's license has, even if they've purchased 2 tons of illegal fireworks, they don't know about that until there's an accident, or they just never know about it. And they can't just call up Nevada and say, hey, who purchased a lot of fireworks? Is there a trigger point? Do we get notified if somebody has and they're potentially driving to California home with them to redistribute and sell illegally to yahoos that would do this? Nope, there's no system. Nevada doesn't have a database. There's nothing that triggers weird, suspicious behavior unless the seller takes it upon themselves to do a report. This is the most broken system I've ever heard of. So only after the disaster happens could they then call Nevada. And Nevada has to call every single individual fireworks seller and ask and inquire, hey, so can I have that driver's license information? You know, we just had, 2 neighborhoods that burned up in Riverside County because somebody had like 1 or 2 tons of fireworks in their garage. That happened in LA County a couple of years ago. A lot of this is not people's fault. It's law enforcement not having their beep together and just stupid rules. Mostly, it's the action of criminals who repeat their own behavior until caught, arrested, fined, jailed, consequence of some sort. Mostly, it's lightning, criminals, intentional arson, total freak accidents like car accidents, and power companies. That's what the real statistic would show if we had real statistics. So just reject completely the made up and random and unjustified and not explained. Most wildfires are caused by humans. Not really. Not really. It's criminals repeating their behavior. Power companies, especially if you got into which ones kill in the race towns, mostly power companies. Lightning and arson. That's most people are very, very careful with fire. We need to praise people where praise is due. This is the most populated state. There's millions of people here, and most people will never start a fire in their lives. So, man, okay, we got more radio. I'm gonna go get a breakfast real quick, and I'll be right back, friends. I need and California has special rights for arsonists. If they do their good time and they're good on parole, eventually even cops that say pull them over, the roadblock, or investigate them, cops can't even see that they have an arson charge, let alone landlords or anybody else. Because they might be discriminated against those poor little arsonists. Unreal. Totally unreal. That needs to end right now. We need to tie in tougher sentencing and especially for anybody who commits, this also goes for anyone who commits an arson crime below the age of 21. If they do get let out, which they often are because of California's stupid rules, even if they're a psychopath. Cops who pull them over.
Engine 372 is available station 54 response area.
Or investigate, can't see it on their record.
372-0937.
Holy crap, be right back, friends.
372. 92511. Go ahead. Yeah, I just made my way in Little Giant Mill Road and headed for the tramway. It is on both sides. Back here, not very much, maybe just a couple acres. I don't know if we want to get a dozer in here and kind of fix that up. I don't know if you got any HTVs or anything like that, but it doesn't look like it's swapped over anywhere else except right off of Little Giant Mill. They could, with a saw, they could get past the one tree that's down and bring their low beds right to that stock, that big pond. You're familiar? The big pond being the one at the old mill. Affirmative. And it's only swapped over right there, right at the road so far. North of the pond, or the mill pond. I copy. I can start working dozers in there. You want me to send Charlie in to ring it then afterwards with those? Affirmative. That would be good. I won't be able to kind of lead it up. I'm going to go open this for these guys, and then I'm going to have to go back to the ICP. I copy.
Just as I wanted to peel away. Big pond. They may be talking about 36. Does that make any sense to any of you? Any of you locals? What is this? Shush. Big pond by Old Mill. Ow. They're at Battle Creek. So where's 36? They said the fire was bumping at 36. And they just wanted some crews to take care of it. I don't know.
With a message to the volunteer companies, any Type 6 engine operator and firefighter available for assignment to the BTU Park incident, contact the Orville Command Center.
The what?
0940.
Oh, the park. Yeah. Any Type 6 of Oroville respond to the park. Well, if they're just asking, okay, if that was related, then that would be down, that would not be by Manton. So,
Orville Park Air Attack. Do you have ETAs for the aircraft ordered?
yeah, where's our aircraft? I don't know if they're talking about 36, 32, or what.
941.
There are heat detections. All right, I'm going to get the, I'm going to have a macaroni and cheese breakfast. Let me go get that started. Be right back, friends. As soon as they stop reporting here, oh, you know what? Let's just put on, I forgot. We've got that morning briefing thing. It's 28 minutes long, but I'm sure some of that's roll call and stuff we could skip. Let's play that. Let me see if I can fix this.
Getting ready for a briefing on the current status of the park fire. It's going to start in a matter of minutes. So yeah, tune in to get all of the information, current information on the park fire.
All right, good morning, folks. Good morning. Buddy Bloxham, Plans Chief, Incident Engine Team 3. It's your operational briefing. I ask you please silence your cell phones, any sidebar conversations, please take them out back so we can get forward and moving to the briefing. I'm going to start off with the management objectives. Fight fire aggressively while maintaining safe work practices to minimize threats to the public. Emergency responders, all actions and efforts will focus on safeguarding the citizens and resources of Tehema.
Okay, friends, is that a good volume? I'll come back and mess with it. It's courtesy of Action News Now. I guess they live streamed this. Put their link in the Facebook. Looks like it's one to bookmark here. I'll try to put the comments onto all or real time. If they're offensive, it's not my fault. But sometimes there's good contributions. You know, is the volume good? Yeah, good morning, guys. Of course, I wish we were meeting under better circumstances. It's like 28 minutes long, but I'm gonna go get my breakfast thing going. It's fine. Okay, thanks for the feedback. And then the air show should start. Air Tech already gave us, from what we could hear, a lot was scratchy. Some good news that 36 is holding, 32 is holding. The fire bumped against 36 in a mild way. Hopefully they could take care of that before, the winds and stuff pick up from the day. We'll have to look at the weather. Got the devastating news that the town was erased last night or this morning. Avila is gone, except for a school and or firehouse in Kern County. I had one of the cameras on all night. One of them, all of them were parked except one was down there. But this is why I hate going to sleep. I covered for 24 hours, but I had to. But I wish we could be everywhere at once, but we do what we can. Yeah, it's time to eat first, so I'm setting this up. I'm listening as I go start food.
And Butte counties. Minimize the damage.
This is from 2 hours ago. I put this down here. So I'll just say Butte County Park Fire Ops briefing. Now remember, these are not for the public to consume. They don't care if the public watches, but these are for the firefighters to talk to each other in general. I think this is just an operational briefing. Just like, here's what we're going to do today, team, and then go out to your day shift. These are usually around 7 in the morning. But I'm really glad that Action News Now is here. If I understand what's happening here, right? So later they'll do stuff like roll call, which we could just stop. I don't think we have to watch 28 minutes, but here we go.
Structures, private and public property, and other improvements in the fire area. Protect natural, cultural, and heritage resources. Continue to foster and maintain positive relationships with all local cooperators and stakeholders. Cell phone, please. Ensure coordinated and timely and accurate release of public information. Maintain fiscal accountability to keep costs commensurate with values at risk. Control objectives, the box. Keep the fire north of the Skyway. Keep the fire east of Highway 99. Keep the fire south of Highway 44. Keep the fire west of Skyway to Humbug Summit. Current situational update, night operation, Jed Gaines.
All right, good morning. We'll start down at Branch 5. Alpha Bravo Charlie continues to look really good, although we did have a couple of flare-ups along the edge of the line yesterday that still need to be mitigated and put out. Branch 10, Echo Hotel looking really good. The fire's continuing to back down. We do have indirect dozer line at the toe of the slope near Dairyville, and it's continuing to back down into the grass till it hits that. Up top on Branch 10, yesterday the fire crossed Highway 36, impacted the community of Paynes Creek, Sky Ranch, and Minton. We had structure defense going on there last night with a lot of good work. We had to wake up 6 strike teams of Charlies out of the hotels to come in and surge them in last night to help for structure defense. So there's a lot of folks out there that have been double shifted. The fire in Minton, the fire laid down around 1 o'clock this morning. We were able to get in and with the dozers and start going direct on some of that across Highway 36. They have a good plan. It's currently backing into Battle Creek. And then we have dozers from Hogback Ridge going to indirect to Highway 36. So hopefully that'll be done sometime late morning. Branch 15, they went out yesterday, were able to get a plan, and they've got resources coming in to support their plan out in Branch 15. Branch 20, continue. We got a spot yesterday on the other side of 32. They were able to pick that up. We had multiple slops on the other side, on the edge of the line there on 32 that they're able to pick up. We have a contingency group out by Butte Meadows, and they're working really well getting that put in on Butte Meadows, heading over to Highway 32. End of report.
Weather, Jeff Tonkin.
Good morning. Obviously, we had a fair amount of cool and moist air move into the central and north valley this morning. It looks like most of the RHs this morning, the recovery is just generally about the southern half of the complex are running about 50 to 60% here, and the northern half is about 40 to 50%. So as we move northward, we're going to lose a little bit of that marine influence as you get northward. But all in all, for today, relative humidity across the entire perimeter should get down to about 25% today. So that's about a 10% improvement from 10 to 15% improvement from yesterday. So a more moist day today. Temperature-wise, we're going to see about a 10 to 15 degree drop in temperatures this afternoon. Generally, the northern half of the perimeter will see temperatures getting up into the lower 90s, perhaps higher 80s. And along the higher elevations here, generally around the higher 70s, so a much cooler day today. Wind-wise, we're going to see generally a south wind across the entire perimeter today at about 4 to 6 miles per hour, maybe some gusts to 10 in the afternoon. But on the northern half here, we're going to see more of a westerly influence, southwest and west across the north piece here, and perhaps a little gustier in the afternoon, about 8 to 10 miles per hour with gusts at 15. So still, that's a decrease of winds from what we saw the last couple of days, about a 5 mile per hour decrease. One more thing, we saw a lot of instability the last couple of days with columns rotating and a lot of fire whirls. Don't expect to see that as much today. We do still have some upper level instability. In fact, you can see some cloud cover around. There is some mid-level moisture up there. Still going to see some big plumes, but not expecting as much of that surface-based rotation and fire whirl action.
Fire behavior, Scott Weiss.
All right. In the fire area, there's a high fuel load, abundance of grass. There's areas out there that have no fire history, a lot of dead and down, and a lot of logging slash. 40 miles of line out there on that fire. The heat signature is huge. Yesterday burned 150,000 acres. We saw multiple plumes, 4 to 5 plumes, exaggerating this. I want to talk about the plume-dominated fire. What's happening in there with that convective column rising, you're going to get a strong inflow of winds. Well, those inflow of winds going to go up the column and it's going to blow out and start making erratic, gusty winds. And those winds, they'll throw out spots, they'll active the fire. Yesterday, the general wind was very low, but we saw this huge fire activity, and that was because of this plume-dominated fire. Independently, a plume-dominated fire is very dangerous. This one, we have multiple plumes working together. Very dangerous situation out there. We just heard the weather report. This is the best day as far as weather conditions that we're going to experience this week. Low temperatures, high relative humidity, good moisture recovery at night. But because of that huge heat signature out there, we are still going to get plume domination out there, and probably we're going to still get those multiple plumes out there. The F-band, my job is to predict fire behavior, figure out where the fire is going to go, what it's going to do. But the most important part of my job is to keep line personnel safe. Inside your IAP, there's 3 documents in there I want you guys to read and brief your crews. The fire behavior forecast, the fuel advisory for herbaceous fuels, and the plume-dominated fire effects.
Safety, David Sargenti.
Good morning. Your safety products are on page 7 and page 8 in addition to the ones you just heard. Please utilize those, review those with your crews, and document that on your 214. I'm going to talk to you about a couple things today. First is a crew briefing. Some of you, this is your first shift on the fire, so make sure you spend that time today before you leave camp, understand what your role is today, understand where you're going and how you're going to get there. Your crews deserve that briefing, and you're the supervisors that are going to be giving that to them. Second is hazard mitigations. As you get to your work assignments, take the time, do the risk analysis, and put in your lookouts, communications, escape routes, and safety zones. Make sure we've mitigated those hazards. And finally, for your folks, hydration, nutrition, and pace for the day is your responsibility as the supervisors on this incident. Make sure you maintain each of those and do your crews a good job on that. Finally, there'll be 8 safety officers, line safety officers on the line today to support you. The safety shop is located in the building right here. Please come see us if you need anything. Have a great shift.
Operations, Jeremy Pearson.
All right, good morning. Team 3, we're gonna roll call all the way down to the branch and divisions, and then at breakout they'll do the additional roll call. Start in the Butte zone, Dyer. This will be referred to as Butte operations. Branch 5, Lee. Here. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Tau. Branch 20, Norman. Here. Trainee Bartow. Here. Lima, Alvarez.
Okay, that's a roll call thing. I don't know how much more is too valuable. I missed the very beginning, which is like the most important part because I was making kitchen noises, and that's their objectives. Like, where do they need to keep the fire? Objectives for the day. Holding 32 is one we know about it, but I just want to see if there's like, they did a roll call. Let's see if we can skip more.
Down at the heel, we're still getting some slop over. We're still getting some spot fires. I think we need to really mop that up and continue to patrol that and make sure it doesn't come up around us.
Unfortunately, somebody's breathing on the microphone, I believe. I don't know if it's wind, but it is what it is.
As we move up into Victor, Tango, Oscar, we still have the structure groups up in the Forest Ranch area. We've had a lot of homes that have been impacted up there. We cannot lose any more homes. We have the resources up there. Please patrol that. We haven't lost any on additional days following that fire front up through Cohasset and into Forest Ranch. Let's continue with that. It's a difficult process to mop up and to patrol that area. And as that fire comes out of the...
It's wind, actually. You can see this lady's hair blowing. I'm having trouble waking that out too, guys. So, but this is not official. This is Action News now, and we're really, really grateful that we have this at all. So they're saying that there's been stopovers in the north areas. Check on them, and then also, do mop up in Cohasset. That's all I'm kind of getting here. It's difficult, but keep the hard work going. So, yeah, Greg, where are you? And what was going on about Australia? We are grateful for Australia's help. There's dumping loads on this fire. It was a big passenger jet. I think it was a 737 or an Airbus or something. Yeah. Yes, and absolutely prayers sent for everybody fighting the fires. I'm glad that many of you are checking in is okay who have had to evacuate from here, and I hope more people will. I'm concerned for some people in the chat. But please do let my mods know if you do have a question for me. You can do @Catherine, like type in @KATH. If my name pops up, click on it. That'll make a highlighted message for me to see. It's really difficult to scroll up all the time and try to keep track of chat. If that doesn't work for you, it may not work on mobile, the @messaging thing. Then go ahead and tell my mods. They know how to do it. There's a second camera burn over. Yeah, Husky, good morning. And thank you all the mods for helping make this a 24/7 info stream. So if the wind noise gets too bad, we may not be able to continue to watch this. But I think we can glean a little more, so let's keep going.
The Big Chico drainage, it makes its runs up to 32. We continue to have some structures that are impacted, so move your resources, be flexible in that area, and work with those divisions. Our main goal is to hold 32.
Yeah, the main goal is hold 32. So he's talking about those doing mop-up in Cohasset to share resources up and down 32 because it's still pushing, The whole Cohasset area is part of where they need to hold 32. They need to hold 32 all the way up towards getting towards Butte Meadows as well. Butte Meadows, they were saying they're doing good structure protection prep work right now. That's great. So I don't think it's, reached quite that far yet. 36 over there by Manton and whatnot, they're doing really good work. It's bumping up against 36, but has not crossed, I guess. We'll look at maps and try to verify this. I'm going to try to download some maps as well. I have some of their battle maps. Yeah, Wrath, that didn't work. It usually doesn't on mobile. But if you're on a PC or something, that's why it doesn't work on mobile. But if you type @ and then don't do a space either. It may not work because you did a space. It's just @ and then KTH. If my name pops up or anybody else's, they see an orange highlight on their name to get their attention. But just ask my mods if you have a really pertinent fire question. Let's do that. And especially if there's new information coming down the pipe, hot and heavy, especially new evacuation info, do feel free to share that. Do feel free to ask questions. If you have speculation or you're not sure, please, so you don't cause a panic, say something like, is the fire in that neighborhood? Seems like it might be from a map. Am I seeing this right? Question it. Please remember that there's a lot of tension here. A lot of people are out of their minds with worry, and we don't want to unnecessarily worry anybody. So I'll be happy to take a look, try to verify stuff. Only say you know something if you can back that statement up. If you've got a website to back it up with, etc. Right? Yeah, thanks for out there. But I do thank you guys for your support. Everybody who's donated, thank you for keeping us ad free and on the air. We don't want ads to interrupt any vital information. So the aircraft is coming in soon. We wanted to watch this morning update. This is for the troopers to talk to each other. These are the team leaders of the different leaders. The map that he's pointing to right now, I think I can download. I'm going to try to do that. I don't know if it'll show completed or under construction or planned dozer lines yet. The last 2 days, we have not seen that in maps. We've seen basic maps of the fire perimeter and like a couple of drop points where helicopters drop equipment, and they've tried to name different creeks and stuff on maps, but hopefully something like that will appear today. So yeah, and we got to keep politics out of things except when it's like truly relevant. No blaming other people, like left versus right. We're trying to come together to push for change. Legislative change is the number one way to stop these fires. There's something we can do about all of them to make them a lot less intense and a lot less of a big deal. Like I was explaining earlier, that invasive weeds has fueled the beginnings of this fire, made it run faster than if California native grass was involved. And because the cheatgrass and others were on fire, that created extra heat. Compounded by this year, everybody needs to know, was an especially wet spring, which made grass thicker and taller than it has been in like a decade. So these counties needed to have burned them off after spring ended and before May or early May. They didn't do it. I don't know why. I don't know if it's permits, air quality permits, budget. I don't know. They really could have. Landowners in county and agencies could have really prevented this. There's many problems involved, but all we need to know is it spread this fast because flaming debris is falling out of the sky, like miles ahead of the main flames. It's not lasers or anything unnatural. It's just the unnatural amount of invasive weeds. Every single time there is a grass fire in these areas, in the valley and in the foothills, it'll be intense the next time because the cheatgrass is supposed to burn. What it does is it kills itself, promotes fire by killing itself, but that's a strategy. It's like a weed. It doesn't want other plants to grow, just itself. So even though it dies, it grows back faster than other plants and chokes them out, prevents them from thriving. So our California native grasses don't do this. They don't cause pyrocumulus clouds with the intensity of the heat. This is unnatural, and it's a way we could fix things. It's going to be a long haul, but We need legislative change. Many different topics. But I just want to point that out. That also is now burning into places that haven't burned in many years. You just heard them. So the fire load is built up for like 25 years in some places. And so the crazy nature and the rapid spread is due to stuff falling out of the sky on fire. So this, you need to understand this. You need to understand that the fire can be 3 to 4 miles away from you, and then burning debris can start landing on your roof. You need to take all evacuation orders absolutely seriously, and do not expect to look out your window and be able to see the fire coming at you. It's like a rain map tornado. Fires are invisible. They will be in the smoke. By the time you see flames, it's probably at the end of your driveway. So just leave before you're told. This is the number one goal of the channel, is to inform people about what it is, what it's doing, just the facts. Crowdsource the information. If you have information that we don't, please share. You know, if you get a jingle on your phone about emergency alerts, please share. And please, for God's sake, check on your neighbors and take them with you before luggage if you need to go ASAP. Right now, everybody needs to check on their neighbors, make sure they have gas in the car, give them $100 if they need it, whatever you can spare. Make sure they can follow you, make sure their car starts, make sure they understand the danger. If you're already at level 2, you might want to just go. If it's anywhere near you, we'll try to find that out. Because if you do get a sudden level 3, it'll be a panicky situation. It'll be because wind just shifted or something. Don't just trust you're safe today because the wind is going to come out of the south or it's going to come out of this. This will make its own weather. And these fires in these regions, they are some of the worst in the world because of geography and other factors. Invasive weeds, blah, blah, blah. You know it. You know the drill. It's been 103 on average for weeks. Everything's tinder dry. Doesn't even take that much wind for pyrocumulus clouds to form, and then they make their own weather. We've already seen a confirmed fire tornado. There's nothing you can do to remain behind and wet down your house with a garden hose that might help the situation. You've got to go if it's going to come your way. I can't stress enough, if you stay behind and it does come your way, you just may die. And we've seen this time and time again. I've got quite a stressful job because I may be watching a situation where people are dying. So, you know, we all got to remain calm though, and we'll get to do this together. Just the best thing you can do for your community is get out so that they can just do their jobs and fight the fire and not stop what they're doing to go get you. Somebody was left behind in Cohasset, stayed behind. Then they called 911 when they freaked out. And we heard live on the air, firefighters stop fighting the fire at the edge of town to go get that person. So the best thing you can do is harden your home, make all your preps now if you're still there, if it could possibly come your way. And then leave before you're told so it's not panicky. But call your county's non-emergency number, the name, address, and phone number of anybody you think cannot leave, would need extra help leaving, may not be home right now, but may have animals in the yard. Name, address, and phone number for welfare check. They'll do that. They'll gladly do that. There's all kinds of volunteers, including my own family members, who are there with the posses and stuff. They will go rescue animals. They'll go check. They'll go feed them. They'll transport them to safety. But welfare checks, when the beep hits the fan, county needs to have a list of people already. It's too late to call at that point. I mean, it may be too late. You need to have already a pre-made list of who they need to go check in with and see if they're there and see if they need help getting out. Don't just leave. Make sure your neighbors know. Call them and text them. And if you really can't reach them and you're worried, call for a welfare check. Please don't be part of the traffic jam. That's the number one deadly thing that happens. We can go over fire survival and stuff later. Let's just clean the rest of this info that we can from this video, then turn the radio back on while I eat my my little Kraft macaroni and cheese breakfast here. And yeah, bugs. Yeah, things are terrible. But remember, there was an old man in Paradise, a journalist, like 3 days after it burned down. You know, he was in a little edge of town, kind of sheltered miraculously by a little valley or hill. An old man never even knew that Paradise burned down. His neighbors left without him and didn't tell him. He didn't have a radio and he didn't have TV. Not on a smartphone or internet. So journalists saw smoke coming out of a chimney because Paradise burned down in November. And they walked over and said, "Why didn't you leave?" He goes, "Leave what? What's going on? I thought all my neighbors went on vacation." Do not assume people know. We've seen time and time again. This is where my friend died, where my brother almost died in Paradise. The system is flawed for informing people about evacuations. Sometimes people never get any notice. So never assume people know. Do your job to inform people any way you can. And please hit the share button of this stream with anybody you think may need this. You could text them, share it on your social media. I'm very grateful. And I'm grateful to everybody who has been able to donate. Even $1 counts right now. If you can't, well, hitting the like button is free. We'll trend, and people searching for this info will find us. So let's keep watching.
We've been a struggle every day, but we've been successful every day, and that's because the folks have been up there, have really been putting a good firefight on. Every time a spot fire happens, there's a plan put in place, and dozers are getting to it. The helicopter, that aircraft are also helping. Please continue to do that. It's a must that we hold that 32. We have a lot of communities up there that are under evacuation warnings as well as evacuation orders, and it greatly affects that. Moving up into the branch 20 area, as that fire continues up to the northeast, we've got a lot of dozer line that we're putting in. It's all indirect. We've got a lot of folks out there, a lot of work and a lot of iron. So continue wrapping that corner and coming up with a plan to wrap it back into the 32. I think we've got a really good plan. We've got a lot of good folks out there to do that. Thank you. All right, moving down into the Butte contingency area, Boston. So for that contingency, they're going to come up with a plan, the big map plan, and they're going to continue working on that, expecting a large fire growth that we've had. So good work on that. Thank you for taking care of that. Tehema zone, Jerry. X-ray.
All right, there's more roll call.
Here that Bravo, Delta, Charlie. We did have a spot fire yesterday in that area, so let's plan on another one today. So let's keep mopping up, keep patrolling that line, and let's pick up those spot fires. We cannot lose what we've gained down there. So let's continue with that process over there. Moving into branch 15, bots. And then we've got Juliet Schmidt. Kilo is a TBD. Okay. So over in branch 15, up in the Issue Wilderness area, up in the forest, up in that area. As we were working around there, that fire has moved aggressively every day. We haven't had a lot of chance to go direct, but there is a lot of indirect. Continue with that and plan on that rapid fire expansion. We do have some structural protection groups up there as well to help out up in the mineral area. All right, moving down, we've got the Tehema structure group and over in the Tehema zone. We've also continued, yesterday we had that firefight, we established a bunch of structure groups up there. So this morning, we need to get up there, get those structure groups all organized. We have some leadership up there that's going to do that. It's going to be a little hectic, a little crazy in there because they're continuing to do structure defense as we're speaking. So those structure groups in the Manton area, Mineral area, Sky Ranch area, and Paynes Creek area, they all have structure groups up there. And we have resources up there, we're going to plug them in. Right now in Paynes Creek, they had a firefight, they went direct on that. It impacted that community. We had a great defense last night, not a lot of loss.
What community? Sorry.
Right now in Paynes Creek, they had a firefight, they went direct on that.
Okay, that would be by Manton. Okay.
It impacted that community. We had a great defense last night, not a lot of loss. Appreciate that work. In Manton, it held up on the ridge. They're going direct on that ridge up in Manton. We're going to continue with that process. We expect to hold that ridge. It's a lot of resources, and we're having success up there, but the community of Manton is still threatened. So we want to continue with that line and tie it back in to the west so that we can close that door on man itself. And then in mineral, we do expect mineral to be impacted today. We talked a little bit about it. There's a good plan up there. We have a lot of resources.
Oh my God. My aunt's cabin is at Mineral. I need to call Mom, and I hope they're not there. Mineral was saved from the Dixie fire, and so was the other community nearby, Butte Meadows. So anybody who's evacuated those areas, just know that the smaller the community, the easier it is to defend. And they've been, since yesterday, rolling up in there, and they checked in earlier this morning on the radio. They are prepping all structures and the communities for defense. And then they had positive things to say, positive attitude there. So let's pay careful attention.
So please close in it. We're having on the ridge. They're going direct on that ridge up in Manton. We're going to continue with that process. We expect to hold that bridge. It's a lot of resources, and we're having success up there, but the community of Manton is still threatened. So we want to continue with that line and tie it back in to the west so that we can close that door on Manton itself. And then in mineral, we do expect mineral to be impacted today. We talked a little bit about it. There's a good plan up there. We have a lot of resources. So please continue with that process. And Sky Ranch, same thing. We had a good firefight up there. Direct structure protection was done yesterday. Let's continue with patrolling that area, mopping up, and make sure we don't lose any other structures. With that, have a good day.
Air Operations, Matt Stanford.
Good morning. Available today, we have multiple air tankers that are going to be flying from S2Ts all the way up to VLATs. So please understand that those aircraft will be dropping large amounts of retardant. Be aware of the situation when you're around them. For helibases, we have 2 helibases now, one in the north and one in the south. For the Butte zone, we have a Chico helibase. There'll be 12 helicopters. 9 of those are water dropping with 2 Helcos. For the Red Bluff helibase, will be 9 water droppers, a total of 11 helicopters and 2 Helcos. Look up, look down, look around. Make sure you understand that there could be loose branches falling out of the trees with all this water and all this retardant coming out. For the Butte zone, TAC 166.550 is your TAC. For the Red Bluff is 166.6125. Those are the contacted helicopters for water drops. Air to ground 8 is command. That is the contact air attack and Helco. We have a daytime hoist, the Firehawk, Copter 606, Copter 823, 24-hour hoist coming out of Reading. We have night water dropping and UAS operations going on this evening. Page 44 is where you'll find your helicopter assets. And please, no unauthorized UAS/drone operations. Have a safe day.
Communications, Tom Webb.
Good morning, Tom Webb, Communications Unit Leader. CDF Command 2, Tone 10 for the Tehema zone. Tone 11 seems to work a little bit better down here in the Butte zone for you. Like their Air Ops was saying, CDF Command Air to Ground 8 is our aircraft in that case. He's in the 205 or what's assigned to this guy.
A line for you in addition to briefings this morning. Know the procedures. If you have a line emergency, follow those procedures. We'll get you the help that you need. Today we will have line medics and EMTs.
A one-way traffic pattern. This morning on page 53, you'll find your ICP map. We do have a hydration lunches located out in the engine parking area. 960.
68. We're at 0% containment. Good morning. If you could turn to page 48 in the IAP. At the top of the page, you'll see the current incident status box. If you're clear to copy, I have the most current numbers. Acreage is at 307,368. That's 307,368. We're at 0% containment. And total personnel is at 2,484. That's 2,484. Just to the right of the page below, you'll see the 2 QR codes. The first one's for the California State Penal Code 409.5. It allows the media to be at scenes of any disaster. Just below that, we have the CAL FIRE social media policy. Please become familiar with both. Our trailer is located at the entrance of base camp. If you have any photos or videos, please come see us. Additionally, lost and found is already set up. Thank you. Have a safe shift.
Finance, Chrissy Schaefer.
Good morning. The finance message is located on page 50 of today's IAP. For hired equipment, if you haven't done so already, please check in with the time unit and drop off your agreement. Line supervisors, if you need a shift ticket book, there's two gentlemen over here off to my right under this large tree that have shift ticket books. If you don't get them from...
Okay. Like I said, this meeting is for themselves and not the public.
Okay, a couple of reminders. Out back along the A-frame building are the division breakouts. Unassigned resources will be over here off to my right, so please report over there if you're not assigned. As far as meetings, next cooperator will be 1000 hours over in the Harvest building. Liaison is over here off to my left. Our next planning meeting will be at 1700 hours as well in the Harvest building, and your next operational briefing will be here tomorrow morning at 0700 hours. And closing comments, Unified ICs, Billy C. and Todd Mack.
Good morning, everybody. I want to thank everybody for the aggressive, safe, strategic attack that's been going on. Cascading events, moving over jurisdictions, county lines, forest boundaries, and unit boundaries. Safe, strategic, aggressive firefighting. That's all I'm going to ask you to continue to do. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, good morning. Here we go. Obviously, a dynamic incident. It's been growing 5,000 acres an hour since the inception or the ignition of this incident started. Okay, just to put that in perspective, we're looking at almost 8 square miles an hour this thing's taken out. We're in multiple units, multiple counties, impact to multiple agencies, law enforcement, fire, public safety in general. Today we've got almost 3 times the amount of personnel that we had yesterday morning. We still don't have enough. Okay, today I need you to be safe. It's going to be another dynamic day. We've got a different look out here, different feel out here today. Different wind pattern, different moistures in the air. Take advantage for the line personnel out there in the supervision. Be aggressive, be offensive when you can, and back up to defense when you need to. We need to make sure everyone goes home at the end of the day safely. Thank you.
Chilling.
Once again, unassigned resources to my right, division breakouts on the back. Include your briefing. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Action News Now, for going to the operational briefing this morning, up around 7 or 7:30, something like that. I've been working over here behind the scenes. Yes, I am eating. Let me turn the webcam back on. Didn't want to cover up the chat. I thought this would kind of rotate and do the chat for this meeting automatically. I guess it didn't, but whoops. So I do have some of their maps. Some of them are not as good as I thought, but also thanks for Watch Duty for posting this too. So Action News Now, I think they've been pretty good about covering fires in general. So if you missed this meeting, go ahead and watch it here. We're very grateful. I want to go back to the beginning because I missed their objectives. That's super important. So, yeah, Angela, I heard. Turn to page 41 of the IAP. Yeah, you are a planning officer with a disaster response NGO. Lots of office work. I may be able to get that document. It's full of a lot of private info and people's like cell phone numbers. JB, we'll have to call him back. He called while we couldn't really talk. The retired fire captain of Shasta County, we were so grateful to have. We'll check in with him. I hope he's still available. I got a blinding headache. There's just a lot of glare on my screen from the bright sun in the window. I need to get better curtains, I think. But bear with me. I'm eating my first meal of the day and trying to orient. Been here 7:30 or 8. I got good sleep. Thank you so much, mods, for holding in the fort. You guys are wonderful. And please keep me informed. I'll have to go back up and look at chat. Oh, hey, Terry. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your kind support. The good news, Terry, that we have today, and there's just been loss, there's been more structures and structures lost. The good news is today is an easier weather day. It's a little bit cooler, but there's still going to be significant wind gusts. So there are things that give fires like steroids, and that's direct sunlight, because that means more heat, and heat itself, just for any reason. And it's the peak of the heat season for the West. So California's been kind of back-to-back heat dome situations. It's still going to be really hot during the day, but at night, especially if we can get it cooler temperatures, that will slow down the fire's progress at night. And hopefully they'll get more resources in. They just said, though, they don't have as many as they've ordered, as they want, and as they need. But my God, our heroes have been doing superhuman. Well, superhuman 36-hour shifts and the like. Like 5 engines held the line at 32, which has been protecting the town of Paradise and others. 5 engines did that for, I believe, almost 48 hours in a very long line. And we heard live on the radio, he's like, can I have more engines? Like, no, there's nobody else to send. And he goes, can I have another captain? They're like, why? Why do you need another captain? You only have 5 engines. He's like, because we're spaced out that way. Like, so he needed another leader for like the others that were really far away, too far away that he couldn't even reach them by radio, presumably. So, 32 and 36 are some of the major battle lines. 32 is on the south side, Highway 32. 36 is on the north front, which is in another county. So we've also lost structures and taken loss, but it's not going well either down Kern County. The Barell fire erased a town last night or yesterday, except for the fire station and a school. There's a lot at risk. Please, friends, help me keep track of the Barell as well. Both of these were started by vehicles. Unknown if the person arrested with some arson charge here by Chico Bidwell Park, why it's called the Park Fire. I'm very familiar with this area. Unknown why his vehicle was on fire, or his mother's technically, but the one down with the Barell fire seems to have been a drunk driving thing. I don't think the driver survived, from what I can gather. And there's not enough resources to go in between them, because there's still monsters going on, like the Shelley. The lake is still going on. Oregon had a crisis, and is still somewhat in crisis, from extreme 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and lightning 72 hours ago. So California had sent some engines to Oregon. So nobody has enough resources. Australia is in the house. We love you, Australia. Mutual aid. I'm sure other countries are helping by now. But, I mean, Canada just had a town erased too, or largely destroyed, Jasper. We usually help all of each other. But Australia has given us an airplane, a big passenger jet, that's been working the scene here at the Park Fire. And we're totally grateful. Like, it's their winter, it's our summer. So in their off-season, our winter, we send them some help too. So that's what we need as human beings, is to help each other. And like we were saying in the chat here, whether or not we're left, right, center, or other, we have to come together on the issue of fire and vote the same way to stop these from getting bigger, because they are big and monstrous and unnatural for unnatural reasons. So everything from allowing invasive weeds that promote fire like this intensity all over the landscape and not really doing anything about it. We haven't even outlawed the sale of these weeds at like garden centers. Some people have no idea that they promote fires and become weeds, kill the local plants, and just keep buying them because they're pretty. You know, things like Scotch broom and gorse. But the cheatgrass issue just has to be addressed. So there's many factors here, but we have to unite. So please keep the chat in a constructive kind of discussion type of thing, because we either unite on this hill or we die on this hill. Nobody wants to see what's happening. Nobody wants to see what's happening. We don't have to like each other, but we have to help each other. So come together as Americans, friend, and as human beings. I'm very proud of how chat's been really, really nicely behaved and supportive. And you guys are wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Remember to share the stream and hit the like button, and please remember people to do that. We have to restart every 12 hours, but we're going to do 24/7 coverage as long as we can and need to. As long as we have mod volunteers, please praise our mods. They are volunteering their time to do an ugly job, which is policing chat, watch disasters, and provide people with links and emergency info. You know, it's not glamorous, but it's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it, right? So if we ever stress out or freak out, we just got to get over it, forgive each other, and move on. I'm very happy with the way all of you have, for the most part, come together to help and express condolences and well wishes. We've gotten them from around the world, friends. So this is a great thing. I have to go back to the beginning and figure out what their objectives are. I'm almost done with my breakfast. That's what I missed, making kitchen noises. So let's take a look. When does a speaker come up on stage? Once again, Action News Now recorded this. This was not like for the public. They don't care if the public watches, but it's a meeting of fire crews for themselves, telling themselves about their own goals and objectives. I was able to download some maps. I'll look at them in a second. The same ones behind them. Now, these are awesome. So that's usually what they say at the beginning is objectives. Let's see.
It's your operational briefing. I ask you please silence your cell phones. Any sidebar conversations, please take them out back so we can get forward and moving with the briefing. We're going to start off with the management objectives. Fight fire aggressively while maintaining safe work practices to minimize threats to the public, emergency responders. All actions and efforts will focus on safeguarding the citizens and resources of Tehema and Butte counties. Minimize the damage to structures, private and public property, and other improvements in the fire area. Protect natural, cultural, and heritage resources. Continue to foster and maintain positive relationships with all local cooperators and stakeholders. Cell phone, please. Ensure coordinated and timely and accurate release of public information. Maintain fiscal accountability. Keep costs commensurate with values at risk. Control objectives, the box. Keep the fire north of the Skyway. Keep the fire east of Highway 99.
Keep the fire north of Skyway, east of 99.
Keep the fire south of Highway 44.
South of Highway 44. You have no idea how big this area is. Like if you're not from California, like entire small countries of Europe fit in this area.
Keep the fire west of Skyway to Humbug Summit.
I've got to write this down. Sorry. All right. I mostly ate that cup of noodles, macaroni and cheese. Thank you so much, friend, for your kind donations to keep me keep food delivered. There's no way to cook. I don't drink pretty much anything of the sort. So I had a very soothing milkshake yesterday delivered. Thank you, friends. Let's see. Objectives. We know south. Keep it south of 44. So that's his northern perimeter. I was hoping they'd say south of 36. Like it goes 44 is in like Shasta County, further north, and then 36 is south of that. That's a little surprising. Let me go back. Did he say south of 44? Let's go back.
Current situation update, night operation jet. Positive relationships with all local cooperators and stakeholders. Cell phone, please. Ensure coordinated and timely and accurate release of public information. Maintain fiscal accountability. Keep costs commensurate with values at risk. Control objectives, the box. Keep the fire north of the Skyway. Keep the fire east of Highway 99.
All right. East of 99, which is, yeah, duh. 99 is down the flatlands and parallels I-5. If it goes west of 99, that means California's valley would be on fire. That would be nuts.
99. Keep the fire south of Highway 44.
He said south of 44.
Keep the fire west of Skyway.
So, I mean, you go back. What was the first one about Skyway? Sorry, friends. Low blood sugar.
With values at risk. Control objectives, the box. Keep the fire north of the Skyway.
North of the Skyway. That makes sense. Okay.
Keep the fire east of Highway 99. Keep the fire south of Highway 44. Keep the fire west of Skyway.
West of Skyway. Okay.
Skyway to Humbug Summit.
West of Skyway to Humbug Summit. Is there a camera on Humbug? Seems like there is.
Current situational update, night operation Jet Gaines.
Just in case people miss this, I think this is a quick summary.
All right, good morning. We'll start down at Branch 5. Alpha Bravo Charlie continues to look really good, although we did have a couple of flare-ups along the edge of the line yesterday.
Right, they did have it cross 36. That's true. People saying that in 36. Right now, where they are at 36, they've got it back south again. I think of the Paynes Creek area, at least considering where that community is at. There's still, 36 is a wide, it's a long east and west highway. I don't know if there is like a section of the fire established north of there, but like as far as the head of the fire, if I understood this right, they were saying 36 was holding again. It's bumping against 36 currently, as of like an hour ago. News. But if there's a section of it established north of 36, that's what we got to look at. But there's still, it's a long road, like I'm saying. So that's exactly what we got to find out. Here's a Paradise has been ordered to evacuate right now. What? What? Is that true, Bugs? Say it ain't so. What? Where did you get that info? That Sarah says other experts say they don't believe Highway 36 in general can be held due to terrain. Okay. Well, parts of it they do expect to hold, and they have held. We'll have to figure out where. What? CNN just said that? All right, that's it. The radio's going back on. What? What? All right.
Traffic. Go infrastructure branch.
What? Why? Why? Something will. It has to jump 32 for that to be.
54 structure branch. On command, go ahead. Structure branch, negative traffic.
Hang on, friends. What the heck?
Branch. Tehema structure branch. Wrong. I think there might be some confusion from day and night. I'm on my way to you if you're at Paynes Creek.
What? Where? What? An hour ago? They're on notice. The warning. They've been on notice for 10 hours. Okay, ordered to evacuate, different than on warning. See, it's a warning. Yeah, see, it is a joke. We know that. But sometimes they do all right. Okay, KV says my sister just texted me saying that my nephew called her telling her that they have been told they need to evacuate. He's in Paradise and we're in Arizona.
Butte contingency Orville on command.
I'm trying to figure this out, friends.
Change on truck 91 cam has been updated.
The Butte map is different than Shasta County.
91 1037.
Okay, if that's breaking news. They've been on warning for 10 hours. The official map does not reflect that yet, but if that's, yeah, we have to verify. We have to verify. That would surprise me.
Battalion 2418, Mineral Structure Group, on command.
I'll get you a link. This one's called Butte County Fire, Cal Fire, and Chico Fire. I'll get you a link. It's free to listen to Broadcastify. Thank you, friends, for your kind donations. With them, we have a ad-free experience with Broadcastify. And special.
Battalion 2418, Mineral Structure Group, on command.
Look, 32's been holding, and I don't see why it would not be holding right now because it's pretty mild weather. Paradise is under.
Mineral Structure Group, Battalion 2418.
Yes, it is.
Hey, I have a golf up here that can help you tie in that room. That line you guys are working off Oasis. Would you like to use them? I'll send them down from Mineral.
If they're not employed, yes, we'll take them. Oasis Springs Ranch Road off of 36. Report on TAC 24, and I'll be the contact.
Yeah, copy. I'll have them head your way. Once you're done with them, you can send them back to Mineral Structure Group.
Okay, copy. And you have an identifier?
7 Golf.
9227 Golf. Copy. Thank you.
We know it's trying to make a pyro cloud, but this is a cooler day. There's still some wind gusts we're gonna have. Current acreage is out. They just explained, but it's obsolete the moment they talk about it. I don't believe that Paradise is being evacuated. It's been under warning for more than 10 hours. So, yes, Paradise mostly was erased a couple of years in November 8th, 2018. Like, my brother lost his house there, nearly died. The Yankee cam? Okay, thanks, Angela. Well,
Branch 20, Branch 25, command.
So, until the wind picks up today, it's going to be real smoky.
243 Charlie, November on command.
We're listening to the radio to see. It would have to jump Skyway and 32 as well in order for Paradise to be in danger. It's called the campfire. Yeah. Don't Google it unless you want to cry. 85 people died there at least. PG&E.
9243 Charlie, Division November on command.
Remember, you have to back up statements. If you're saying something is a fact, you had better have a link. Anybody. We don't want to cause a panic. That could cause a panic. Okay? Just being a gentle reminder. You can say, I think. Please say, I think, or I'm not sure, or possibly. And we'll go off and investigate things. But saying stuff in chat like such and such is being evacuated when it's like, 20,000 plus people with only 3 ways out. So, yeah, I know. So, yeah, we're going to look about, thanks, Angela, that this camera is kind of aimed at it. There's several cams around Paradise. The Sawmill Lookout.
243 Charlie, Division November on command.
This is the chasm
Truck 91 or out Orville shop.
between where the fire is and Paradise. So,
1041.
um,
Truck 91.
all our reports are is that 32 is holding.
43 Charlie, Division November on command, tone 10.
So, sure. Yeah, early evacuation happens, especially bugs to those, like, there's a lot of retirement homes up there. Paradise became kind of a sleepy retirement community. That's why so many elderly people died. So bussing them out before beat hits the fan is a great way to, they learned that lesson. Most of the people who died there were elderly who had no ride, and they called people for a ride, and nobody could get to them. And so and then the others who died were on the east side of town who had no warning whatsoever, and the fire swept over the east side of town, ran up a cliff. So right now, I just want to show you guys to give you an idea. Paradise would have a bit of warning. I believe the trigger for evacuating it is if the fire crosses 32. So here's Chico proper, flatland town. That's, you know, to get to Paradise, you would take like Skyway,
2513, 92511.
which is this street right here, to climb up.
I did get another combo. If you guys need it, I'll give it to you. If not, if you guys aren't encountering any more gates, I'll hold off. Yeah, we're good right now. We're made it all the way down Shelton Ridge. And still not found the black going down towards the Black Butte Middle Ridge area. Nothing swapped over the road you're on except right where I was at. Firm, just the black where you were at, and we can't even see black from any of the inline all the way down to Shelton Ridge. I copy. I got an FBI representative en route. We'll work with him today, and then as soon as these dozers get here, we'll get that swap picked up, and we'll start coming up with a plan on holding the end line to Sheldon. Copy. Just be advised that that swap area is all backed up by the tramway, so it's just kind of a little eyebrow. Copy. Roads above it. That's good.
I mean, it's just normal chatter. Little. Let me try to get a word in here. I don't think that Paradise is under evacuation. Just pre-evacuating the people without cars and with special medical needs is just prudent. Oh, thank you, Nina. Kind support.
I want to spend work your strike team in on the Humboldt into Butte Meadows here, and I'll tie in with you at the Bambi Inn in Butte Meadows.
Yeah, so, yeah, we're just hearing normal chatter.
It's 274.
I'll explain, Bugs and others, what would have to happen for Paradise to be in danger. So, almost all of the roads either go on top of a ridge or down in a canyon.
Branch 15 mineral structure group. Welcome back.
Like northeast, southwest, diagonal. They don't really connect with each other because of the huge chasms. Like huge chasms. Like that. Like Paradise, people had nowhere to go because that would be one hell of a bridge. And so unfortunately, when fire crews are on one of the ridges or one of the chasms, they can look over at another fire crew with binoculars, or sometimes even really close together, but there's no bridges. So it takes them like 2 hours to drive around to the flatland.
91 Medical 3575 Burlington Avenue.
Thank you so much. Here, you get a heart. Thank you, Lena. So the dragon has 3 heads now, like 3 main areas where it's trying to split off and go. It's like a trident shape. Give it a second.
91 Butte Medical, 5 weeks old, difficulty breathing, 3575 Burlington Avenue between B Street and Elder.
That is, okay, I'm going to mute that a second. That's a medical call. It makes me torn up. There's so many people with breathing problems. That's a 5-month-old now. I'd like to know about Mineral Structure Group, and that's where the northeasternmost head of the dragon is. The northern kind of head of the dragon, northwestern. So we'll look at that in a second. I just want to be real clear about like Highway 32, like what would have to happen for Paradise to really be in danger and for them to actually hit the button for mandatory evacuation. So most of the deaths that occurred, yeah, of course, Bugs, is they were probably pre-evacuating the senior citizen centers, the the hospice type stuff. There's a whole bunch of, my brother had an employment at one of the senior old folks homes. And then there's a hospital, a couple of medical centers up there. It's cheaper to live up there because of all the damn fire danger and the fact that it's a dry, hot, windswept plateau. unfortunately, the way that housing prices are, mostly from the wildfires, burning up so many homes, that the poorest people are forced to live in the Badlands. It's never been an ideal place to live. It's cheap for a reason. So unfortunately, that's where the vulnerable people go, who like don't have cars and who are elderly and have mobility problems. So that's the high death toll, in the campfire. So there's a couple of ways to get to Paradise. So away from Chico, one of the main routes is called Skyway Road. There's no Skyway. It's a hard, it doesn't look like it, but it's a steep climb, like a terrifying bicycle trip. Like nobody does that. And Paradise, like I said, is a plateau. It's a significantly higher elevation than Chico, which is on basically the flatland. So this is Skyway, the main artery to and from Paradise, but 32 is holding right now from all radio communications. Right now, the fire is not quite woken up yet. It's having its morning coffee. It will when the sun heats up the air and when the wind picks up in the afternoon. It's just kind of afternoon winds are a thing in California. Fires are fueled by heat, direct sunlight, and wind, right? Gives them steroids. So today's going to be at least a little bit cooler and so tonight, but then we're back to bad weather conditions. But it's technically not a red flag today because it's just not quite as hot. But we do have wind. So there's that. So here's California Highway 32. So it goes up into the mountains as well, but it's on top of a ridge. Put it on a topo. Yeah. So you see the depth of these chasms in between. We know that when fire's on a ridge top, and 32 is on a ridge, that if it crosses and stuff, it can not only roll down the hill, set the bottom of a creek area on fire, and then race up the other side. So, or if there's extremely high winds from the northwest, which they're not forecast, but we're going to see, that could hop over the chasm and get closer to Paradise, right? But see how far away 32 is, this orange road is from the actual town. There's a couple of canyons away. Now, Centerville is at risk, it's close. So that has a museum, and it's kind of like a ghost town, like turned historic town. And I've never been there, but I've always wanted to. I'm worried. It's a couple of small communities up in this ravine, right? So their objective is to keep it to the west side of Highway 32. And you can kind of see the general fire perimeter where it's at this time, though, it's holding. So if we ever hear that it has jumped 32, then we have to figure out where, because it's a huge, long mountain road that keeps climbing and climbing up into higher and higher elevation. It eventually goes to Lake Almanor and Chester. And Chester barely survived the Dixie fire. Like it wrapped around Lake Almanor. So right now they've evacuated like Butte Meadows, like all the way up here. The northeast corner section of the third head of the dragon is when they say Mineral and Butte Meadows Structure Protection Groups. That's up there.
I got that slop, and once that's buttoned up, I think we would bring it down with holding resources from the corner here to the black edge where it slops, and then just shut it down. So that's 3 more additional miles. So I'll face to face with them because I don't want it to get here too soon. Right along the roadway, it's Eldorado Hot Shots. Nice still near the contact. And I already left. Copy. Eldo, County 2511.
All right, so they've got like slops to deal with, and that's where the fire is, like on the other side of the road. But they didn't explain which road there. But while it's still in the morning, it's starting to become noon. It'll roar to life, and everything will be chaotic in a couple hours. But until then, right now, they're even saying there was no rush on something, So, no, Chico's not in danger at this moment. No. So, best I could tell. So on the west side, they've had the most success, and they've completed some dozer lines. We'll look at maps in a second. But it would take extraordinary winds, east winds, to push it down towards Chico into the flatlands. They on the first day completed some dozer lines at Meridian and somewhere else. Don't know where that is, but it's okay. There's a structure group. Sorry, I'll finish the sentence. But you just see that 32 has to be breached first, and then Skyway would be their next defense for the town of Paradise. There's not that much in the way of inhabitations, just gold mines, literal gold mines. Some active, some not. In this particular canyon, see that says gold mines right there. So they could still try to hold it at Skyway. And but the trigger point for evacuating Paradise would be if it breached 32. That would be the prudent thing. So we'll be listening throughout the day. And remember how long 32 is. Just look how long the fire front is. It's like almost to Sugarloaf Mountain right now. The Colby Mountain Cam, way up here, they're prepping it for burnover to possibly protect this Colby Mountain Cam. That's just insane. So right now the radio is not saying anything important. I'll turn it back on if it is. So that's what we have to keep listening for. Their objective is to keep it west of 32. So we have to figure out more, like what's going on up here with 36. So I guess it's established at least somewhere north of 36. We'll try to figure out where. So I'm still listening to radio. But 36 is holding elsewhere. So this is totally different. This is a light, grassy type fuel, you know. Like it's very rocky and it's got mountains and stuff, but it's not the forest fire. The forest fire is the east side. East is higher in elevation. So, like, even like just right here, like this would be the cutoff where the hills are right down there with grass and oak. And then you got the huge plumes being generated by a forest on fire. Of course, that's worse. And so that's why I'd say that people, if the smoke ever blows your way, the fire is too. Just leave. Don't wait to be told. If you're in evacuation order zone, you have to get out. Now is one of your last opportunities. This has been generating massive tornadoes and smaller ones. Confirmed. You can't defend your house from a tornado. That's kind of silly. This could even generate its own lightning. When the plume is more than 20,000 feet to the sky, like it was yesterday, it's going to form those today. It's going to form more than one. It formed 4 yesterday. And that means that embers can be dropping onto your house from 4 nautical miles away, burning pieces of stuff or your property. If you are in a warning zone and it goes to level 3, it's probably this afternoon. It'll be a panicky affair and you may just have minutes. So consider leaving early, but please check on your neighbors and name, address, and phone number of anybody who will not leave that you know of, may not have the mental facilities or faculties to understand the danger, or those who may have trouble leaving with mobility or vehicle problems, or may need special help of some kind. Tell the county, call the county, non-emergency number, name, address, and phone number. They'll do a welfare check and check in with them. Sometimes if they'll listen to law enforcement or firefighters, right? But think of helping your neighbors and putting human beings in your car. If like one of your neighbors wants to leave early, go help them do so. Go take them to a shelter or something, or a relative's house or whatever. Put gas in their car or whatever. You'll always feel good about that the rest of your life. Luggage before people. So, Joe says, what is not true? We have 3 main roads leaning down out of, there's Pence, Clark, and Skyway. Those are the 3 main ones. There's only one road to the north out. That's the one that goes to Sterling City. Sterling City, is that under notice? We'll have to check. Sorry, I haven't been able to read much of the chat. I just wanted to make sure that people know that 32 has to be breached before Paradise is in danger. Or Magalia, Inskip, Lovelock, Sterling City, and all that. So, yeah, hey, Moo Cow. So, that's great, that, Sarah. I haven't caught, yeah, thank you for thanking the mods, Ghost. Yeah, that, Sarah. This morning, Zeke from the Lookout did a long talk about Chester's area being protected by a lot of land clearing done after the Dixie. Good. That's good. I wish I could have caught his stream. I just woke up and went live. Hang on, friends. Let's listen to the radio.
Tehema operations on command.
Tehema operations. Did the camera burn over?
Branch 10, go ahead.
We'll need to see.
Creek if you want to come up and we could sort this all out.
Which lodge, Ben? Which lodge is gone? Ben Clayson says westerly winds typically break before noon. Easterlies kick up after 1. Yeah, this thing will make its own wind too.
Same operations, copy. Nathan, 10 away.
Let's go back up. And Thermistor, I'm not going to accept any kind of abuse, not towards me or anybody else. We have gentle reminders now about what the rules are, and that is don't say anything without verifying. If you say something as a statement, you would better have a link ready to back that up so as not to cause a panic. The Bugs Bunny was one of the very first supporters of this channel ever, and one of the first people to ever be here consistently year after year support the channel. So rushing here to say Paradise is being evacuated, it is not. Those were precautionary evacuations of the elderly, it looks like, yesterday. Okay, rushing here with the information, seconds count. You know, if a place is evacuated.
2241, command.
That's not pathetic, that's having a heart in the right place.
So we haven't made it to the fire's edge yet, but coming in, I've seen a little bit of fire up above the road that I'm on.
Copy, you're saying on your right-hand side there's fire?
On my left-hand side.
Thermistor was right about calling.
Copy. When you came to your first black edge on your left, was there an open SCI gate going up?
Hang on. I think they're just talking about. I gotta mute that. They're just talking about meeting with Sierra Pacific Industries people and how to rotate somewhere. Back up in chat. Then I just scrolled up. I just want to clarify that. Bugs is a supporter and not a fear spreader or anything. I just want to gently remind people that we have to back up statements with like links and such. Hang on, friend.
And behind me there was fire on my left-hand side.
That's the swap. So you would essentially, at low slope, we would unload it there and started going direct on it. And then you're going to drop back down. It's only, you should have had flashlights down to the road and then drove another couple miles, a mile, maybe half mile, and then moved back down to the road.
Okay. I haven't had good black yet to the road. We've been looking for it, and I haven't gotten there yet.
There might be fire above that. I did not see that. Let me go down ITV, pick up that swap. I mean, you guys want to get through there, okay? You can start checking later. Try to
have no idea what he's saying. Only when the
What tack are they running on out here? Do you know? 2241 copies.
okay, we need those people are closer to each other. All right, let's just see if he clarifies what that pilot or whatever said. They can hear each other, but we can only hear one. Okay, I made out to 32 and such little something road is where they had a slop. It's just a slop, which is not a crisis yet. So they're working on, they even said no rush. But maybe little something road, maybe locals can know what that might mean on 32. I think this is further up the mountains based on how fuzzy that transmission is.
Branch 20, trainee, branch 20, command.
So, but they'd clarify what the guy just said right now. I didn't see anything. Maybe you guys can work your way back. Blah, blah, blah. I really can't make up much of what he's saying. We'll look up that up on the map, and maybe locals you know. I just want to go back to chat real quick. To be super clear, Paradise is under evacuation warning. Has been for more than 10 hours. They're just chattering right now on the radio. I'm still listening to it. I can make out only some words. They're just saying, we'll figure out what division that unit over there is. Then we'll talk to him and see if we can't bring any of those units over here. I'm still listening to figure out where this is at. But what we're going to carefully listen to is, that's a big place of concern, is there's a little bit of flames over 32 called a slop over. But it's not a crisis. It seems to be not that big of a deal, and it's over where lines are at. So they're trying to get a better idea of how to surround it. So they've got some time now before the big winds pick up. So, hang on.
2241, roll to Z, fire 24. Z, fire 24.
They're talking about switching radios. Okay. So I just want to go back to chat real quick and clarify some stuff. The mister wasn't calling people deranged lunatics. He was agreeing with me. So I just want to make sure that people know that he wasn't calling people in chat that. I was complaining about those who lie for a living and run around saying there's space lasers and stuff, that these fires are moving too fast for it to be natural, and so it's shadow government's lizard people and whatever to scare people and get clicks and likes. They just make up stuff, take photos out of context, mislabel them, Photoshop stuff, whatever, because that's the way social media is. It's clickbait. So the reason clickbait exists is if it gets clicked a whole bunch of times, then they make money. And so we have a rule here. We don't link or talk about other channels because we don't want to feed that misinformation cycle, which misinformation means BS. Okay. There are evil people out there who will take people who are scared or not very fire educated or young and scare the death out of them by saying you're being targeted by weapons and stuff. And this is just evil stuff. And they'll say fake news and such chat is gone just to get a click, because these automatic algorithms, if a video gets enough clicks real quick, then the channel gets boosted to the top and then they make more money via ads. It's with completely fake and BS information that has been happening here a lot. And a lot of that also will give you a virus. If it's like a link, it'll say proof here, video. So we have a rule that we don't link to that BS. And that really gets mentally ill people, and that takes advantage of them, and people who are very young. And so we just don't allow that here. We will never participate in that here. So we have a facts only rule. So if anybody, it's okay to ask a question. So look at a map, for example, or say, did this camera burn over? This one did, but it's alive. You know, it's totally okay to ask questions like, is the fire over 32 at such and such place? Because it appears like it may have been like that on the map. Like that's an okay question. We then look into it. But please don't say anything as a statement unless you can back that up with a link. That will keep panic to a minimum here. You know, these are deadly. These are really deadly. Everybody is on edge. So this is, we don't want to stop any discourse, you know. But now is not the time to debate stuff like global warming, debate much of anything, express hatred or animosity. Humans suck, don't they? No, just get out of here. Or you Californians deserve it, or anything like that. No victim blaming, no tinfoil hat stuff, no conspiracies, no unverified info. You can say something like word is on the street that blah blah blah. That's okay, as long as it is true, you know. But no starting witch hunts and vigilantes and stuff, you know. And no, I have it on good authority. Okay, no, that's not good enough. Like, where's your link, right? No fear mongering, rumor spreading crap. So I just wanted to make clear that I was calling. I was being harsh on those evil kinds of misinformation spreaders. You know, so Thermistor back in the chat was agreeing with me. And not calling people here like lunatics and stuff, but be gentle, all right? Everybody, you are on notice. Everybody, be gentle. Somebody makes a mistake, we just acknowledge it and move on. That's fine. We will all screw up here. I will screw up. We will rile each other up sometimes and rub each other the wrong way. But then we say, whoops, apologize, we get over it. We move on. That's the only way to go with here. We have to keep chat open. We have to crowdsource information. And please share it. If you get a jingle on your phone that says evacuation warning or notice, please share it with the rest of us. Please help each other in chat. If you want a technical question, how do I sign up for Butte County Alerts or something? Go ahead and please answer that. But when things are really, really hot and heavy, like they will be in a couple hours, when we can barely keep up with the new information, we got to keep random chitter chatter to a minimum. And I hope you guys understand. I have to be able to keep up with the chat, you know. So we are the only channel that's facts only resource. If you want to talk about space lasers, there are like 200 others that will, you know. And if you want to talk about whatever you want, religion or say promote your God or something, go ahead and get your own channel. That's what that's for. But just the general basic things don't make anybody uncomfortable, you know. Have I eaten? Yes, I had I had a nice little pasta breakfast here. And I've got leftover Thai food for yesterday. So, but there's just a general thing where you can link people and talk about Zeke Lunder. He's cool and verified. So he's a local, knows his stuff. Holton Haley knows his stuff, got like a doctor or something in weatherology. Those people, go ahead and mention them. KCRA, you know, go ahead and mention them, but please don't talk about such and such on somebody else's channel said such and such. That makes people leave the channel and go watch that. And especially if they're conspiracy based, that's a big no-no. So we have to keep a lookout for the fake fire victims who masquerade and they're trolls. And sometimes they weed their way in here and want some sympathy or something, but then later they just start being cruel. Or it turns out that they actually are people from other channels trying to promote their other channel. So we had people fake Lahaina victims, like last week, who were like, oh, and we give them all sympathy and support, and then just have them turn around and bite us like a snake and say, Catherine doesn't know her crap. Yeah, I do. She's not a real expert on anything. Uh-huh. And so, who is this guy who knows that space lasers are real? That his channel is such and such. Okay, there. So we just mods help me out with that stuff. We gotta be on the lookout. So just everybody should keep it. I'm listening to the radio. Sorry, this is a bit distracting. Keep a grain of salt. Like people who come in here who are random, maybe total liars. Just understand. So if we hear something, though, we'll try to verify. Now, mostly what they've just been saying is shuffling. They've been shuffling around their units. I will unmute that. It's really harsh. This radio is really crackly. It looks like a confirmation that the camera did burn over at Los Molinos, East Los Molinos. It's still alive, though. So the current fire perimeter maps I have, I just downloaded some battle maps. I need to get the PDF viewer there. Let's see. Yep. Welcome to the 27th. In a couple of hours, the wind will pick up and the heat will rise. That's right. We're going to look at the weather. So, Chico weather forecast. Thank God it's not a red flag day, but it's not much better. Our condolences for all the towns and structures that have been lost in Kern County. Please keep me informed of what's going on with the Barell fire. I know there's maybe 2 other towns or communities at risk. People are saying Caliente and maybe one other place. Our condolences for Canada and everybody else who's lost things. It's been very hard to monitor them all. Since I'm a local, grew up in Yuba, Sutter County, Butte County, and Plumas County area, I know a lot better than many people about what fire is capable of here. So I have local expertise knowledge. From the get-go, I have listed the communities that were immediate threat in the last 3 days, and I've been correct. I've been saying for more than 48 hours, places like Mineral, Butte Meadows, Magalia, Sterling City, and such places were at risk, even up to Shingletown. And I was correct. It's because I know what the hell I'm talking about. And we've been doing this for a while. Even when CAL FIRE was taken by surprise, they do apologize. We knew that Greenville was in danger. We try to warn people. It's because we know about the local weather. Those of us who have lived there, who've grown up there, we know what fire behavior does here. Unfortunately, these firefighters come from around the country and sometimes around the world. They have no idea what they're getting into. They have not seen the elephant yet. There's over-reliances on computer modeling and stuff like that that cannot understand all the factors that go into making this the 7th circle of hell, one of the very worst places on earth to fight a fire or to experience one. That's why we are so supportive here. It's a support group kind of community. We all need it. So please keep it positive and supportive. Or hold your peace. So if we look at Chico weather forecast, National Weather Service, we'll also look at predictive services too. This has gone to other counties, so we may have to read the weather for different places now. Current conditions at the airport. They're still just on the radio checking in, this group and that group checking in. Day shift is still kind of coordinating on their immediate objectives. So humidity is 52% in Chico. Remember, this is the flatlands-ish, hilly flatlands. Elevation 236 feet, right? Even like 3 miles to the east are totally different elevations, like by thousands of feet. So we'll look at various places. The high is only going to be 88. Today is the very best weather day, they said on a meeting this morning for fighting the fire, and then it gets back to being over 90s. But at least that creates a low of 60. Like there'll be a low of 60 tonight. So at least in some portions, it'll keep the fire's behavior a lot less Should be. It could be. So it'll be a high of 88-ish. South to southeast winds. We don't want, let's see, that's, well, actually, that's not too bad. South and southeast winds, not too bad. That's worse news for the northwest flank of the fire. That's worse news for the area we are fighting it by 36 and 44. But for the rest of the area, that's good news for them. Of course, it's not a good consolation for those up over by Shingletown, but and Manton, but we'll look at it. Gusts as high as 18 miles an hour. Remember, these fires can generate their own weather and localized tornadoes, so just keep that in mind. And keep in mind the fire can spread out in any direction because each canyon is its own wind tunnel. And if the fires get going, then heat rises from fires. Okay, they're just saying this or that. Engine available or not available. So what was I just saying? I get my concentration broken here. Now we're doing the weather. First is Chico. I'll have to go higher in elevation. So remember that each canyon, the wind can be going up or down it. So completely different than prevailing winds, which is what's in the forecast. So just because the wind's out of south or southeast doesn't mean it can't go rip-roaring through the canyon to the west or to the east. Whenever winds are riding, the surface winds are riding up and down the hills, sometimes they don't really have enough power to go up the other side, and so they'll hit the wall and they'll decide to go right or left, right? So that's what took everybody by surprise in the Caldor. It had strong south winds, and yet it went spreading out west and east at the same time, and that's because the winds split like that, each way. And so we're racing uphill and racing downhill at the same time. Just remember that can happen. In this case, and like what we saw and observed yesterday, it's more likely that just because of heat, that heat rises, that where it will generate its own winds in some of these canyons, like Big Chico Creek, for example, it kept going to the northeast and uphill because the daytime heat causes a draft. Hot air rises, goes uphill, and usually at night, cold air sinks, and so it go downhill, right? So usually there's that wind change direction, it goes to the opposite day and night, and that direction change did not happen. Not last night, but the night before, did not happen. And because the heat being created by the fire just kept rising. So it kept going against the wind up to the northeast and closer to making its way towards Butte Meadows. So just remember that. Each little canyon is a total microclimate. The overall fire and like where the heads will go are affected by prevailing winds. Like the northwest section, where it's by 36 and 44, that will be affected by south winds. It'll push. So their goal is to keep it south of 44 and then to hold the line at 36, where it's still holding. Still holding in some spot. We have to figure out where. So at least we're going to have lows around the 60s. Very calm winds after midnight. Thank goodness. November, that only applies to, well, the fire not making its own weather, right? So they said this will be the best day for fighting fire. We can go up to, let's say, Merrill. I'll read a little bit of its forecast. It's 63 degrees there, 53% humidity. Thank goodness it's above 50.
Tankers to MEU.
Oh God, there's a divert request for 2 tankers.
Okay, it'll be tankers 9594. Copy.
What's MEU?
Oroville Park Air Tac. If they could go direct, if you can advise Reading Air Tac Base direct. They're working out of Reading Air Tac Base up on the north side of the fire. Copy.
Okay, we'll check air attack in a second. What are the highs? Around Mineral, highs of 77. This probably applies to probably Chester. Not too bad. Lows in the 40s. That's great. That's great. Buys them some time. Widespread haze, patchy smoke, high of 77. Southwest wind around 6 miles an hour is not good. So southwest winds will push fire to northeast, higher up and higher elevation, at least somewhat mild. It's not talking about gusts, but hey, we know they can happen. So let's look at the weather forecast for Manton. Get an idea. Oopsie. Click the wrong thing. Lassen Lodge. Did we lose it? Somebody say we lost it. Humidity is 53% right there. Good for now. Probably change, of course. Elevation here is 4,000 feet. Approximately 63 degrees right now. 82 is a high. It's getting hotter the rest of the days of the week. Here, 86-ish. Widespread haze there. Patchy smoke before 3 p.m. Then winds pick up, I guess. It's blown away. And then patchy smoke again after 5. That's usually what that means. Sunny with a high of air 82. South and southwest winds around 7 miles an hour. They're not talking about gusts, but hey. Tonight there'll still be widespread haze. Patchy smoke between 8 and 9 p.m. Clear of the low around 61. That's great. South and southwest winds around 6. Calm after midnight. So hopefully this buys them a lot of time today with the milder weather, but it's not going to be a cakewalk. So let me see about chat. Sorry. Need keep checking that. What other weather forecast do we need to be reading? Then we'll go looking at where the fire currently is. So the Boy Scout camp Lassen at Butte County was evacuated Thursday night. Yeah. Selena says I missed the current state of Sky Ranch. My grandpa and uncle have lived there for decades. They're there. The crews have been assembling there. I don't know if it's total status, so we will be looking at there as much as we can, Selena. B-Flow says official since the fire isn't over. First off, yeah, it's not. And second, it's not. Wait, start something again? Wait a second. Too many on here. I'm talking about what? I don't know what that debate is about. I'm not familiar with the Manton area. I've been to Shingletown like a couple times in my life. I grew up in Butte County, Plymouth, and Yuba Sutter, so I know a hell of a lot about that region. Just ask me anything. So, looking at Flight Radar, 2 helicopters are dipping out of Paradise Lake. Yeah, we're going to look at the battle maps. I've got those in a second. We'll know exactly where the fire was last night. Right now, they're saying for the most part on 36 that is holding again. I know something got established north of it. We're going to check that out.
Morrow is 972 is available sponsor.
See here. CA Rock says any news
1126
of the camera at Shingleton?
972.
I don't know. It went down yesterday afternoon though. Heather says hi. Oh hey Heather. Been watching your channel for almost 3 years. You're very knowledgeable what channel's about. You're the only channel I go to for fire info. Well, much love. But please do seek others like Holt Hanley and Zeke Lunder. They know what the hell they're talking about. I've learned a lot from them. So, but thank you for the kind words. So, yeah, Dan Morg, what's your Tinder? Definitely share. Yellow area is now red on Caltopo. Yeah, we'll take a look. Okay, remember though, Shingletown, an area, we did hear confirmation they're going to fire some of their lines. So when they do dozers, right now near Manton and near that ranch, they have a dozer line that's 3 to 4 dozers wide. Presumably there's a little bit of grass strips in between them, or at least on each side. So it's rough, but it's complete. Let me see what my notes were from earlier today. There was a rumor it went all the way to Ponderosa Way. That got corrected. It's not. So up there, 3 to 4 desert blades wide, some area that needs firing. So right now is a great time to do firing. The cool and the earliness of the morning before the winds pick up. So that means it strengthens their line. So any new red that might be around 36 right now is probably them working on the firing. Just keep that in mind. So where they exactly want to put it, they do have a gap in a dozer line. They didn't at the moment explain where it was. They said somebody else has got to go verify where a gap is. But right now it says that some guy, his name, I can't, Felix, the dozer boss, had made a line. He cut lines from Manton to Lanes Valley Road. And then there's also some indirect line now that they had planned to put to Ponderosa Way. It is not complete. It is not at all ready. And so there's a correction on that. That no, that's like not complete, not in any way, shape, or form. But back where it was, Manton to Lanes Valley Road, 3 to 4 dozer blades wide. There are some areas there that need firing. So this is what we can verify in Count Topo. So, and there is a gap beyond that, which they could not verify exactly where yet. But Manton and Lanes Way, complete. So I will expect some red there right now. Remember, acreage is just acreage. It's a number. Some acreage is good. So they are lighting the ground on fire. And where is the grass fire? In front of the main fire to try to stop it. That is the best way to do it in front of grass. It's grassy, sagey, tumbleweed stuff. From what I could tell, in rocky ground, or from Manton to Shingletown area. And, correct me if I'm wrong there. But the police stopped a vehicle on 32 that they were chasing it on online news break that CHP was chasing a vehicle on 32 after they forced their way through a roadblock and ran for Chico. Police stopped them at Bruce Road with spike strips. What? That's madness. Yeah, CA Rockwood's 2 tankers today divert 95 and 94 to MEU. Ooh, I don't know what CAL FIRE MEU is. Let me see.
82 medical, 72 Pearson Road.
Mendocino. So, but they got plenty of aircraft right now. It's just, that sucks. There's not enough to go around. So, that was the Lassen Lodge, 63 there.
Medical seizures, 72 Pearson.
All right, I am meeting that. That's prayer sent for the person with seizures. Seizures, did we lose Lassen Lodge? Like the building? That's not a town, is it? But like I said, it's been childhood since I've been over that area. 53% humidity is pretty decent for doing a firing op. You just don't want to do that unless you have to below 40%. But at 63 degrees and somewhat mild weather with smoky conditions, that's probably good for firing. So that could explain some heat detection around there. So they'll light the grass on fire on either side of the dozers, and it'll be fighting fire with fire, and also splashing retardant along the sides where structures are, and like with the aircraft. So 94 and 95 are on the ground at the Reading Airport. Okay, yeah, you're right, Commissioner. Thank you. So there's more than one Chinook that has assembled in 2 different helicopters from this morning. So let's see, anybody else have like a pressing question? We're going to look now at the maps, and then please let me know where the activity north of 36 got established, because their objections for today is to keep it south of 44. For that northern perimeter, they want to keep it, of course, north of the Skyway and west of the Skyway to the Humbug Summit. Of course, keep east of 99. That'd have to be extraordinary for it to get west of 99. South of 44, east of 99, north of the Skyway, I think that's higher in the hills. West of Skyway to Humbug Summit, and of course hold 32, which is holding. Incredibly, that's an incredible job. That's crazy if there's a car chase there, holy crap. So, yeah, and as far as, hang on, there's radio chatter. Let's look at our map real quick. Let's look up to the north.
Training, go ahead.
Beacon huge. Okay, I thought they were going to say something. There might just be more crackly stuff. It's frustrating, but the ham radio operator for Butte County is located in one stationary spot. Further away from him or her, the less likely we can hear him. So we'll hear the people that are kind of nearby totally clearly, but people talking to those guys further away, that's much harder. Let's just go to, let's see, about time. I was going to do this last night, but I passed out. After covering this live for 24 solid hours, please like and subscribe, people. You'll never find us again. We have to restart the stream every 12 hours with a new video. CRA6. Okay, there's Manton. There's 44 up there. Let's see, here's 36. So these heat detections for Motus and Veers happened yesterday at 11-ish Mountain Time. And here's the perimeter. We'll get to the battle maps in a second. Hopefully they'll show where dozer lines and stuff are. Yeah, so at some portions they were able to push it again south of 36 and hold that section. I just don't know what section they're talking about. So yellow is heat detections in the last, let's do a refresh here, 1 to 6 hours ago. So it could be 62 minutes ago, you know. Orange is 1 hour. Red, we're talking about square ones. Red is in the last 15 minutes. But it's two different types of satellites. Motus and Veers have the round circles or margin of error. We have snowflake dot in the center. And GOES, satellites does only come around like once a day. But GOES is a huge square system with margins of error heat detections. So that color code is different. Yellow is at least an hour old, but somewhere between 1 and 6 hours since the last time that a flare-up of heat has been detected. It's not like heat isn't there. It's a heat detector, remember, not a fire detector. So the satellite passes around every 20 or so minutes, and it has to be at least equal strength as the last satellite pass or increased heat, like more heat, to trigger red. So anything that's earlier in the morning is either really good or bad news when it's red. It's one or the other. Either it's good because they're doing firing operations to strengthen their lines, or it's really bad because it's strong enough to trigger satellites in the morning when fire is supposed to be a lot more milder. So Big Chico Creek is one big wind tunnel. It'll probably progress up it. That's why they're and that's what we're seeing over here by Sugarloaf. The Colby cam is right here. They've been prepping it with dozers to try to keep it alive in case it comes over. So I guess it would probably be affected from Cascade Creek here. But who knows? It could come over a ridge. So I think that's not by their lines. When it's here in the actual drainages, I think it's just moving around. We have a couple of cams, but until the wind picks up this afternoon, it's mostly smoke on the cams. That light helps us track it. We put in mineral here. It's mostly quiet up there by 36 and 44. There's mineral. And see how.
Repeat numerics.
I wonder if it's something like.
7272 Pierce Road. Engine 82.
All right. I wonder if 36 is a long place. If it's something like here where it was burning around 36, they kept it south. I don't know. Maybe these are huge margins of error. So, like this entire gray blob here could be south or north of 36. We don't know. Some of these heat detections are false that are going the same wind direction, and it's been mostly from the south, right? That's the hot drifting smoke. So this is not a map of where the fire is. It's where heat was detected. So always take it with a grain of salt. We had hot drifting smoke, like drifting like 10 miles almost, or 8-ish, up these canyons, and it looked like Butte Meadows was already on fire at one point, but it wasn't. It was smoke drifting over there, and the people who were evacuating there confirmed it was smoke. So it is not at Butte Meadows, for example. But that just is a cautionary tale about this stuff. So, Small World Life, can somebody please clarify? Sorry, you said that a while ago. That it looks like the fire's gone to section TEH 854, which is warning towards reed orchards in Molinos. And how's it? I'm confused. Okay, that's a great question. First of all, where is that orange zone? Did somebody already answer?
73 medical in the air, Lower Honkat Road and Highway 70.
What in the air? Lower Huncut Road? No, I'm not going to allow anything. Go away. Refresh. Everybody is looking at these maps. It's so slow.
73 Company 74, Butte medical seizures in the air, Lower Honkat Road and Highway 70, 1140.
Okay.
Precision, Juliet, with you. Trying to get him down here at
854. Okay, yeah, way over there. Let's see. So just east of Los Molinos is the camp. Unfortunately, it doesn't really show towns. It's a Red Cross shelter. Yeah, there's east. There's Los Molinos. So pretty far over to the east was the East Los Molinos camp, and that had a burnover. So, I don't know why this chunky thing on the left can't be dismissed or go away. Is there something I'm missing? A little button to push to make it go away? Select a zone map to see the status. Yeah, I guess it doesn't go away. Dang it. But, yes, this is fire perimeter. So it's been there. Let's look at the heat map. But the cool thing, not last night because I was asleep last night. Night before, the west side, where it was coming out of the hills, the southwest wind was pushing the fire back up. The southwest wind was pushing it back up. It came out of the delta, sort of. So as it tried to come down the hills, it was kind of stopped and making its way slowly down the hills. It finally reached the East Los Molinos camera and burned over. The cameras survived, though. It was a pretty mild affair. So if fire is going to come towards your community, you want it to happen in the night, and I mean, it's pretty mild affair. So I am less concerned for the west side, just because the southwest winds have been kind of pushing it away. I think today, though, they were saying southeast winds, which might try to push it towards 99, but this has bought them a lot of time to get a lot of lines over there. So right now, the only heat detection from the last 6 hours ago is dry. What is that? Dry Creek? It's covering up the map. Dye Creek, where Dye Creek meets North Fork of Dye Creek, right next to somewhere called Foothill. So I wish fire perimeters were like a fire perimeter only button existed for Caltopo. So if we hit all, perimeters only, it's right there. Perimeters only. Remember that this is probably just relevant to where it was at midnight. Looks like there's heat there, but the perimeter is this far back. Let's see where the camera's at. Where's the camera? Let's see where the camera's at. I wish the infrared was worth a damn right now. Excuse me. I need to get rid of some tabs. Yep. Oh, I hope. What? Don't crash, Edge browser. We need you. Okay. So I'm gonna look at. All right, let's go to Eastwell's Miller's cam. I should probably map pin it on Caltopa. All right, there's Chico. Yeah, it's at Mill Creek. Okay, so the heat detection is Big Dry Creek there, and this cam burned over, as you can see. The 12-hour time lapse of it. It was looking to the southeast. I believe with the pole in the way, that's looking southeast. It kind of pivots around a bit. There's that damn cheatgrass that burns so fiercely. So this was around 2:30 in the morning where it came over here. But I don't know. Yeah, it went down this embankment. So you can see how steep these ravines are. That's still pretty significantly east as a slowish moving grass fire. So this would be looking west, I believe. You know, elevation descending. I think that's west.
9223 Charlie.
No.
Phone 10, water tender 299.
That's going to be west. Towards Flatlands. So is it looking west right now?
23 Charlie on command, go ahead.
Southwest.
Yeah, we've been having an issue getting water out of the trout pond. We're having cleaners there drafting to keep us full. I was report to you.
Copy that, yeah. The water in operation, not sure they're filling up, but we need water up on top of the ridge at 2291. You can go direct with them. You can switch to TAC, please. Yeah, TAC 24.
Trying to get out on 24, it's not working. And what ridge am I supposed to be on? It's in off of the Valley Road.
Trout farm is up there by Manton.
I'll get you on TAC 24. Switch to TAC 24.
As far as I can tell. Yeah. The confusion has arisen, the fire says, because viewers showed hot spots inside the warning zones and has not been commanded to evacuate near Los Molinos. Well, remember the camera is significantly east on Mill Creek. So here's the camera. This is the current state. You know, this is like the last 5 minutes. Really pretty mild. See? So there would have to be a pretty extraordinary east wind to really, push it to the west towards Los Molinos. So we'll see now here and line up Mill Creek where it meets Dye Creek. See, where's Mill Creek? There's your do. There's Red Bluff. Let's see, where's Los Molinos again? I hate these map layers. We're gonna try to fix this. Where's Mill Creek? Yeah, so this perimeter This is about where the can or so is. Lassen Trail right here. So Big Dry Creek, whenever this perimeter was mapped, probably like midnight. I'd say this is it's just right about there, and it's a mild affair right now. So I hope that. Hey, thanks, Broke. Welcome. And the fire is my speculative guess. The grass fires east. Plus, we must be slow enough. Yeah.
Police staff with Chico engine 16, engine 8332 will be down staff.
Yeah, but look at this.
Station 4, 1148.
He even looks
Station 4.
kind of grazed, you know. A lot of the landowners can themselves just drag a tractor and creep on fire breaks.
Hotel. Branch 10 on command. Branch 10 goes to hotel.
That's a much lesser concern.
Branch 10 division hotel, go ahead.
It burned an in-skip camera as well. Wow.
Division hotel. Branch 10 on command.
At 1 in the morning.
Branch 10. Go for division hotel.
Both East Los Molinas and Inskip burned over last night. But it's the same kind of, it's like the Inskip is just a little bit north. It didn't make a whole lot of westerly progress. Look what a mild affair it was. And there's not that much wind. Grass fires are pretty mild, especially if they're short. Just, this is great in some ways, because if most of the fires in the back, like behind it, and the embers, like say there's an east wind and the embers start drifting over and dumping like rain, where it lands in the black, it can't start anything, right? Ultimately, this will be very protective of any fires that start later in the year. It'll be somewhat protective. So, David Dillon says most of the farmers have well established and maintained fire breaks on the eastern perimeters of their land. I'd hope so. But they've got plenty of time to do that now. Look how mild it is. Perfect. Perfect time to work. So, this is, yeah, Stacy, God bless everybody. And thank you for liking and hitting the sub button if you want to find us again. Thank you for the kind donations. Please keep them coming. No donation is too small. So,
still down at Main Street. And in the operations and then site team for Team 4 down there as well? Affirmative. Copy, we'll come down to Big Street.
yeah, Broke, they are really slamming. Where it breached and went past. It went.
Division Hotel, Branch 10, come to Main Street Station.
It went north.
Branch 10 to Division Hotel, stop at Main Street Station.
Yeah, talking about Payne Creek right now. The smoke right now is good as long as aircraft can still work. But it keeps a lid on the fire. It deprives it of a bit of oxygen. But that'll change when the winds pick up today. There are 18-mile-an-hour type winds around Chico. So we'll see what happens. Husky says the fires are at 348,000 something acres right now. Yeah. Unbelievable. But part of the reason for that is the huge plumes are being generated, A, by the cheatgrass, which is the thickest it's been.
Branch 15 on command.
In 10 years, if not grazed right now. It's like almost shoulder height and super thick because of the extraordinarily wet spring we had. So that creates spirochetes.
Branch 2020, November on command.
And then it dumps Is Castle?
Broken. I'm coming back to DP45 and discuss with any actions that. I'll meet you down there.
Coastal or what county? At Castle Court and Butte Creek is now in warning status. Okay, yeah, keep this information coming, guys. So I'm just trying to, we're going up the canvas on the west side up to the top to try to get a handle on where it currently is because our the perimeter maps were made at some time in the middle of the night.
Division Lima.
Oh.
Branch 15 on command.
Yeah, B-Flow, they can't be everywhere. So, like, it's mostly rocky wasteland to the northwest section of the fire. With no road access.
And you got 50 grand coming up 36. Not too far from Mineral.
What's coming up 36? A unit?
Your traffic? 50 grand hot shots are coming up 36, not too far out of Mineral. Just give me a heads up.
Oh, God.
I copy. Are they going to be working on Division Lima or they're passing by for another division?
No, they're going to be going to you for now. If you can tie in with them.
Copy. I'll wait my way back to the highway.
Yeah, Squad 24, Division 2103. What's your location?
1 sec. I was incomplete with my sentence.
Stoga Road, 32.
Copy. I'm at Station 24. Are you heading back this way?
Copy right now.
I copy. You have Water Tender 24 in tow.
It's up at, it's up the road doing structure protection.
Copy. If you'll rendezvous with me at Station 24.
Copy.
Another briefing at the Paynes Creek, Cal Fire.
1 second.
Yeah, that's affirmative. About 10 minutes out.
91 available response area.
Truck 91, 1155.
Truck 91.
Okay. Without finishing my sentence, that sounded really bad. No, we don't want the fire to be anywhere, of course. But on the north, compared to the other places where it could be much more intense and crazy and spread and destroy huge amounts of the forest and a lot of homes, it makes sense that they did not put units to the northwest because right in front of the fire was rocky wasteland of Tehema County.
You have ad scene time for the medics.
Until you get towards the next towns. That is where I got cut off and couldn't finish my sentence. I'm not calling the northwest section of the fire a rocky wasteland in general. No, just where it was at the time, yesterday, it was hitting rural Tehema County where nobody lives. And nobody really has any farms because it's a rocky wasteland. So it's a wildlife area. So yeah, it was just basically grass on fire, which is a natural thing on the landscape. I mean, if the grass was the native stuff. It's not. I mean, this cheatgrass has taken over, making these fires way more intense, causing the pyrocumulus clouds. And that is the thing that's causing the fire to spread so fast. It's not like grass is burning 5 miles a second. That's a misleading statistic that they keep rambling on about. Okay, it's about the fire getting intense in one spot, creating a column that's 14,000 feet high because of things like invasive weeds, the current drought situation, quasi-drought, 103 degrees for 3 weeks, basically, insane dryness, and high winds. That caused a 14,000 foot high plume or greater. And that's when flaming debris gets thrown across the landscape, 5 miles away. That's why it's spreading that quickly. It doesn't mean that on the ground there's like a circle getting larger at like aircraft's expansion speeds. That's not what they mean. It's spotting ahead of itself. It's fire dropping out of the sky. And that means the spread rate is incredible. So the whole point is that if the grass had been burned off ahead of time, would this have ever really happened? No. It started out as a grass fire at a park, but it wasn't grazed, it wasn't burned. They didn't make fire break worth a damn. They let urban sprawl go out into the wilderness where there should have been fire breaks and grazed cattle land. Thanks a lot, Chico. The fire unfortunately started under power lines, meaning they couldn't directly slam it with aircraft, just indirectly in those spots. All these perfect storm of situations, damn. And when it finally reached the forest, that's part of the forest that hasn't burned in decades, nor really been logged that much. So, great. And on the windy red flag days, great. So, looking back at the chat, did I miss? I don't know why Terry's comment got deleted. 9 Israelis have been killed playing football in the Golan Heights. It's not wildfire related. Oh man, that's sad. But I thought it was wildfire related because Hamas has been lighting the Middle East on fire. Fire is a weapon of war, but it's not the case here. It's criminal stupidity. Just at the wrong time. But I point this out not to be harsh and critical of any county. Butte has been traumatized enough, but to point out that this didn't need to happen. And if we know what went wrong, we can correct it for the future. But we have to learn from our mistakes. Mostly, we have to keep criminals in jail where they can't hurt people again. But that's another topic for another day. Haynes Creek is where they have a lot of units. Now let's keep going around on the cams, try to figure out perimeter stuff. We can't see a whole lot, but we can do the nighttime things. We know that Tuscan Butte did not have a burnover, right? We were there. It did at Los Molinos. Yeah, they're just talking about staffing stuff on the radio. Don't worry. Now, a 12-hour time lapse makes mild stuff look enormous, and this is a non-calibrated camera. Remember, a lot of this is heat and light, not real fire. So the longer the time lapse, like a 12-hour, the worse it looks. Except, holy crap, that looks like a nuclear bomb. Wow, that was a pretty significant flare up there. Wow. Just wow. I don't know which direction the Tuscan Butte cam was looking at the time. But wow. Branch 10. Traffic from hotel, please come to Payne Creek Station. They said, yes, we are. We're coming up 36 now. Okay, so it's just more checking in. There's a big convergence of many units on 36. I'm at the Paynes Creek area. I'm sorry, I don't know building status. We would have to check in with the counties. And if you guys can do that for me, that would be great. Just taking some screenshots because that's kind of extraordinary right here. But remember that the top stuff here is the heat of the smoke. Light, heat, and flame is the same to a black and white infrared camera. And it's not calibrated well or even in focus. So when we're doing time lapses of something like 12 hours, even mild activity can look pretty ferocious. Look at that. Wow. This is Tuscan Butte cam on the northwest side. Ryan says, hi, Captain. Thank you for what you do here to help with the algorithm. Thank you. Thank you. You could super help by, say, putting the stream on something like a TV and muting it or something. And just keeping it on all day, it helps with the numbers. But I mean, that's above and beyond the Call of Duty. The like button is a free way to help us reach others friends.
240 park air taxi.
Oh, that's a radio transition. He said park incident air attack, so they were just talking about switching frequencies. As jaded as I am, with as much as I've seen, this is still, wow. Still doing unbelievable stuff. Just doing unbelievable stuff. So, where is the county line between Shasta and Tehema, by the way? All right, I got my screenshots. I remember some nighttime, this is smoky nighttime footage. A lot of times they're putting fire in the landscape on purpose at night to strengthen their own fire lines. And it can look just as ferocious as a moving fire. We have no idea unless they explain, or unless we're listening live. Okay, they're just giving driving directions to some of the arriving units. Going towards Paynes Creek, it's really harsh. Sorry, my ears itch. Is it possible? The nerd says, I suspect the fire is the reason why temperatures went down nearly 20 degrees in Janesville and Susanville. Maybe. We would have to ask Colt Hanley. He would know about that. He's a weather guy. But please thank my mods. They held down the fort while I had to sleep last night for 12 hours almost. All right, they're just explaining where units should go. It's just north of Manton Road. Thank you, David. Is that the troposphere? I don't know. I'm not sure what smoke does to. Hang on, I'm really gonna itch my ears. Sorry. This headset seals pressure against my ears and traps heat in there. All right, where were we? Sorry. Ow, I didn't mean to whack the mic. It's quite heavy too. So, what smoke can do, I would think it would be insulative of heat, because if you have a cloudy sky at night, you don't have a colder night. There's some weather. Let's pull up my radar right now. There has been some weather where the Pacific Northwest is cooling much cooler than before. I don't know if the heat dome collapsed or has to reform or something, but that's an intriguing question. But from what I know, sorry, they're just verifying their current work assignments. From what I know, Division Oscars can utilize drop point 45. Okay. From what I know, like if there's wind and it blows away the clouds, then all the heat from the day just goes into the sky and it gets much colder. Even if you camp underneath the tree branches, it still insulates some heat that you make in the heat of the day, and you're warmer in your tent. So it's an intriguing question. I don't know what thick smoke does. Right now, it's good for it to be there. You want a little bit and a lot so that the aircraft can still work. It can't work if it's super, super smoky. But if it's just a little smoky, it's Goldilocks. It's just right, because they can do their retardant drops, and the fire is more vital because the smoke smothers it a little bit, deprives it of a little bit of oxygen. You don't want a perfectly clear day. That means it's windy enough to be blowing the smoke away and fanning up the flames. Okay, so that Sarah says that's what I do. I keep you running on the TV all day, and I go to the laptop when I might have time to monitor the aircraft. Yeah, well, thank you. It's really a great way to help with the way the algorithms work. You can we're hurt because people check in from time to time in the day. They have lives, they have work. You know, people have to feed and water animals and stuff. But that is not what the algorithm thinks is a popular video. It thinks people riveted to the screen and watching from start to finish is a popular video. And the longer your video goes, like the longer we help people and sit here and work, the more the metrics are down as far as YouTube is concerned, because it thinks we're all entertainers. Like, I'm here to entertain you for 12 hours. I'll do my best. But so it should, for a type of stream we do, people checking in like 5 times a day, that should prove we're popular, but it don't work that way. So much obliged, much appreciated. Everybody who hits the like button and comments even, weather's great here, or checking in from Los Alamos, or whatever. It's good, especially in the very beginning of the stream. But the more subscribers we have, even if you don't want to know about fire, you can subscribe and hit no notifications if you wished. The bigger the subscriber base, then the more that we are connected with people searching for info. It's just the way that works. So big thank you to all of you. And if we hit our goal of 10,000, then we can have a store. We want to monetize without ads. Without ads. I don't mean monetize, that means ads, but fundraise without ads. We don't have control when they play. And so, oh yeah, Paradise Lake, the helicopters are dipping out of it. That's cool. That must be fun to watch out there. Okay. It's a K-Mac. Spunky Weirdo says, you're awesome. Thank you. Oh, thank you for a kind donation. We've had almost 8,000 views, and thank you, friends. If even 20% of viewers a day gave $1, we'd be on our way to better quality audio and video and getting that laptop, because as soon as I get the laptop, I'll be free to go to California, be with my family, and monitor this closer and better. This really tears at my heart. And then I'll have things like local news in the background and better ways to monitor this, and maybe from a distance some coverage. You know what I'm saying? I don't like fire. I don't want to get in that danger zone. But yeah, no, you're awesome. Thank you for all the support, friends. Yeah, I'm praying for everyone too. Here in Butte Valley right now, down the hill from Paradise, we've been pretty lucky so far. Yeah, if you could call it that. In a way, that's a bright-sided way to look at that. These are mosquito-looking helicopters. They're a single-seat helicopter. We make fun of them, but they really do good work. These are tiny. They're really freaky too. They have 2 rotors and they cross each other. So there's always an optical illusion like the rotors are going to collide. If you've seen them from the front, those are freaky. So we just call them mosquitoes. And you got your workhorses, the bigger Sikorskis. I don't know where the Chinooks are. Yeah, that's a Black Hawk painted blue. I don't know where they went. But there's Australia, New South Wales. Woo. The number 7 plane tracked worldwide. Thank you, Australia. We love you. Let's see, what is it? It's a 737. Not bad. Not bad. Where's Tinker 911 going? Oh, retarded down to Sacramento? Huh. Okay. Oh gosh, I probably am not hearing watch duty updates because I probably have reached my maximum of 24. Crap. Let me fix this. On Samsung's, I can only get 24 notifications from an app and I don't get any more. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Oh dear, that's a big oversight of mine. Let me fix it. Oh, Sarah, thank you so much for your kind donation. A branch group trainee is going to Mineral to tie in with people. I'm sorry, the phone is not very good at timely updates for donations, but thank you. Cash App and PayPal, you don't need a PayPal account, but the link in the description, in the chat, excuse me. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, I get the money instantly, and YouTube doesn't take 30% like that. And Brian W., thank you so much for your kind donation. We'll get there, guys. Yeah, Watch Duty had 24 notices. At least the point fire went better at Alameda County. The Barell fire was mapped yesterday at 32,000 acres. It's worse now. I'm so sorry for the town that was lost. Was it Haviland? Or Havila? So, let me swipe away past notifications around midnight. As of 9 in the morning, evacuations were changed to orders for the Barell fire. I think we covered that already. Let's see. At 8:24 a.m., the Park Fire evacuation orders were issued. I think we covered that. Shasta County 5270, blah blah blah. Mill 5280. Lone Rock Fire in Oregon. 73% containment. Significant progress holding it. That's good in Oregon. Okay, medical call on the radio. I'll unmute it if we need it. Okay, let me just swipe away some stuff. Where's the Grange fire? That's in Mendocino. Is that what aircraft are being diverted for right now? Some aircraft have been taken away from the Park fire to go to Mendocino unit. Is this Mendocino? Whoops. Where's Mendocino? Sorry, forget. No, that's Alameda. Oh, is this the one from yesterday, the creek? No, that was the point that they had. Oh yeah, there was 2 incidences. Okay, so that's not. They're not going to the creek fire. Where's Mendocino? Mendocino? Where? I don't know what counties. The Apache fire. What are the latest? Yeah, 1 hour ago is latest on the Barell. We're gonna keep an eye. Yeah, wow, lots of new warnings. Wow.
So the pond IP, relief air attack over the fire at 14:30. Relief ASM over the fire at 15:15. 1515.
Okay, so it's air attack talking about where helicopters should go. Steve's over light. Thank you for your kind donation too. Thank you for the hard work and dedication. All you do is important and helpful. Don't overwork yourself though. We'll try. But yeah, thank you. These are your hearts, guys. You get hearts. You. This is unbelievable. With the Barell too. Is Mendocino County next to Kern? I'm embarrassed I don't know that. I was supposed to memorize that in the 6th grade, but there's like 48 counties in California. It's Kern. Then Fresno's next to it, right? Why would aircraft be diverted to Mendocino County?
Branch 15, 3615,
Or,
Charlie, commit.
yeah, it's Coastal. That's Fort Bragg. I thought so.
Go ahead for Branch 15 training.
Yeah, Godspeed.
Hey, Branch 15 trainee, Yeah, 15 Charlie. Looking at you right time when you figured out Main Street.
Inconceivable. Yeah, the hill.
Butte operations, branch 20 on command.
44% contain. That's awesome. Up from 17% yesterday. Hell yeah.
Butte operations, branch 20 on command.
I just can't understand. Were there any cameras that saw the town get hit down there? I had one camera down in Kern County that the flames were approaching, but I didn't. Where's Lake Isabella? I wonder if Lake Isabella isn't at risk now. After all.
Morrow engine 972 out scene.
Engine 972, 1218.
Breckenridge 1. Yeah, the town's behind us. This is a 12-hour time lapse. Okay. Yeah, it's by Sonoma County, San Francisco Bay, going Nassau. Wait. It's Fort Bragg. No, it's north of the bay. I thought it was north of the bay. It's Monterey County south of the bay. I just getting super confused. It's where Fort Bragg is.
Branch 20 on command.
I don't know. It's not in red flag or anything. I wouldn't think that they would move them down there just in case. I mean, yeah, Bakersfield's Kern County. It's the 12 hours of the Barell fire that erased the town yesterday.
2112, Orville, Butte local, town 12.
Yeah, there's just no way to really see it. I just want to see if Lake Isabella can track it. I want to know if Lake Isabella itself is in risk. Oh my God.
2112, Orville, Butte local, tone 11.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's north of the bay, guys. Don't trick me. Where Fort Bragg is. Glass Beach.
Negative contact. 1220.
What is this? Was there a fire up next to Lake Isabella too?
Let's try and get this set up so I can give you an update. I got some encouraging news. Second break.
Okay, an update on what? Let's go.
The ops, they had water tenders in staging. I can take 8 of them to Division Oscar, and the reporting location will be drop point 43.
Okay, it's not. Oh, they have a fire by Lake Isabella.
Battalion 2112, Orville, Butte command, tone 4.
There's a bird.
Branch 20, Butte operations. Was Deputy Ops helping you, or was that for me?
Vulture.
It said they were available. I'm just hitting you up to request 8 water tenders from ICP staging to drop point 43. They'll be assigned at Division Oscar.
Branch 20, Butte operations. I copy. I'll check on their availability and send Oscar.
Yes, it is in danger. It is. This is like now.
It's going to be a while before I can get this to you, but we've got the fire checked up on the shaded fuel break. Coming up with some plans to continue, build some depth in that. We'll get that all to you, but right now the 32 corridor is holding, and that shaded fuel break, we're taking advantage of it with some dozers, and everything's looking pretty good from Forest Ranch up to Lomo.
Yeah, looking good.
SAC IT rep waiting for him at station 11. Trying to make contact with him so they could rendezvous.
Yes. I'll try to raise them up and relay that info for radio tech at Station 11.
Awesome work, heroes.
Affirmative. Are you in position to take down a phone number for the individual at Station 11?
Stand by.
All right, I'm using that. I don't want to give out phone numbers. Awesome. That's one of the things we listen for. One thing Butte County did right: shaded fuel break by Highway 32. Ask Seeklander what that is. So it's looking good. 32 is holding from Forest Ranch to Lomo. Awesome. But that's not good down here. Where's the Mebane? Okay, if the Mebane or Mebane is looking east, then the plume and smoke and presumably most of the fire, it's drifting north. Crap. Towards Lake Isabella. Are they evacuated yet? At risk from Barell. And they had a small fire last night, it looks like, on their cam. So it's actually good. That would be protective of where it is, assuming. I mean, some blessings come in disguise. It's like Isabella on evacuation notice, the south, only that section. Yeah, it was a sawmill fire last night.
Talking with resources, all water tenders were sent to the Umatilla telespot this morning. Have you checked there yet?
Yeah, copy that. I'll go check up there right now.
Copy. They show they sent 19 water tenders there.
I would.
Copy that. And did you copy my update on the highway?
I would be leaving Lake Isabella. I think it's headed that way now. It'll probably go level 3. The smoke is right now.
Improve that section and shade fuel break between Lomo and Fort Ridge.
Yeah, you just.
Copy most of that. Some of it is scratchy. And confirming that you've taken a look at the location where I sent you a picture of further up Highway 32.
Copy that. I'm getting up to Station 11 here and I'll call. Copy. Battalion 2511, Dozer 2241, command.
30 Feather River Boulevard.
Smoke plume is drifting east and northeast. Getting closer and closer to Lake Isabella. And if we know it's in this wind tunnel-esque camera, canyon.
90, engine 91, truck 91, commercial structure alarm sounding. 1930 Feather River Boulevard between Mitchell Avenue and Orion Boulevard East. First unit at scene, Feather IC on ORTAC 1, standby for response, check back 1226.
Whoa. Whoa. This is the last hour. Look at, whoa. Dang, look at that. Dude. Wow. C-130.
Contingency, view contingency on command.
Okay, they're doing what they can, but Lake Isabella is in trouble. I would tell people that they're probably going to be told level 3 today. If not, it's still a good time to just get to leave. It's in danger. I don't know how many ways out there are to the north. But damn, this is our current last hour. Wow. I'm so impressed with the shutter speed, making airplanes freeze in place. There are some decent things about these cams. It's dog crap at night, but excuse my language. I want to give people as much heads up as possible. It's the best thing you can do. I think there may be some aircraft diverted for down here. That's what I'd expect. They need it. Everywhere needs it, though. And a huge splash, but the plane wasn't caught by the camera. There's a lead plane up there. An air attack. We can't really.
Check back. Commercial structure alarm sounding 1930 Feather River Boulevard. Engine 91.
Anybody listen to Kern County?
Truck 91.
Oh.
Truck 91.
This is worsening by the second.
998.
Yeah, red flag. This is worsening by the second, guys.
Morrow attack 1, 1228.
They may not have a lot of time to leave. If you know somebody near Lake Isabella, they need to know about this. Call them. Oh, this is bad.
Engine 972.
Yeah, you're right, Husky. Map Girl says, what's the best way to give money to the government or service that doesn't take a cut or the lowest amount? The government? I don't know anything about giving money to a government. Except taxes? In California, buy something, they'll tax you to death. On, sales tax. We don't have it in Oregon because we live free. I'm not the government, thank God. Although some people accuse me of that, I take that insult very seriously. Man, if I had a government job, I'd have nice health insurance, but yeah, Angela says I have to head out. Working on a local disaster mudslide. I'll try to be back on later. Thank you so much, Angela, for being an awesome mod, and even though you have a lot of family obligations.
99B Orville, negative. Additionally, this will be behind the address in the alleyway, the smaller building.
Okay, so the other cams are showing that the smoke column is drifting a bit to the northeast. Lake Isabella has two main roads out, one to the north, one to the east. That would likely be the way to go. I at least wouldn't be in the south side of town, at the very least, but that could be a super traffic jam. I've never been here. But if you know people here, I would call them, let them know that the situation just changed in the last hour. And as the winds picked up and the day gets hotter, it's probably going to worsen very quickly and move around very quickly. These are peaks where it's at, like 2,000-foot peaks. And if a south wind blew up, it would just long-range spot and get there very quickly. I know they're under warnings, but it'll probably go level 3 unless some extraordinary north wind happens. Extraordinary north wind, but
Mill Creek Structure Group. Structure Ranch Training.
distance is not safety. These travel at the speed of light, and it's starting to get bad. They are under red flag. Remember, red flag was for Butte County yesterday.
Yes, responding. Feather River Boulevard, Battalion 9D. Feather IC on or attack 1. Balance the assignment. Reduce code 2. 1231.
This is
Creek Structure Group. Tehema Structure Branch Training on command.
to try to save the camera.
Roll truck 91 that team with engine 91.
A town got a race last night or yesterday.
91, 1231.
Shut up. Okay, I'm gonna mute the stupid radio. It's a bunch of medical. Yeah, Orville, Feather River IC. Can you confirm a false alarm? They are trying to save this camera, but look how the hot and heavy fuels are here. And it's on a peak. They already had a town lost yesterday. There's so many resources on other fires that they can't protect Lake Isabella as well as they should be able to. I don't know the status down there. These are heavy fuels on a peak overlooking a town with some of the smoke column already going towards the town. Look at this cam. This is the last 3 hours. This is the fire that I had to deal with yesterday. That's not good. That's not good. Look at these peaks that would overlook a town. Yeah. So, yeah. Oh, YouTube. Oh, you're talking about YouTube. Okay. All right. I'm a little bit out of it, Map Girl. I need more food. Thank you. Thank you for the inquiry and wanting to help. So the links. Hang on. Let me listen over here. See if I need to unmute. Talking mineral structure group. Something about Highland Ranch structure group. It's really scratchy. I'm trying to make this out. The links, any of the links in the pinned chat, thank you, Matt Girl, will take nothing. Don't have to have a PayPal account. And I'll get the money right away instead of the 30-day delay YouTube. Nothing yet on the radio. I just don't like what I see over here at Lake Isabella. Everything could change in a hot second. We already lost a town down here. Just erased for like, except 2 buildings. Don't bet your life on the wind being the same direction, is all I have to say. There's a lot here. This would take time to evacuate. So I'm letting you know now. If you know somebody, especially in Bodfish or the South Lake Isabella area, we've been worried about Bodfish, but they should be under level 3 based on what I'm saying. I don't understand why they're not. Because you have 2 ways out. You're one car accident away from only having 1 way out, and traffic jams are what kill. I don't see a lot of good shelter-in-place options. There's an evacuation center here. There's a senior center here. I hope they're already out, like seniors without a ride. Just look at the vulnerability. And they would be trying to evacuate this downwind from a fire. So you've got peaks and elevations. If there's a south wind, let's listen to radio. We're still listening to Butte County. I'm just saying, I wouldn't be there right now. I wouldn't want to get in this traffic jam. And if you know people down there,
1235.
alert them, friends. Alert them. If somebody could please listen to Kern County, that'll be the first. Look, it's making a pyrocumulus. Burning debris.
Contingency, Division 2103 on command.
Can rain out of the sky from miles away. You saw that forest fire right there on the top of the hill by the camp. There are trees on top of mountains. That's maximum long-range spotting. Just add water. Just add pyrocumulus. Look what we have here. Everything just changed. This is the last 15 minutes. From 2 different places. So, you have to think about how long it takes to evacuate. That's what I'm saying. Those are my recommendations. I wish we could monitor 2 radios at once, but that might be chaos. But if anybody could tune into Kern County, and if they can hear this, let me know. We might be able to tune in occasionally. We're having a pretty insane low passes by airplanes. Pretty nice screenshots, but pretty ugly situation. So if somebody's not that concerned, say, have you checked the cameras in the last 15 minutes? last 15 minutes.
Contingency, Division 2103 on command.
It's red flag. I advise evacuating at least south Lake Isabella, but remember there's 2 ways out of here. What is their population? Census designated place. 3,500 people as of 2022, plus whoever's recreating there today. Quick, trying to take 2 roads out of town. Oh man. And plus Bodfish. Oh man, it looks lovely. Silver City Ghost Town. I think I've been there. Is that nearby? Oh, please save it. Maybe I have been here. A long time ago. But that's legendary. Oh. Is that Silver City Ghost Town?
Division response area.
Bodfish.
Engine 360, 1238.
No.
Engine 360.
Bodfish weather. We're still monitoring Butte County, the park fire. The cameras are kind of smoked in. We're just kind of waiting for updates on the radio. We know there's an air show going on by Paynes Creek and whatnot. But as soon as the wind picks up, and unfortunately it will, it'll blow smoke away from the cam. The fire will take off. And that's when we'll really start looking at the cams. This is a new developing situation. 88 degrees as a high today. Or wait, it's the current condition. 91 is a high. 12% humidity. 20 mile an hour sustained wind speed. And red flag. Breezy with a west and southwest wind. And guess where the fire is? To the southeast of town. That will southwest of town. Gusts as high as 30. West and southwest winds, so that'll continue to blow the fire east. But remember, each canyon is its own microclimate with its own wind direction. That canyon is north-south, where they just lost the town, so where the fire is. That could just push wind due north. It's looking down the barrel of a gun. 30 mile an hour wind gusts, but sustained 15 to 20. And at night, wind gusts of 25 miles an hour. Not good. There is nothing about that situation that I like. Red flag will tell the real story. That's your general forecast. What's the real story? Wind west and upsloping winds with maximum gust of 35. Minimum daytime humidity 15 to 20% or even less. No thunderstorms, thank God, for Kern County, or at least the Lake Isabella area. Impacts. Any fires that develop will likely spread rapidly. Outdoor burning is not recommended. There's highest threat is the dry fuels, the low humidity, elevated winds are favorable conditions for rapid fire spread. These could all contribute to extreme fire behavior, and there is nothing worse than extreme. That is a maximum as bad as it gets in official terms. Like what we saw with the park. Like what we see with Paradise, like what we see with the campfire, the Dixie, the Caldor. Massive plumes, long-range spotting.
Contingency, Division 2103, command.
Even fire tornado possibilities. Yikes. We have to keep our eye on it down there. We'll continue looking around at current views of cameras. Smoke's getting closer to the Colby. There's some of our heroes right there. Chilling after a hard day's night of desert work. Who else likes the Beatles? Let's do a back over at what is Colby camera, Plymouth County? We just didn't want any more fires to split their attention. I advise evacuations of Lake Isabella. I don't know what the containment is. I mean, it looks like it's mostly a done deal with the one on the lake shore from last night, but bleh, bleh. It's going to be a smoky hell if the fire blows that way. If the smoke blows that way. If the smoke blows that way, the fire follows. Oh, it's finally alerting me to donations. Thank you, Megan, for your kind $25. Super grateful. Sometimes it tells me hours later. I received, see what, $100. Thank you. You guys. Thank you. All right, see me get quad hearts. I'm sorry if that was a while ago. My phone will just let me know. Whoever lets me know. So let's check our, the location of the Colby Mountain Cam. Radio is off mute. They're just being quiet. Butte County, let me make sure it's still running. It's still running. Okay. Let me go back down at the chat. Sorry. Have not, is not. Oh, B-Flow official says we're recording. It's staying ready. We have the Sacramento River. Should it help break up, but you never know. Yeah, I would say in courting, new fires are your biggest threat, actually, not what is happening from the park. Yeah, I mean, you're west of I-9 for a bit, right? You're right, I-5. But everything can change in a minute with a new fire, you know? So, like the people in Paradise were not an immediate threat by the park. And I said, I didn't want to be a psychic, but I said, you're most under threat from anything new today. And what happened? There was a fire at Penton Durham Road. And then yesterday, there was a new fire on Clark. Oh, you guys, you have to see the funny picture. The really funny picture of yesterday on Clark. They immediately diverted aircraft, and I was kind of freaking out, honestly, a little bit. Because I thought the Clark Road fire might get big and just take away resources from, the park while they were trying to get a handle on it in the morning. Forgot about the battle maps, friend. So they diverted a plane, and I didn't know what plane it was. And there was still some traffic, like regular traffic on Clark, because it just broke out. So the plane they diverted, I was like, what is this big red splash? There's an MD-87, a passenger jet. So here's this poor little regular passenger car, right?
Operations, park air attack on command.
Can you imagine it rolling into Paradise, dripping wet with pink, wipers going, Can you imagine the terrifying sound of a low-pass passenger jet like 200 feet above you? And then splat on your car is like swimming pools worth of retardant. Wait, where? Oh, guys, please be very specific. If you say something like it was due to arson, what is it? Right? Which?
Tehema Structure Branch Mineral Structure Group on command.
All right. But that's not the greatest forecast for Lake Isabella. What? Watch duty? Oh, at least in Oregon, the sheep fire is 95% contained.
Oh, Delta Division Echo, go ahead.
Okay, where's East Los Meninos Cam? That is Lake Isabella down there. Not East Los Meninos, Colby.
Division Hotel on command.
Colby?
Hotel Division Echo, go ahead.
Colby Mountain.
Yes, sir, you available for a phone call? That's affirmative.
Load.
I think I tried calling you, but I'll give you my phone number if you're ready. I'm ready. I muted it in time.
I don't want to show people's. Oh man, don't go down, Caltopa. We need you.
Did you get a fill on that Type 1 air tanker request? Branch 15 training, branch 15 on command.
Right, hang on. I'm going to reset the internet. There might be buffering. Refresh.
Park Air Attack Orville. Tanker 105 en route from McClellan, ETA 1305. I copy Tanker 105 from McClellan.
All right. I reset my VPN. Refresh. Come on. You can do it, internet. You can do it. You can do it. Usually it improves our connection. Is anybody else having an issue at Caltopa? Or is it me?
Branch 15 training, branch 15 on command.
Error. Oh, it was just an error with map builder layer.
15 training. If you want to have stay here in Kilo versus who you want me to send out the ping?
Error. What? What? Happy to oblige you, Kira, but don't bash yourself, man. Hey, if you're here,
I'm unable to copy. I do have cell phone coverage.
if you're here, it means you're smart. All right, you can do it, Caltopo. I hope we stabilized. If it buffers, please just refresh. Oh, like I said, please don't say something like it was arson. It what? What fire? When? What are you talking about? So I look back at chat like every couple of minutes. I have no idea what you're talking about. If you're responding to me, like, what did I talk about 5 minutes ago? So yeah, I bet a lot of people are looking at Caltopa. But I've had some troubled internet problems. So I worked one night for like 16 hours, 6 hours total, like working with customer service, trying to figure out if it was the VPN and or my internet or proxy in between, just trying to figure this out. So yeah, thanks Transor. Thank the others too. Thank you for the praise. People that are informing me deserve a lot of praise too. Yeah, if other people, can you go to Caltopo and see if it's messing up? Because if it's just me, I gotta yell at my ISP. We can't have this. I'm paying $100 a month for the premium package, fiber optic. This shouldn't happen. But here we are. So, Akira says, what app and where can I listen to the radio? It's broadcastify.com. I'll get you a link. This one is called Butte County, Cal Fire, and Chico Fire. It's a combined feed. The one that we were listening to, Cal Fire, BTU, Chico Fire, and the Forest Service, is down. It may be that the person evacuated. It's ham radio operators all over the country. Broadcastify.com pays them to operate some pretty expensive equipment and monitor it like 24 hours a day. And they put it on the internet for us. And there are some unsung heroes. Yeah, this is frozen. It's frozen at 100%. Oh man, it won't load. What's going on?
Tehema Structure Branch, Mineral Structure Group on command.
Come on now.
Traffic for Tehema Structure Branch, guys.
This is Mineral Structure Group. I'm about 15 minutes out, and I'll tell you when the update for station.
I got it.
Branch 10, Park Air Attack on command.
Well, Caltopo is broke. Just good old fashioned Google Maps. Colby, let's see how good it is. Colby Mountain, California. That's where the cameras are. I just can no longer trust the heat detection on Caltopo if even the maps won't load. But we see smoke from the southwest. It's supposed to, this is 32, correct? What we need to listen to.
10, Park Air Attack on command. I'm 24 Golf with a medical, IWI.
They're asking for another plane. A Type 1 plane, a big one. It's still 32, right? It's on the left side, it's on the proper side in this area. But they're prepping it for a camera burnover.
Park communications from 24 Golf on Oscar Division with a green medical.
There's wind on the flag up at Eleanor. If we do the 12-hour, this is Colby. Yeah,
Park
Kern.
communications, you copy with 24 Golf on Oscar Division with a green medical.
Branch 15, Tehema operations.
Kern, are you listening to Kern County?
Operations good. 215 info ASAP.
Park communications, how do you copy 24 Golf now?
Oh, I'm getting sick. It's radio. Listen. Yeah, all units listen, emergency traffic.
We have a green medical. We'll need an ambulance to drop point 45. Patient is now stable. All operation can resume normal.
That's gotta be a firefighter injury then. Air ambulance to drop point 45.
Confirm it's going to be a 20-year-old male, syncopal episode in Oscar Division.
He's stable at least.
Ready to copy vitals, I have that for you.
Praying for our firefighters. God. I don't know the nature of the injury. It's somebody from Oscar Division, a 20-year-old. Ow. Yeah, I said Lake Isabella should be evacuating right now. I don't know why it's not under level 3. In the last 20 minutes, it's gotten much worse down there. So please keep me informed down there. Oh, God. Oh, that hurts my head. But a firefighter just got injured on the park.
Oroville, strike team 9440 Charlie, entering the unit. Aguas Frias Road en route to the park incident. Local 9.
The 9 line.
9440 Charlie.
Had a syncopal patient is now stable and awake. Will be at drop point 45. 20-year-old male. Will be with 9324 Golf. Point of contact will be 24 Golf. We do have an EMT with the patient.
Oroville, strike team 9413 Golf, entering the unit en route to the park incident. Butte Command, repeat.
Strike Team 9413 Golf, entering the unit en route to the park incident.
9413 Golf, 1257.
All units and personnel on the park incident, you resume normal traffic on command.
Branch 20 training, November on command.
Branch 20 training goes.
Yes, his information, Water Center E38, back check camp, out of service.
Water Center 3 after that, you're broken.
E389.
Copy, 389 here, send back again.
Affirmative.
Copy, thank you.
Oswald Park Air Checker.
Branch 20 training out there.
Jack Orville. 889 are both released. The Grass Valleys, they're on base, Chico. $1,300. Tehema operations, park air attack on command.
Branch 20 park communications, are you able to reach medic 2 on command?
Stand by. Medic 2, branch 20, training on command.
Yeah, I love entertaining conspiracies too, but it stresses out the people I'm trying to help, and so I'm not allowing people to stress out my people. You think I'm going to allow people to come in here shouting about space lasers, direct energy weapons, and mind control and weather control? Go to the millions of other places that are not labeled facts-only resources on the fire. Go shout to the rooftops over there. Don't know what you're doing here. Read the sign. No conspiracies. No downer talk, no anti-human hate, no telling people they've been targeted by weapons, no nonsense, no anything you can't verify, no proselytizing, no promoting your God, no blaming the victims, no telling people they're sinners, no telling Californians we deserve it. Screw you, anybody who says that. No celebrating any kind of destruction, no doom predictions, no predicting that towns are going to be erased or whatever. Okay? Thanks for participating. Listening is a right and chat is a privilege. Oh, and no telling Captain what to do. It's called Catherine's World. If you want just the news reports, go watch the news. This is the only place where you will find 24/7 info about what we can actually verify about fires, plus my local knowledge and the wisdom of people like John Bruno, the retired fire captain of Shasta County, and many other firefighters who are here oftentimes to answer your questions. People like Brokefish and Dusty and others who are real firefighters and real pilots like CPRO. So if you want real experts, you can come here. I don't know why you're here if you want something else. Have a nice day. I'm asking John Bruno if he's able to talk. I just had a different phone call come in. I have to order my lunch. I have to eat or I die. So sorry about that, friends. The official rules were too long to actually put in the description. I had to delete them in order to put actual links to evacuation maps and stuff. And if anybody's in Butte County and doesn't have the internet or you're disabled or elderly, you can get a free FM radio receiver for emergency broadcast from the Butte County Office of Emergency Services. Links like that are in the description, and they were a bit more important. So are the links to evacuation info for like 10 other fires. We try to cover them all. We do our best. If the Kern County situation explodes out of control, we have to absolutely be there for Kern County too. This is absolutely not the time to discuss entertainment type topics. Or shoot the beep. Is this serious? This is life and death situation. Don't come in here talking about conspiracies. That's a swish the wine glass or the bourbon glass. Conversation for an evening that is not filled with life and death emergency situations. Just please understand about the time or place. Okay. Right now, everything is
for the SCU Creek fire for 1 Type 1 air tanker. IA.
All right, this means one of two things. I'm surprised Lake Isabel is not under evacuations yet. Pretty surprised. I would recommend that people at least in South Lake Isabella and Bodfish make their way out. But
Strike 9150 Charlie, Tehema structure branch training.
what could be going on to divert people at the creek fire is now's about the time when the weather starts to pick up, the wind starts to pick up, it gets really hot. Fires are on steroids after 1 p.m. After 4 p.m., they'll be on super steroids until about 7 because of the heat of the day. So either they expect the situation to worsen at creek fire or it's just too damn smoky on the park, unfortunately, for some of the aircraft to work. There's also an idea of what could be happening. They may want to just put some other fires that could be kind of wrapped up to bed so that those resources could go help the park and crisis down in Kern County with the Barell. There's that. I mean, it's hard to make decisions like that. But there's also just so many aircraft that can work in one place at a time. We've got lots of smoke up by where the Colby Mountain is, as verified by the cams. Fire is kind of approaching it. But I think it would have to cross 32. So far, we've gotten no indication that it has crossed 32. Any of these little dots here are Modus and Veers, and those could be hot smoke from drifting satellite things. We haven't been able to see much on the cameras due to that's not overcast weather, that's entirely smoke. So the main thing is we can't have chaos and disruption or make people feel bad here who are feeling bad enough already. I mean, there are people here who don't know that they've lost their hope. Yeah. There are those who are very worried about it. Be kind to them. Don't tell them that they're targeted by weapons when you don't freaking know that. That's not kind.
Bird will be taken.
they'll be coming off of Reading, and Reading base will have their ETA. Copy.
Strike Team 9150, Charlie, Tehema Structure Branch Training Command.
I put in my lunch order. C-Pro was being nice. He's getting me some lunch. He's a super mud. And thank you, friends, for all your kind donations and patience. I understand that those who truly believe in conspiracies are here sometimes not to spread fear, but to spread awareness. That's the way they would put it. And they think they're helping. That is their motivation. It's not always not always bad, but it's hard to tell the difference between those who are truly concerned and those who are promoting a fear agenda and just want a bunch of clicks
Branch 20 Training Division Lima, on command.
and make money off of scaring people with ads. It's really hard to tell.
Air attack, Orville.
Regardless, the will stand.
Tehema Operations, Structure Branch Training. Do you have traffic? Yeah, I'm working on that right now.
Attack, Orville.
Okay, my lunch order is in. Back to our regularly scheduled chaos. So, friends, Gear says I've got the app. Is that the watch duty one? But my question is, why haven't other states sent any fire crews to help? Oh, they have. Oregon is in absolute freaking crisis because Oregon, well, if you looked at it on watch duty and zoomed out, Oregon had like 4,000 lightning strikes to 5,000 in like
Park Air attack, Orville.
the course of a couple weeks. So,
Orville, Park Air attack. Tanker 105 is not IA rated. Do you have a IA rated type 1 that you can divert? Stand by.
more diversions. I kind of wonder what's going on at the Creek Fire. Do we have cams on it? So, Oregon had 70 mile-an-hour wind gusts, a couple of days ago, with lightning flashing so fast we couldn't even keep track of it. It was like almost caused a seizure. It was like a strobe light at a Halloween.
Communication 24 Gulf on command.
Thing. They've had arson. Cow Valley and starting right in front.
Be advised you're very low volume. Be advised medic 2 has made it to the patient at drop point 45 now and making a further assessment.
Prayer sent for that injured firefighter in the park. Cow Valley and the Bonita. Were arson. Right before red flag, and those are some of the largest fires Oregon's ever had.
Park Air attack. Air attack, Orville.
150, Charlie. Just confirm your location and which group you're working for.
I mean, even Australia.
Hotel is coming into
Even Australia is here helping.
so you're assigned to Division Hotel, not to the structure branch, right?
Even crew from Africa? Yeah, we never even find out. Yeah, Lord.
I got mistaken.
I'm not critical.
Go ahead with your traffic. Orville, Park Air attack. It'll be tanker 104, and Reading base will have the ETA for you.
We want a status of the injured firefighter. They stabilized him, which sounds like it's really bad. He's been injured on the park fire. We need to keep checking the cameras. Kern County is worsening by the minute. I am calling.
Branch 20 trainee division Lima on command.
Branch 20 training good.
Yeah, you ready for my 215?
Stand by, actuals active leaving 215 information. Break 20 actuals, training, stop the traffic.
Let's see how it looks like Isabella. Right now, they seem to not be evacuating Lake Isabella based on where they think the wind will go. If it changes, they will tell people to go without much notice at all. That's the same thing with the park fire. If you're in level 2,
Lima branch 20 training, go ahead.
look at this. If you're at level 2 and the fire's somewhat near you and Lake is
20 trainee division Lima for 215. Ready? 4 strike team golf. 2 heavy equipment boss. 2 water tenders. 2 falling modules.
yeah, Terry.
Lima branch 20 active, you're about to broken out, not part of that. If you could come to drop point 45.
Second, guys, I need a different drink. Everything has changed a lot. It's going to get worse, especially down there in Kern County. Look at that's the last 30 minutes of Lake Isabella.
Branch trainee division Lima, you are completely unreadable.
Affirm. Try to come to 45 so we can communicate better.
I'm using the bathroom too. I'll be right back, friends.
Tehema structure group 5804 Alpha on command. Tehema structure group from 5804 Alpha. We have a ground support request. We have an engine with a stop engine light and some engine trouble. We're at Ponderosa Way, Highway 36. How do you copy?
Communications, Branch 20 Safety, Cook, on command.
Branch 20 Safety, Park Communications.
Show me on scene at the medical at DP 45. Break. Medic 2 is not on scene at DP 45. That's going to be the line medics. Were you able to get a hold of Medic 2?
Branch 20 Safety, Park Communications. Did confirm Medic 2 is en route. Do you have a better cross street?
Stand by.
Oh, okay, I finally refreshed myself. Man, I was holding it for a long time. Okay, I kind of spaced out there. Let's get some water. Stay hydrated. Ugh, I only have tap water. Gross. Portland's tap water is not safe. I have to remind myself. They keep finding cryptosporidium bacteria in it, and that could explain what hits my stomach sometimes. Ugh. One second, friends. And my lunch can't come a moment too soon. C-Probe's been a super mouth. He came over.
Park Communications, Branch 20 Safety, Cook on command.
When I started bawling yesterday, he came over. Ouch.
Clear to copy GPS coordinates for DP 45.
I think they're still talking. What's the status of the injured firefighter? Hey, Smitty.
40 degrees, 2.277, 121, 37.032.
Yeah, thank you, Lurk. Thank you for being here and your kind support. Yeah, we are getting help from a lot of places.
Affirmative.
Yeah, Lark, I hope you come back. You're awesome. Come back and see us soon. There are so many different reasons for the fires. I could write a manifesto. There's about 65. Climate being one of them. But you can't solve that. But 64 of the others we can, including the crazy invasive weeds, mismanagement. We treat the forest in an extreme way. We either clear cut and destroy it, or we leave it alone and it gets overgrown and fire prone. Sanity is in the center, but that hasn't been profitable. But we have to look at it a different way. Maybe we should subsidize forest thinning if it's not, profitable. Because ultimately, what is the cost of the wildfires? Billions? Trillions? What is the cost to the environment? We lost like 20 to 38% of all of the sequoia on Earth. All of that species on Earth in like 4 years of wildfires. We have to do something about it. But when it's calmer, when the situation is calm, we discuss that. We may have very different ideas on how to fix our problems, but acknowledging them and talking about them is best. but we won't get anywhere if people are just acting divisive and hateful and disruptive. So the calm discussion is very welcome when, crisis is not occurring. Today is a red flag kind of crisis day for Kern County. We may have to switch to some of their audio. I'm hoping Watch Duty will give more park fire info, and we'll check Butte County Facebook and others in a second. Oh, 2 minutes ago we had an update. Radio traffic indicates that a section of fire along Highway 32 north of Forest Ranch is held up and a shaded fuel break along the highway. Yeah, we reported that an hour ago. There's approximately 6 copters working in the area south of Platte Mountain on the north side of 32. Did the Platte Mountain cam burn over? You got real close. It was just kind of moving past it. Where's Platte? Let's put this. Yeah. Hey, I remember to mute it. They protected this is a fire lookout with a fire station underneath it, and they protected it with a lot of retardant yesterday and last night. Yeah, I got real close. Woo. Right up on fire's edge. We had some low pass airplanes right in front of the camera. It was incredible. The passenger jets, I'm sure that had something to do with the survival of this camera and lookout station. I don't know why there's so many stupid trees right next to it, but what do I know? But common sense is uncommon. Those of us with it are genius. But right now, like, we would like to check the cameras and know where the fire is, but too smoky. That may be why they are diverting some aircraft. Thank you. I really sneezed there. Yeah, RJ says, yeah, I know, RJ. The hate has to stop, but there's too much divisiveness and all kinds of things in our country. It's always hate is seductive. It means you get to blame somebody else, take no responsibility. That's what hate is. It's all their fault, and you don't have to reason with them. You just have to destroy them. That's what hate is about. And if you think that hate has never solved a problem, you're correct. It's only really caused more. It prevents you from solving a problem because it means you won't work with the other side. You won't see their point of view. You won't have empathy or sympathy for the other point of view. That makes them see you as the enemy, as a threat to them. So make up your mind. Anybody, do you really want to go down that route to try to eliminate the enemy, or you want to work with them? But don't be in between. Don't do the stupid, inactive in between. Oh, I hate you, but I'm not going to destroy you. Okay? That's being impotent and foolish. Just resist. Resist. That seductive, it appeals to laziness as well. It means you don't have to do anything, just the other side has to. It's their fault. Resist. Take responsibility, or at least something. We can change it. It gives you power. Hate feels good, but takes away all of your power. And your ability to reason, too.
Park Communications, Orville.
Hey, Shingleton is back up. Yay. Looks like there's a water droplets on the camera. Did they install a sprinkler? Yeah, B-Flow.
Park Communications, Oroville. Have a report of smoke in the area of the burn. Putting a Division Tango on branch 25. Address 15815 Woodland Park Drive.
Now this is kind of normal for places where the fire's been, like Woodland Park Drive. That's
branch 25 copies direct.
That's Forest Ranch if I remember right.
Branch 25 Orville. If you'd like, I have a phone number for the RP stating it's in a vacant lot and he is unable to contain it with his shovel.
Affirmative, branch 25 ready to copy.
I'm muting the phone number. What do you mean?
Cross of Highway 32 east.
It's across from Highway
Branch
30.
25 copies.
Highway
1328.
Highway 32 east. I thought that was Forest Ranch. Nobody should be there with a shovel. 1505 Woodland Park. It's Forest Ranch. Why would there be somebody trying to contain it with a shovel? They should be evacuated. Aha. Yeah. So there was confusion yesterday where people were like, that's paradise. No, it's not. There's more than woodland. There's more than one woodland. I was glad I was able to shut that down. People were like, that means fires in paradise. No. It's Forest Ranch. Calm your tits. Hey, Q. Oh, man, I don't know how to say your name, but thank you. It's good to know that people are watching from other states and tuning in who care. You know, this is quite a bad day for California. And pretty intense situation. Yeah, I'll see you soon, Look. And if I missed anybody's question or forgot or spaced out, please put it back in the chat.
Park communications, branch 20, safety cook, on command.
Okay, we got more chatter. Whoops. It's pretty normal.
2 on scene at DP 45, thank you.
Like I was saying, it's pretty normal for smoke to pop up where the fire's already been. They already defended Woodland Park Drive at Forest Ranch.
That's affirmative.
As part of mop-up, they whack-a-mole. And little hot spots are like underground and the roots are underneath tree stumps and stuff where they might miss a little spot. So we have to listen to see if that amounts to anything. If a guy was trying to put it out with a shovel, like, okay, are you there? Could be a private contractor. That sounds like a civilian who didn't evacuate, though. But I don't know. Was there a car chase on 32? Somebody said that. I don't see that. Butte County? Somebody supposedly ran down 32 and tried to run the blockade. I can't confirm that though, but like what? A slow speed pursuit? Butte County fires, accidents, and crime. What's slow speed pursuit? Well, I go there and it's like gone. Wow, that's a picture. Look at the Royal New South Wales plane and the mushroom cloud in the background. That's incredible. It has a name. It's a female airplane named Marie. She performed 17 drops on the park fire. Oh, the 13 hours ago post. And more than 230,000 liters of retardant in support 1,600 CAL FIRE personnel battling the blaze. Yeah, way to go, Australia. We love you. I don't know. It seems to have been deleted. CAL FIRE and CHP are in a slow speed pursuit in the Park Fire closure zone heading west towards Chico. Okay, slow speed pursuit is very different than a high one. I don't see that as a news report. But yeah, when people are saying, wait, that's a new image. Oh, is this like when the park fire first began? Or is it a stock footage image? It's them battling at Cohasset. There's Highway 32. Okay. I still don't understand why somebody would push a burning car into a grassy area. If there is something more to this story that just doesn't make sense. But it looks like he's been charged with an arson crime, the accused. So, reckless arson at least is the only thing I could say. Sorry, I'm just trying to verify this low speed pursuit thing or whatever. It's unofficial, but this might be a good resource for some people to check. I'll just
go ahead for branch 15 training.
stick that there. You found us via Twitter. Thank you, Kira, for being here. Please share and spread by word of mouth. That person's too far away for us to really hear, unfortunately. We're keeping an eye on Lake Isabella, where pyrocumulus is trying to form on the fire that's already erased a town yesterday. I'm hoping somebody's listening to Kern County radio, because it's pretty important to continue listening to the park radio. Giannetti says that Facebook page is full of wonderful information. Carla is a bit odd, but gets out info very quickly. Oh, is that the person who runs it? Yeah. Okay. Endorsement. If you endorse it. I think all planes should have a name. They should be all female too. That says maybe they tried to run the blockade because they wanted a hot pink paint job, courtesy of Foster. Yeah. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? Man. Yeah, I listened to Zeke's stream this morning. As soon as I woke up, I just went live. So I had to have a nice big long sleep after. Yeah, there's too much glare on my screen. Let me. I'm sorry, friends. I have to reduce the light in here. Oh shoot! Watch duty went to 24 notifications again. I have to fix that. You may not be able to see me so well, but the glare on my screens are causing me a headache. So sorry. There's so much going on in Oregon. I'm spammed with watch duty. It reaches 24 and then it goes silent. But we've seen in the last couple hours here like big planes fly in front of this one. We'll have a camera burn over in Kern County. Looks like we may have the Colby cams. They're prepping them for a possible burnover. We saw huge Hercules and stuff making drops in front of this. And watching from other cams by Lake Isabella, I think at least South Lake Isabella and Vodfish should have evacuated, but They probably won't get much notice at all. What the hell is that? Dead forest everywhere. What a tremendous fuel load. Oh my God. This is the north end, but oh my God. It's criminal to not have gotten these trees at least on the ground. These poor trees that survived whatever wildfire this was. I remember covering this one. I can't remember its name. What, 2022 or so? These living trees will be killed by the dead ones adjacent. Just these on fire, even though they look kind of far away, that heat will kill those. And you can't replant. You can't replant or get the forest back until you get the dead ones wood chippered or removed. Because what's the point? And these trees, say they grow up to be like 5 years old, and a new wildfire rips through here, they're all dead. Start over. This is a gigantic danger to the community. This is just criminal. And stupid. You want to know what's wrong with California? This is just a great example. It's a crime against the environment and everybody lives there. It's inviting a second worst fire. First fire, not so bad. The first Dixie, the first Caldor even, not so bad because only the limbs burn.
2554, Dozer 2241, Introp, command.
Give a few years, that goes by, and the trunks are full of thousands of gallons of water or hundreds, depending on tree size, when they're alive. So the first fire. Is not the bad one. The second one is. Hang on, friends. Food's here.
Branch 15 trainee, Task Force 6, on stand 2. Yep, Branch 15, trainee, this is Task Force 6. Are you available for a phone call?
Morrowville, Battalion 593, local code 12. Morrowville, I want to run a EMER test on Division 2103. Are you clear to do that? Standby 1.
Division Tango, Branch 25, command.
Branch 25, Division Tango, good.
Information 9440 Charlie is en route from camp. Reporting to you.
Yay! I got the foods. See, Prob's amazing. He's wonderful.
Branch 25, Tango, you're unreadable.
Oh, the door's unlocked.
Tango, Branch 25. How do you copy on command?
What's going on, friends? What I missed?
Yeah, barely readable, but go ahead.
My God, look at that plume.
Strike Team 9440 Charlie en route to you from camp.
Yeah, strike team.
Yeah, copy 9440 Charlie.
Affirmative.
Yeah.
All right, it may be junk, but I reserve the right to do that sometimes. It's been stressful.
Communications, branch 20 safety. Command.
It's been stressful.
Medic 2 is en route to base camp with the patient. You can close out the medical.
With traffic for park air tag on command, go ahead.
Kern County is what we're looking at. That's not looking good.
They're going to be following us.
This is what's dangerous. Long range spotting because burned up material and bits be dumped out of the sky. I'm just against the whole idea of having thousands of people in a little area very close to a wildfire. It's already erased a town the day before, with only 2 roads out, protected only by wind direction. I would tell people to get out based on how long it would take them all to gather up their things and leave and travel on these 2 roads. If they're not on their evacuations just because the wind may not be blowing that way today, that's not good enough for me. You shouldn't be betting your life on that. Nobody should. There's a big lesson. Hundreds of firefighters and law enforcement are conducting evacuations where our priority remains the lives and property of all affected. Evacuation warnings and order don't just increase the safety of residences, but they allow emergency personnel to focus on fighting the fire. Right. The incident management team changed to unified command. Blah, 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 blah. Fire has grown at a pace similar to what one would expect during a severe Santa Ana wind. Damn. After spreading more than 5 miles Thursday night, it advanced another 6 miles on Friday. With firefighters deployed around homes and dozers working to construct control lines, the fire swept through the community of Havila and Paiute Meadow ranches. The northernmost edge of the fire remains south of Clear Creek subdivision. This is an hour ago. Fire spreading southward towards Walker Basin and southwest towards Thompson Canyon. Today, fire behavior is expected to be once again very extreme under long-term red flag weather conditions. Right. Yeah, thank you, Small Wildlife. This is a good picture of what's under evacuation and warning, but what bothers me is one little wind to change, and it could change its own direction.
Tehema contingency. Division Hotel on command.
Yeah, I think Billy Bob. I expected the burn over last night, but they've been hitting it with retardant. Like, we've had some incredible... This is 30 minutes, guys. The wind doesn't have to change direction for the day for Lake Isabel to be in danger and impacted. It only has to change for like an hour or less to rain millions of embers down upon the town and the dry grass. They had a dry grass fire last night.
Tanker 914 is en route, ETA 1420.
Oh, Kathleen says, agreed.
Morrow, park air tag, you were broken, repeat.
Yeah.
Tanker 914 is en route, ETA 1420. Copy.
Yeah, Austin, if there's a big
Division
pirate,
Hotel, Tehema, contingency, command.
Hey, Tehema, contingency, hotel. I'm sitting down here at Highway 36 and manned with three tractors that are assigned to you. I have crews engaged that are looking to get some help if I can steal them from you.
I need some help. I have crews engaged. Where?
Yeah, I've got an equipment box headed down there. Like to hold off unless you just absolutely need them right now.
Alright, copy. I think I just tied in your heavy equipment box already. Alright, perfect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. David, if you can monitor Shasta County, that would be great because there's a big battle by Payne's Creek. We need to track it and see if it's going north towards 44. This radio, we are hearing some chatter around Payne's Creek. Shingleton camera's back online. But this is Lake Isabella. This is looking southwest. This, in the last 30 minutes, has been trying to create a pyrocumulus. This is the big crisis of the moment, the Barell fire. Ironically, both the Barell and the park were started by by criminals. One convicted in Butte County. He's an ex-con. Lewd and bad behavior with a 14-year-old. I can't even describe it or I'll probably get banned. And this person supposedly was a drunk driver who died at the scene, but his car started this fire down here in Kern County about the same time, roughly, as the alleged arsonist lit his mother's car on fire and pushed it down a hill in Bidwell Park. So when I get very critical about stupid statistics that scold the general public of California and say, humans start most wildfires. Shut up. No, not really. Like, people in general are not criminals. The biggest destructive wildfires are started by arsonists, which I believe is a reckless arson charge or something similar. The guy who started the park fire. Lightning and power companies. I think it was armed robbery and being bad with a girl.
Station 11 is up and running with the communication equipment, so I'll use the details on that. I'm going to head up to check Jason's car plus
Here's our Yeah, if Shasta County has clear radio, we might want to tune a lot into that right now. Things are going pretty well on 32 in the south and east-ish corner. This is our Shingletown camera. It's back online. And it's looking south and smoke is blowing to it. So therefore the fire's trying to go north. The fire already burned over the Inskip Hill camera, but look, it's just too dang smoky to make much of the situation. Distant cameras, like Inks Ridge here, looking to the northeast. I was hoping we'd get a better animation. But I wonder if this is why they're releasing aircraft. That's difficult to work in and fly in without mid-air collision. So we kind of do see the fire, the park fire, north edge of it. And the camera looks away. We're in good view and the camera looks away. I don't know why they do that. And there's an argument to be made. Oh, it's looking around for other smokes. Okay, rotate every so often. There's two cameras. One should rotate and create panorama. The other one should look at the damn fire. Excuse my language. He says, if and when it moves into the Dixie footprint, is it a good or bad thing? If there's a lot of brush against the base of the dead trees of the Dixie, extremely bad. Remember, the first forest fire is not the bad one. The Dixie 2.0 is going to be the bad one. And it is inevitable now. Unless they get all the dead trees on the damn ground. The first forest fire of a living forest only burns off the branches. So the Dixie did that tremendous record-breaking crap and burned 52% of the Plumas National Forest in 2021 from July to October. November, really. I know because I was there live every single freaking day. Mostly 24/7, pulling 18-hour days. And I was only off 6 days of those 96 days. I have no idea how I did that. Mostly running on adrenaline. Or a gift from God. I don't know. But I somehow did that. And so that was the milder one. What you need is 2 to 3 years for the trunks to dry out. And for brush to grow at the base of those trees, the dead trees. Now you need is 1 spark, 1 match. And it's a much worse forest fire, maybe 4 times more intense. Because the trunks burning of trees is 4 to 5 times heavier fuel. It's critical that as soon as a forest fire happens, you get the trees on the ground. Salvage whatever wood you can, but even if it's worthless, because after 3 years it's too rotten to be worth anything. Even if it's worthless, you got to pay for protection. Nothing can regrow until the trees are on the ground. Otherwise, whatever you replanted is going to die in the next forest fire. Just Google the Tillamook burn of 1933, TILLAMOOK. We learned this in 1933 when all of the forest west of Portland burned all the way to the coast. It was the big forest fire that inspired Bambi. Every 3 years, there was just enough time for brush to grow back at the base of the trees, the dead ones. And when brush is stacked up against a dead tree, you can start a bonfire. And so each Tillamook burn, the number 2 and the number 3, happened every 3 years, was worse in intensity. So they finally called a 4-alarm emergency, and they called in loggers from across the country to just get the damn dead trees on the ground or wood chippered or whatever, ASAP. They still couldn't meet that deadline because it was so huge. So 1933 was that epic fire, one of the worst in the country, the 1936, the 1939, and a couple in the 40s. We learned that a long time ago, but it's an anti-logger hate thing. Whoa.
72 Medical, Town and Country Mobile Home Park, 10 further circle.
Whoa. I go to environmental forums. Looks like we can see much clearer the fire. I go to environmental forums briefly. They become too emotionally charged for me to want to spend much time there. Unfortunately, too many are radicalizing into hate groups instead of love of the environment groups. There's some with their head on straight, of course, but it's just, I'm dismayed about how radical everything is getting on every side. And there was talk about, I hate loggers, they're the scum of the earth, they're just, I hope they die. And they're probably letting these forests on fire so they can get rich salvage logging. And no, that's not what they're freaking doing. Almost every logger is a firefighter. They love the forest. They want to live in it. Don't blame them for their company policies and for clear cutting in general. That needs to stop in general. Forward progress stopped on the Vista fire in Templeton. Where the hell is Templeton? So they want they're blowing their own feet off, to spike their toe. They're going to set up the forest to burn again. Like they lobbied and sued and successfully stopped the Carr fire salvage logging. This is not true. None of this is true. But they make lies and propaganda about how the poor little seedlings trying to grow back underneath the forest are going to get crushed by the loggers' equipment. Look, in a mega fire, there are no seeds. They turn into ash. The pine cones are ash. There's no seeds. You have to replant. The only thing trying to grow back are the invasive weeds that grow back faster than anything else, and they need to be crushed, honestly. But I can't believe it. They'd rather see the forest burn again and destroy the environment than see a logger employed. What does that do? It destroys two forests, really. If you don't salvage the wood of the one that burned, then that means a living tree somewhere else has to be cut down to provide that timber. So I do not understand that thinking. That's radical and extreme. It's bad. And I don't understand. But that's what hate does. It makes smart people stupid. So what fear does as well. This is the Colby Mountain Camp. Finally, we got a little bit of a clearing. So the dragon has multiple heads. One of the most concerning is the northeast portion where it's running up Big Chico Creek, trying to go towards Mineral and Butte Meadows. And the Colby Mountain Cam has got a great view of it. It's disturbing, though, that they've worked all night, clearing away all the bush away from this radio tower, because they expect they might lose it. And this is one thing I'm really critical of, is these radio towers should have been, and lookout towers, they should have been protected already. These guys should have been protecting structures. This should have already been done a long time ago. It's kind of interesting seeing the people down there. But these dozers that went protecting the radio tower, okay, why wasn't this just maintained? You know what I'm saying? Why were all the aircraft trying to save this drop retardant and save the flat mountain cam when it should already have been defensible space? Like, why put retardant on the trees that are growing way too close? They should have been putting retardant to save homes. There's a lot that's wrong. Many different factors increase the destruction of wildfires. We have to point them out, because ultimately it's good news. The only good news about this is that we could change it, but awareness has to exist. Brokefish says it's a new Rice Hill, Oregon, 2 new fires. What counties thinks Broke? Broke's a real firefighter. We're happy to have you here, Broke. Templeton, California is in SoCal. Well, he says good news somewhere. So, yeah, Jared, well, I'll address that in a second. You don't want a dead forest. Woodpeckers can survive, and others that need, snags. Dead trees are called snags. You want them spaced out. When lightning strikes a dead tree, it does start a fire, almost 100% of the time. Unless it's torrential rain, of course. So here's the thing. If you want woodpeckers to survive, you can't start a second forest fire that incinerates everything and all life forms are terminated. They're not going to survive. What happens to their nestlings wherever they put them? Nothing survives a mega fire where everything's incinerated to white ash. Nothing. Except rodents underground sometimes. So you got to have a balance. The best balance is just having a couple A couple on the landscape is great. Eagle's nest, woodpeckers eat. But here's the thing too, people don't realize that the beetles are still feasting on dead trees, proliferating. It's a big breeding ground for them. And the beetles are killing the forest too. Also, what's killing the forest and allowing the beetles to attack living trees is fungal attack. And it's weakening them so much that they can't fight off the beetles. And so we're losing like in some parts of the sequoias, 75% of the trees are dead because of the beetles. And crazy fungus attacks are partly to blame. The tree can only defend itself in so many things. This is the last 15 minutes of Kern County. These are medical calls I just muted on Butte County. What fungus does is eat dead stuff first, like athlete's foot. Think of it that way. It eats the dead skin cells on your feet, then it attacks the living. So when trees are trying to fight them off, it's usually on the dead limbs and stuff, they put a lot of sap and resin at that dead limb to try to stop it where the attack is coming from. It's trying to go inside the tree. And that creates fat wood there. Fat wood just burns like the dickens. It's full of resin. It's like gasoline. That's the tree's immune system, but it's also very flammable. And then as it's trying to fight off the fungus, since so much sap is in the dead limb areas where the fungus is attacking, or at the roots, like where the fungus is attacking, because dead stuff's on the ground. As the dead trees disintegrate, they litter the ground with dead pieces, things. That's perfect for fungus. It doesn't like light, so it'll be underneath the dead bark and whatever. The bark starts to slough off the tree, pieces start to fall down. It proliferates and goes nuts. Just spreads out, attacks the roots of all the living trees. So meanwhile, the bark beetles burrow in. The tree doesn't have enough sap or resin to crystallize them. You want to encapsulate the beetles in sap, like Jurassic Park and the insects in the sap, you know. And 65 million years later, it's amber. But the more they have to put sap on the outside of themselves, the more it drips down the tree from either fungal attack or beetles. That's a ladder of crystallized gasoline, basically, for fire. So when loggers actually do their thing, whether or not it's clear cutting or any kind of tree removal, they do a great thing for the environment, which is called burning the slash. They rake up the dead stuff into piles, the branches, whatever came off the tree, and they burn it for two reasons. Well, three. A, you don't want a fire load to start a wildfire. Two, kill the fungus. Fungus eats dead stuff, so they can accidentally spread disease. If they take down a tree and the tree had some dead branches, so it has fungus on it, now it's on the ground and wind can push the dead pieces up against living tree roots and they spread the disease. So kill the fungus is number two, and number three is ash will fertilize and get the seedlings a boost as they do the replant. So that's a good thing. Clear cutting's not, but except for a couple circumstances. You do want meadows. Deer and elk can't eat, trees. They don't. They eat grass and flowers. So you want meadows, but you don't want to clear cut hillsides and stuff and just leave nothing alive. It's just, no, that's not healthy. You need shade to keep the soil moist. Clear cutting, there's no damn shade. So we're, unfortunately, the way it's set up right now is clear cutting is the only thing profitable. We can change it. We can change that. If it takes subsidy, then it does. It's cheaper than having entire forests burned to nothing. $1 billion bills for fighting the fires, losing entire towns, and the crisis that ensues, the domino effect, the homeless, the the rent increases, that whatever, everything that hurts the economy. Ultimately, a penny of prevention is worth like $1,000 a cure. If we don't do something about this, if we don't pay for just forced thinning and restoration, like cut down mostly the fire promoting trees, like the pines, the only ones that really get replanted in the past. Reintroduce a lot of the cedars and sequoias and the redwoods, the fire-resistant trees, and the oaks. Get rid of the invasives like the eucalyptus. That may not be profitable, but we should pay to have that done. Restore the environment. Declare a war on weeds because they promote fire. And if we just don't do stuff like this soon, we're going to end up with the desertification, turning California into a desert. We have to do that really fast. But we have to put hate aside, be rational, and work together. Everyone can be happy, just not the extremists. Right now, the extremists are the only people who are happy. Because what's going on? The environmental extremists are happy to be putting loggers out of a job and stop salvage logging. And the corporations where clear cutting is still allowed, they're happy. We need to shut the extremists down. So, what else can we do? We have to save California before it's all freaking gone. And what's just horrible is all the red is, well, we've lost in just a couple of years, like last 3 years. And the orange is like last 4 or 5. And how much forest do we have left? Right now, what wasn't destroyed by the Dixie is getting destroyed. We may end up with like a total loss considering the Dixie and like what's going on right now. We may lose 80% of the Plymouth National Forest. We lost about 80% of the El Dorado just to the Caldor. We have to work really damn fast. Now. Like right now. Change legislation, change policies. What was pre-existing is obviously not working. So that's why I educate people. It's really grim. It's true. You can verify everything I've just said. I'm basing my facts and my speech on tried and true real evidence. We know what works and exactly what doesn't. And I want California saved. I want California saved. I don't know about you. But seeing a wildfire become the size of Lake Tahoe in a day, where I grew up and where I live, I find that intolerable, and I'm not having it. I am not having it. If we just blame people, there's no solution. If we blame what's real, policies, antiquated ideas, extremists taking control of things, blame the problem, we can solve the problem. We need a war on weeds immediately. This cheatgrass, when grass starts a pyrocumulus, you know something is weird and wrong. Regular native California grass doesn't do that. It's the cheatgrass that comes from Europe that does that. That's what was first on fire. And that's what needs to go. Every time that there is a fire, it proliferates more and more. Because its job is to create an intense wildfire that destroys all the other plants. That's what weeds do. They don't allow other plants to live. Okay, radio queued up there, but it sounded like a law enforcement or medical thing. It's actually being pretty quiet right now. Vegetation fire in Oakland. I was hoping they'd speak, that I could eat here. Oakland, Douglas County, Oregon. South of Yoncalla. Okay, Oakland, Oregon. I wish Watch Duty would have notifications that tell you what state. It's on the site of Goodrich Highway, moderate rate of spread. Department of Forestry is on the scene for radio traffic. That's just what Oregon needs. Oh my god. Right. All right, let's go back to the new and improved view. We can see the northeast head of the fire with the Colby Mountain cam. Let's try to work out where it might be. If we have a cross view from a different cam, that will be perfect. But I don't think we have that. The Cohasset cam number 2. The fire's perimeter will at least be over here. Is Caltopo playing nice again? No hazard. Okay, no hazard, whatever that was. Sugarloaf Mountain. Deer Creek at Sugarloaf Mountain. Okay. Is it looking at Sugarloaf Mountain?
Available?
The Division Juliet, do you have a strike team of engines available? It's not looking.
Yeah, I affirm. We got some gaggle there on Highway 36 over at the park, Latin Park Service there, the work center.
It's looking at 9 Mile.
Copy. Yeah, we made our way down to Little Giant Mill Road. They came across that first spot, and no one's on it. And we need to get some water on it, the hose laying. Alright, 3 engines from there will take care of it with a mod from the crew. Okay, I'll stand by.
Yeah, it's a great thing to send NCR grants and help dirt road neighborhoods to clear the sides of the road for escape route maintenance. Awesome. Everyone, please check your local county's fire safety groups for assistance. That has been a good thing. A lot of grants. Apply for your grants. You got a good idea to improve the safety of your neighborhood? Apply for your grants. Yeah, Matthew, watch duty map shows a little northern advance, but not much. Do you mean the perimeter map? Because that probably came down the pipe at midnight. We're trying to figure out how far beyond. This is the midnight perimeter that watch duty and Alert California and everything else will have. It's all in the same spot, and all of these apps pull from the same data. But it was mapping planes at midnight, unless otherwise noted. So what we were hoping for is that 2 cameras would be looking at where the smoke is coming from on this Colby Mountain 2 cam, but I don't see any. That we need the beams to cross in order to pinpoint. Bald Mountain Butte is too dang smoky. Bald Mountain Butte 2 to really truly understand where it is. If wind picks up a little bit. Okay, actually, there.
Vision Juliet. Dozer 2241. Command.
I think smoke's coming from right there. I think it's drifting over to the right. It appears to be coming from at least right there. Behind this tree.
Vision Juliet. Dozer 2241. Command.
But the radio would be best. The airplanes will tell us. They'll talk to the ground units. Yeah, where's Juliet? I've got a battle map. have the scanner on. They're just not talking right now. This is Butte County. Much of the firefights going on at Paynes Creek, which is technically what? Is that Shasta or Tehema County? Tehema County has not had a radio that I could find that deals with fire. I haven't looked today, though. But right now, Colby Mountain has just got a clear view, the likes of which we haven't really seen. We'll look at the other fire front, too, but this just occurred. So the Colby Mountain 2 cam is looking there. We've got a clear view where the fire is, but how close is it? So what we have to do is see from another cam, and it was Platte Mountain at the moment. It didn't move. Oh, right, it's rotating. I want another cam to show how close it is. All we've been hearing today is that 32 is holding and looking great from Forest Ranch all the way to Lomo. So the border, of where the perimeter on the maps, that's old. It's outdated. We know where it is right now. We can hear from the scanner if they speak again. Trump was right, rake the forest. Okay. I mean, ultimately, in a big picture way, if you cut him a lot of slack, raking and burning, especially around communities, is a good idea. We used to do that at the cabin all the time, West Shore Lake, Allenor. But it was kind of like blaming the victims. If you looked at the Facebook page of Paradise, when he said that like visiting Paradise. You should have raked the forest. It just sounds a lot like victim blaming. They had just done their raking. There's multiple raking parties and raking day events. I want to say, Mr. President, they already did that. You seem to not understand when a 125 mile an hour wind blows, about 200 pounds of pine needles will come off of each tree per hour sometimes. So even if you just raked everything, it looks like you didn't do a thing. Yeah, I know. It's become a funny meme.
4-6, Plymouth on command.
Yeah, Task Force City is sending 3 engines up there. They should be there in about 15 minutes for you.
Not copy. Thank you.
Yeah, it's been a meme, I mean, Westwood, the town, was pretty protected northeast of Lake Allenor during the Dixie because they actually generated electricity. I've always been frustrated with, like, say, we always raked into the bonfire pit at our cabin. We had like a half acre to take care of to an acre. It was federal land, but we owned the cabin on top of it, and you are required to fireproof it best you can by raking.
I was just finding out the status with the D-box, if that was going to be taken care of here in the near future.
Anyway, in order to own or rent a cabin on federal land, the way it works is you have to keep it fireproof by raking the pine needles many different times a year. And the pine cones and burning it. And I was always frustrating that it just makes smoke. But the way that almost all electricity is generated on Earth, mostly, is by making steam. Steam, even nuclear power plants are just making steam, but they're using nuclear heat to do so. Nice poem. They're making nuclear waste. But the most efficient way to generate power is just make steam. Steam rises and has pressure, It spins a wheel. That's it. Spins a wheel. Turbine. So I was always frustrated that we're making like air pollution and smoke and not capturing the heat. The heat could be making steam. And here's the thing. Pine needles are going to burn one way or another. You're either going to have a wildfire eventually or you rake and you burn. So even as a kid, I was like, why aren't we making energy out of our bonfire pit? And everybody's looking at me like, huh? I mean, that's what they do for illegal stills, like, to make moonshine, is they're lighting illegal fires, in the middle of a swamp or something in the south or anywhere, using sugar to make moonshine. And what they do is they oftentimes just get free firewood and stuff from the forest to do it. In the south, they have a lot of moonshine fires. But they would be jealous about the amount of free energy to make moonshine there. So what they did nearby Westwood is they had an actual system of raking up the forest to generate electricity for the town in the region. So some people said, "Oh, that's bad. That releases carbon." No, it prevents, it saves, prevents us from burning fossil fuels to that release carbon. See? So remember, the pine needles are going to burn at some point.
Battalion 2511, Division 2503, Command 2.
So if you do generate electricity with it, you can say no to fossil fuels.
Hey, 69, your driver's side hose bed flops unsecured.
How embarrassing. So the point is that you could California could make its own electricity with this stuff instead of having wildfires. So that ultimately the whole rake the forest idea is kind of genius. Like, why look at the amount of energy release of this crap? So Westwood did not have as much of an intense forest fire when the Dixie came by because they had for years raked and thinned for that energy project. And other towns didn't and got burned up. I don't think it would have mattered too much about what happened to Greenville, but it's a compelling argument that California could grow its own energy and doesn't need any fossil fuels whatsoever.
Battalion 2511, Division 503 on command.
So they're evacuating the 500 block of Rice Hill, Oregon. Oh boy. Yeah, J-Dog, that was one of our criticisms. We were waiting for Newsom to declare an emergency for federal aid, and instead he announced that towns feel free to bulldoze your homeless encampments. What? I really wish he'd be a lot more proactive about helping us right now. Jordan Trippner says, what about preventative man-made forest fires? Don't we do that? We do it in Washington. We set forests on fire intentionally to clear brush. Right, that's called a prescribed fire. Watch Duty showed that California did quite a bit of it. Oh my God. On Watch Duty, there's a map key.
November, Branch 20, Command.
We're legend. So these little green flames are scheduled prescribed burns, and where it says RX, like prescription drug, RX, that means the fire's set on purpose. But you have to do that extremely carefully. If you have a long history of doing it, it's easy. There's not much danger. But in many places, like where the park fire is burning,
486 on first drive.
there hasn't been fire around here for like 75 years. In general, like smaller ones, but not a big fire. So it takes a lot of careful preparation. The safest thing is to have a lot of fire access roads.
Forest Service Division 3. Division November, Branch 20.
Hang on, friends.
Paynes Creek, Forest Division, C3 truck.
I didn't make out what he said. He goes, hi, I'm at Paynes Creek here. Can I get a steak? A steak?
240.
Hang on, friends. Let me eat a few more bites.
Back 240 Orville. 210 is released, returning to Reading. ETA is 1545. Air attack 210. Now park air attack. Back 240, 1428.
81, 1428.
Okay, so a lot of people are asking if Paradise is evacuating. Yes and no. It's just been under evacuation warning for at least 15 hours now, which is astonishing. But some people are seeing on the news that some vulnerable, I guess elderly and such, were being pre-evacuated, and that's just a good precaution. There's a lot of retirees and the elderly in Paradise because it's one of the few places
Branch 20 Division, Lima on command.
they can afford to live. If Paradise is evacuated,
Down the K line.
it would be really, it would be a chaotic situation.
Down the K line on DP 40.
No, look, the fire would have to jump 32.
I'm headed back up. Highway 32.
Speak.
Jonesville, the drive times in there. Looking for Division November as well.
Copy, I believe November is up on Butte Meadows.
I'm still looking for him.
Okay. Let me see if I can give another quick example. I don't want that Google Maps. Get off. To make it readable, I've got to zoom in the web page. So if you go east of Chico, 32 is this ridge top road. It goes through Forest Ranch, Cohasset, Lomo, all the way up to Lake Eleanor and Chester, past Butte Meadows and all that. So it is, by the way, looking very solid and very good from Forest Ranch to Lomo. As of the early reports today, we are watching right now to see if it changes as the wind picks up in the afternoon. As the fire will start to come to life, supposedly. There's supposed to be around the Chico area like 18-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That'll change everything in a second. Yeah, the fires come to life after the sun reaches its zenith, as sun and heat gives steroids to a fire. So we're waiting for that. And as the wind picks up, it'll push the smoke away. Right now the smoke is smothering the fire, not giving it as much oxygen as it wants. But if the wind pushes it away, it'll give it more oxygen and it'll take off. So this is the waiting game.
64 Golf 23 Charlie, command.
I wanted to reassure people that there are several different huge, deep canyons in between the fire, which is on the left side of 32 here. These are huge, deep canyons. Next at risk would be places like Centerville, Irish Town, and Helltown. Not that those are particularly full of many people. They're mostly place names. Centerville, though, is a community with a museum. So
2340, hotel on command.
if it reaches 32, then I'm sure they'll push the button wherever it is. It depends on where it is on this line. That Paradise, Magalia, Lovelock, Sterling City, and Powelton, either of these places, maybe even Inskip,
Orville, 81's that's in.
may have to evacuate. But 32's been holding strong. So it's on warning. And I totally approve of them busing out if they did that. I haven't seen it for myself, but if they bust out the people who are elderly, patients from the hospital, those who are difficult to move later, and those who don't have cars, people with medical needs. There's a lot of the disabled, the fixed income, the elderly who retire up there because they can't afford anywhere else. That was the majority of the deaths
Butte Operations Air Attack Air Correction Command.
during the campfire. But people don't understand just how big the chasms are. If there's a huge plume, what the hell, old man? Show me that picture. I'm supposed to drop it on a. There we go. Somebody took a picture from here. People don't understand just how big the canyons are. It would have to take extraordinary, like, north winds and a huge plume to quickly hop the canyon. Yeah, it would be there would be some time, unknown duration, amount of time. It would have to go over 2 different canyons, see? So, that will be the trigger, I'm sure. Okay. So a really good example of high altitude there. Now, let's see here. Where is a good neighborhood to see the canyon at? It's very... got some of my own pictures, but I don't want to dig them up right now. Google car didn't go there. That's a 2012 image. That's pre-fire. It's hard to get.
Meadow contingency, Butte contingency on command.
I hope at least the first picture let you know. Oh, here's a good one. I mean, that's a big gap. That's the fire would have to pass through this to affect Paradise. That's big. I mean, that's big. So that's decent. I hope you understand now. So I totally approve if they bust people out like the vulnerable, the elderly, and people without rides otherwise ahead of time. Then that is the best thing to do, just as a precaution. So are some people evacuating? Yes, the prudent, and maybe they're evacuating the vulnerable just in case. And so far, we've had some very good news. They slammed 32 with retardant all yesterday, and they started doing it this morning too, with passenger jet loads of retardant.
Division Juliet, Loomis on command.
That's good, Joel Brown. It's saying that they have 3 buses in Magalia now ready to fill with people if they make the order. Good. Let me look back up there. That's good. Whoever left Magalia and Paradise left last night, I approve. Because everybody knows how the traffic jams kill. And it's better than hanging out there being anxious. So far, it's really good news, and I'm happy to report that. But remember, today is the best weather day. Things get tough again and hotter tomorrow, and nothing is over. So all our heroes need is time to strengthen the lines. The most dreaded thing for Paradise is 2 things. The 2 worst scenarios are a dreaded north wind event. The north winds are hot, dry desert winds that come out of Oregon's desert, and they accelerate over the Siskiyou Mountains, over by Lake Shasta up here and Mount Shasta, and they start a lot of fires, especially around Redding and Shasta. And everybody fears that, but I don't see one in the
Division Juliet, Loomis on command.
forecast. It would be very critical to find out. And a dreaded east wind. If the fire gets up north and east of the town, or anywhere up in the mountains, a dreaded east wind can blow it down from all the way from, like,
Loomis, go ahead for
from anywhere. It could run down to the
15
tower.
train aids, looking to get a couple of the engines in here on that little giant road.
I copy out the little guy you said.
It
Yeah,
could,
for a little giant.
I'll relay to Julia.
what about Little Giant? Sorry. PETA says it's the largest this year. Is it? Yeah, it is. That's what they did. That's what they did say. Oh, and don't be too concerned about the helicopters in Paradise. They're dipping out of Paradise Lake, so they're getting their water there. So there are still hot spots on and around Forestville. Somebody called in a smoke check and said there was fire. They needed help with it because it was a little bit too large of a job for them and their shovel.
Branch 20 Oroville on command.
Tehema operations, air attack on command. Go ahead for branch 20.
Let's go back and see if any of the cameras can help us figure out where the fire is at any point.
Branch 20 Oroville is in contact with Battalion 2112. Can you have him rendezvous at Station 11 with the previous message we had earlier today?
Affirmative. I'll pass that on to him. I saw him about 10 ago. I'll try and track him down.
I appreciate it. The person that's been waiting for him the past 3 hours is more than likely going to leave here soon. And he said it was a priority for him to get his item fixed.
I copy. I'll track him down and get him to Station 11. Break. You continue. Branch 20. Copy that traffic. Tehema operations, air attack on command.
Okay. We've pinpointed.
Oroville City TC in the area of Nelson Avenue and 4th Street.
We got it. It's right there. That's where the fire is. Jeez. It's due west-northwest of Butte Meadows on that particular ridge.
Battalion 90, Engine 972, Engine 91, Butte Medics, TC, 2 vehicles in the area of Nelson Avenue and 4th Street. First unit at C, Nelson IC on Calcourt. Stand by for response check back 1441.
All right, let's find Butte Meadows. Line it up on Cal Topo, which I hope is working again. Butte Meadows. There it is. Lines up with our heat detection. Quadrangle 26. The fires on Quadrangle 26 of the Alaska National Forest map confirmed by a cross beam of 2 cams right here. So it's very close. Where is the
Tehema operations, air attack on command.
What concerns me is the smoke coming towards the camp. Towards
Division Hotel, air attack on command.
Colby Mountain 2. Let's see if it's
Response
drifting.
check back TC in there at Nelson Avenue and 4th Street. Engine 91.
Engine 91.
It's not directly.
Engine 972.
Engine 972.
Battalion 9B.
Colby Mountain.
9B. All units responding for
first unit scene, Nelson IC on CalCord 1442.
Morrow Vision 972 is at scene. 2 vehicles. We'll be investigating. The correct location will be Nelson and 4th.
Prayer sent.
Yeah, it's flying TC, Nelson Avenue and 4th Street, engine 972, Nelson IC on CalCord 1443.
All right, so we know it's at quadrangle 26 for sure with a cross beam of a camera. But we've got hot drifting smoke and or fire almost due west of Colby Mountain. I wish it would look due west. At least one of the cameras.
Orbit engine 972. Total of 4 patients. 2 minor. Correction, 4 minor. I'd like to request an additional medic unit code 2.
Okay.
Nelson IC 1444.
All right, let's do more time lapses. It was too smoky earlier. It's a 6 hour. We'd have to jump 32 way up here by Butte Meadows to threaten this cam, or a pyrocumulus would have to form and drop embers that far. So what we don't want to see is the smoke coming directly towards Colby Mountain. If it goes north, okay, it's still west of 32.
French
It sucks,
15-3,
but
calling Plymouth.
yeah, today is a race against time. How much work can they do while the fire's on good behavior?
Plymouth 15 Charlie. On command.
Due to it being colder and more humid.
15 Charlie, Plymouth. Hey man, looking to see where you guys are. Strike team at that engine. Looking to give you guys a hand with this spot. What's your location currently? That we're coming up 36 from Paynes Creek. Okay, we're down Little Giant Mill Road, about a mile and a half. I copy Little Giant Mill. Yeah, you'll tie with me on the road. I copy, yeah man, we'll see you shortly.
Is that a place? Little Giant Mill?
No, Orbit Nelson IC, Meg touching.
Nelson IC 1446.
Air attack, aircraft request.
All right, we'll check on Oregon. Sure.
Attack Orville.
Of course.
Orville Park air attack request, relief air attack. 1645.
Okay. Where's Oakland?
Last unit on Butte local, you're walked on repeat.
Wait, too far.
Engine 91, 1447.
Candyville, glide. Isn't it? Yeah. Oak Ridge. Where is Rice Hill? Sorry, friends. Let's check on watch duty first.
Branch 20, go ahead for Meadow contingency. This happens from DCC. You have an appointment. Someone who's waiting for you at Station 11. They were going to leave shortly if you can make it down there. I've been trying to get down there.
I'm heading that way, about 5. I'll come down. I got some other stuff for you that I found.
Does it have a name yet?
Orville, Park Air Tech aircraft release. Park Air Tech, Orville. Charlie 8 released, ready. ETA 1500.
The one in Sutherland has been contained. See?
Air Tech 1448.
That can't be it. Right?
9B 1448.
Rice Hill. Where is Rice Hill? Is it by Sutherland? Is this it? 8 minutes ago, they were 100% wetlined, 80% contained 8 minutes ago. It checked half an hour ago. Incident Command said it checked itself up against the train track, making good work.
Hotel, Air Tech on command.
What's the crisis here? Is it something else?
Air Tech, branch 10 on command.
What are we worried about? 100% contained fire again for?
10, Air Tech on command. Hey, I just wanted to tie in with you, see if you're aware of the work that the ASM and takers are doing in Division Hotel up in the Tehema zone.
False alarm, guys. It's contained. So it's 100% contained.
Division Hotel, Air Tech, you were walked on by other traffic. Can you repeat?
Let's go check.
Air Tech, branch 10. There's drop on what? Branch 10. Air Tech, affirmative. They're working on some of that area up on the north side. They're currently a beam of Finley Dip, if you're familiar with the Air Ops map. Working down into Hotel Direct along open line in the Vina Plains area, just carrying it out direct. They're having a lot of success, and we're interested in seeing if you had any resources that could back up the retardant work that's being put in right now. Everything over 36, we are going direct, windows are backed up. Okay, how about the stuff to the south of 36? They've done a lot of work up on the north side. They're transitioning to the south side, working down towards Division Hotel.
Command.
Coming off south. Right now we have dozers that are looking at the big box. Go with the flow. Dozers are ready to start the work. Check it out. Our plan is okay, copy. They're doing a lot of good work in there right now with the tankers, so they're holding it in place, and if you get those doses in there, you're probably going to be able to tie it in pretty direct. Okay, firm. Okay, good copy. Thanks. I'll let the ASM know to continue.
That was frustrating. You just gave
Branch 20, Division Lima on command.
Okay, broke, but it's contained. I don't know what the issue is. Which fire broke? I mean, that was not the right one.
20, Division Lima on command in the blind. I'm at DP 45.
Copy. I'm en route.
They understand each other because they're close to each other. So our radio ham operator is stationary. So he's somewhere near Chico or something. So air attack is up in the sky, so we hear him clearly. But the people are really far away. That's the distance between Paynes Creek and Chico. We can only hear air attack well because he's up in the sky. And he's talking to people down here at Paynes Creek. And so all I made out about that conversation was Finley Dip They were working around there, had a lot of success. See the air map, and I have that map, so we'll look at it in a second. They did a lot of work on the north side of 36. They're about to wrap that up. They're transitioning down to the south side. Can someone please back up the work that they did with retardant there? And then there was a bunch of beep as a reply. So, man, I love Tanker 102, though. I was hoping the Shingletown camera and others would be on there. So if something's going on by Rice Hill, I mean by Sutherland, the half-acre vegetation fire is wrapped up. The spike buck, which is nearest closest thing, is something like 12 hours old. I guess, how did you send the pic? Broke is on Discord. So this is a 1 hour time lapse of that vegetation fire. It's 100% contained now. Looking good. Hole in the ground fire. Yeah, let's take a look. A special request. Hole in the ground fire. Okay, that's a new candidate for funniest name. It's 50,000 acres. No updates on it for more than 18 hours. Level 2 evacuations for a pretty big area. I don't know why watch duty doesn't draw the evacuation area. But here we are. It's reported by an automated bot. And one of the watch duty people put the evacuation area around there. It's level 2. Yesterday at 1 p.m.
1455 break.
Let's see if we have any cams. Dead Mountain Cam.
64 medical 2509 Oro Quincy Highway.
Where is Dead Mountain? That's right. No, that's Smith Ridge. Hi, Oak Ridge. Is that new? Or is it just, that seems to be the old one, the blue fire, right? Stubbornly.
Engine 64 Butte Medical, ill male 2509 and a half. Orville Quincy Highway between Myrtle Drive and Linda Loma Drive, 1455.
Unfortunately, it's very smoky in Oregon. Eastern Oregon, there's not many cams. Hole in the ground fire, Malheur County. Tinker 101.
Division Juliet, Tower Engine 373 on command.
Going past it. I don't know. It seems very smoky to be working around it right now. Let's see. Maybe we got a cam. I-78 meets 95. Highway 78 meets 95. Never been up there. Excuse me. Oh, it's by Rome. You guys ever read Ralph Friedman and his epic organ guides? He sadly passed away, but he's a legend. There's one book one chapter is called The Fantastic Walls of Rome. This is one of the most remote parts of Oregon and indeed the entire country in southeast corner. Very sparsely inhabited. And so he read a tour guide brochure. Go and see the fantastic walls of Rome.
64 1457.
And no cameras looking at it. So he gets there, and he can't see anything that looks like walls. It's supposed to be some geographic cliff thing. And he goes and pulls over and flags down a local, and he's like, I'm here to see the fantastic walls of Rome. The guy frowns and he goes, the what? I don't know that that's rain on the Shingletown. We can look at radar. I think they may have installed a sprinkler on it. Let's see. I have not seen any pre-sip whatsoever, unfortunately. There are no thunderstorms in the forecast. That's one blessing from God, nature, or whoever you want to believe in, or fortune. I'm very concerned with movement to the northeast corner of the park fire.
11458.
Maybe they shut the camera down to put the sprinkler on. Map girl, why would I be taking a break? I am kind of taking a break. It's pretty low key right now. I'm hanging out with you guys. Keep it coming, the information, and just let me know what you want me to check on. It's very hard to track Oregon. Malheur County has no scanner. It's been so difficult to get any information about the Cow Valley or anything. There's a Durkee and Cow Valley email that you can sign up for info. They're looking a lot better now, sort of. At least Cow Valley is. I'm hoping that the radio says a lot more, so I can just sit here and eat the rest of my food.
Division Tango 40 Charlie on command.
It's good to remind me that I do need rest sometimes. But I got 12 hours of sleep, so I'm doing okay. I'm glad the Shingletown camera is back. It didn't seem to have a reason to go down. Maybe they just needed to install a. Maybe they just needed to install a sprinkler or something. But smoke is kind of bad anywhere there's fires because they can't really use aircraft. And unfortunately, we lost a pilot working the Falls Fire. That was very sad. We can watch there's a press conference down in Kern County. Let's do that while I eat. Was it Discord that you sent me on something? Let me check that. Let me check that, Broke Fishing. Yeah, Gene G is asking, oh, you wish you had my stamina? I don't have any stamina, but I'm just sitting in a chair. I have adrenaline. I have adrenaline and I have a lot of Sudafed right now. It's hyping me up. From my, it's funny, when I'm on the Sudafed, I feel better than normal, even if I'm sick.
Colorado, take off left. 26 on command.
When it wears off the... okay. Let's watch this press conference so I can eat more. No, it's terrible when I'm seeing things that are so emotionally upsetting.
Hey, we just passed the Cal Fire Station, still headed east on 36. Division Tango 40 Charlie on command. Down the road,
There is rain. Zoom Earth shows rain. Really? My radar is usually pretty good about showing any kind of precip. Hang on. No, it's terrible. And
72 Medical 4638 Virginia Avenue.
There's nothing. I've been to Sky.
Agent 72 Butte Medics Medical Ill Mail, possible Shigella 4638 Virginia Avenue between Grove Street and Mill Street 1502.
Shigella. Damn. I mean, dang. You don't hear that every day. That's some hell of a food poisoning to have. Bloody diarrhea. Oh, God, okay. Extremely contagious. Ugh. 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 Percent for that individual, they're going through hell.
Division Juliet, Tower Engine 3783 on command.
So what is the mystery raindrop on the Shingletown cam then?
Barell, Engine 72 responding.
Engine 72, 1504.
Where is it? Precious?
Go ahead for 04 Alpha Trini.
Where'd it go? Huh. Alright. There's no radar. There's no clouds. There's no storms. But there's water. They have an elaborate, strange set of bars here to block stuff. Like, why does it block this shed? Okay. There's smoke in the area, but it's not clouds. Yeah, I bet you it's,
Orville Nelson, I see engine 90 won't be available at 2.
it's perhaps
Nelson, I see 1505.
a fire suppression system to just wet stuff down, or a bucket drop from a helicopter. But the helicopter would only drop on it if the fire is close. Usually water is like on flames. Hey, Kate Garcia, good afternoon. The rain has disappeared from the Zoom Earth now, but I swear it was there a minute ago. Uh-huh. Sure it was. That's okay. Who knows? That's mysterious. Stephen Lofi says, now I watched the cam for 15 minutes. There's a band of mist and rain that came through. 15 minutes, huh? I think you guys are taking me for a ride. Well, it could be sprinklers on a timer, because it did that an hour ago. So, if it's been raining for an hour, you know what I mean? Like, wouldn't there be more significant bands on radar? Oh, it could be Virga. Rain that doesn't hit the ground. It's kind of tall up there. I swear I saw it hours ago. Mysterious. Well, if it continues to have water droplets on it throughout the day, then it's a fire suppression thing. We already went through this once in Chester during the Dixie. People kept telling me it was raining in Chester, and I went, what? What? And finally, and people told me that all day and all night, and they didn't explain. And I kept looking at the radar going, why are people trolling? I finally found out there's a real estate office in town, and it had a webcam. And next to it was a building that had a sprinkler system for fire suppression. And it was just going on and dropping on that camera all the time. Same thing with during the Caldor, there was one kind of by Public Pines. All right, let's watch that video on Kern County that's extremely concerning down there. We're still listening to Butte County. They're just not saying nothing. I wonder if they're going to evacuate Lake Isabella. I don't like a thing that I see down there. And the fire is currently spreading to the east. It already erased a town. It keeps trying to form pyrocumulus and failing. But if it really gets established,
Engine 91, return the quarters, 1509.
yeah. I got the picture, bro. What is the temperature over in Shingletown and Chico and Butte Meadows? It's gonna be high in the 80s, right? This is eerie when it does stuff like that. But it keeps failing and growing and failing, and growing and failing. The officials must be very confident that the wind direction won't change right now. Otherwise,
Engine 972 will be available, I think.
Engine 972, Orville, confirming that second medic unit made it to the scene.
Affirmative.
1510.
I don't like that at all. Let's watch their little press conference.
County Fire Department, and for 2 weeks I've had the privilege of working with California.
Now, I don't think we need to watch all 18 minutes, but this allows me to stuff my face a moment.
Interagency Incident Management Team 14 as a PIO on their team. Today we have a number of representatives here, individuals that are intimately involved with the decisions that are being made to manage this fire. We know that the community, even surrounding areas of Kern County, are all wanting to know what is happening with the Barell fire, what is being done to contain this fire. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and start with some of our speakers today. The first speaker that we're going to have today is going to be Sequoia National Forest Supervisor Anthony Edwards.
Engine 72, 1511.
Hello, I'm Anthony.
Okay, priority is listening to live things, so let me see if that's important. We're still listening to Butte County.
91, 1512.
Haven't been speaking.
20, air attack on command.
The air attack talks, we listen. What air attack? What?
on command. Range 20. Yeah, just trying to find your location. I just tied in with Max 30. Are you headed towards Jonesville on Humboldt? Come down Humboldt Road, and I'll meet you at Station 11 if that works. Copy that, Station 11.
72 degrees, 35% humidity in Shingletown. Yeah, if somebody's asking what the wind forecast is, it really varies. They're saying 18-mile-an-hour wind gusts near Chico, but they did not say that like for the mountains.
Branch 20, Division Lima.
One of their objectives today is keep the fire as Humboldt Mountain as a barrier. They just said Humboldt or Humbug. Is that what they said? Humbug, excuse me. They want to keep the fire west of Skyway to Humbug Summit. He just asked.
20 Division Lima. If you're okay with it, I'll meet you at Butte Meadows as well.
The fire is now west of Butte Meadows in the hills.
Engine 972, OPD will remain at scene for traffic control. Engine 972 is available response.
But west of 32.
972, 1514. Engine 972.
Oh, for Paynes Creek? Yeah, I read that forecast earlier. I think it's still up. I think I put it, let me see there. Let's just go to it real quick. 70 degrees there, 45% humidity, dead calm. The south wind becoming 6 miles an hour, of 6 mile an hour ish, becoming calm after midnight. There is a smoke. The way we could tell that there's not much wind is there's a lot of smoke. If wind picks up, smoke goes away. How come Chico's not under any kind of warning? Well, Chico is what they defended first when it first broke out. And the wind blew it past them to the north. And so they put a lot of retardant on all those neighborhoods down there. And there it was just a clear grass fire. So the thing about grass fires is they run and they move really quick. However, once they're stopped, they do not persist. Grass burns up in like minutes, and then it's done. There's nothing else around to burn. Because oaks in the area, for the most part, oak trees just don't catch fire. They are almost fireproof. They evolved in California to be like that. So if you can get either retardant in front of a grass fire or burn off grass in front of the grass fire, or if it meets something like even small barriers like brick walls that are even maybe 4 feet tall, like retaining walls, it'll just be stopped. So once it went past them, it was being driven to the north, Chico's to the west. Whenever there's a wind-driven fire, the sides expand pretty slowly. There's also a bit of a help from a little bit of a breeze from the southwest, like a delta kind of breeze. There's like a general south wind, but also a delta breeze coming in, and that was meaning that the grass fire everywhere from like Chico towards the Los Molinos area, it was not running towards the west like it could have if the wind was, if it was coming from the east or something.
17 break.
That would have been a different story. So, the
91 Medical, Bedrock Park, 1100 Feather Boulevard.
All right, we're gonna beat that for a minute and watch the Kern County thing because I still need to eat. But the thing about grass is it just burns up in minutes, and so fire needs to keep eating something to live. And so as a grass fire passes an area, what's left behind is like just hot ash for a minute, and it cools really rapidly. And then there might be some tree stumps on fire, the occasional tree, the occasional bush still burning. they just drive up to it and squirt it out with water. And that's about it. So, yeah. Brandon Bean says my zone, Chico, was surrounded by evacuation zones. Thanks Cal Fire the city for keeping us safe. Well, they could have done a lot more, but I mean the city to prevent this from happening in the first place with pre-made fire breaks and stuff. But okay, yeah. But the south wind was the reason it didn't run into Chico. It just wasn't blowing that way. The southwest dealt the tight breeze that was pushing the grass fire away from it. How come it's not under any warning? Because all the grass nearby burned up. It's really easy for fire crews to just like when there's a grass fire, it's a moving ribbon of fire that's only a couple feet wide, and it's moving. And so you can drive up behind it, just squirt it out. Unless it's moving rapidly, which means it's moving with the wind. It was moving rapidly to the north, being driven by a south wind. But like I said, the southwest wind was pushing against it, and it was having trouble spreading out to the west. It was much slower. They caught it. Aircraft was slamming retardant. Helicopters are doing water drops. Most of the grass to the east of the town burned up, so right now the only way Chico would be threatened is if there was a huge plume column to like the east or northeast, and a north wind blew embers into the town from like a long distance. It'd have to be from miles away. So there's nothing in the forecast about a north wind yet. And right now they've been working day and night to strengthen fire lines up there and put a lot of it out, contain it. It already burned up a lot of the fuel nearby Chico. Just that we saw the tremendous plumes. The more wind, the more like it is a blast furnace. The quicker stuff burns up. So it just exhausted a lot of its fuel closer to Chico. So Tranzor Z says I'm in Gridley. Oh, my favorite restaurant, Casa Lupe. Penny candy. Good memories. 30 minutes south of Chico, the wind has died down here today, and the temperatures are much lower than yesterday. Helps a little. It's helping tremendously. This is giving them a free day of work. Yeah, I don't think there is a threat to Chico, except for new fires in places where the grass isn't burned, like the west side of town. In the middle of the night, not last night, but the night before, a train overheated in Chico at 32 in Muir Street, MUIR. And they stopped the train and did the right thing and got it wet, and they prevented a fire. They called the fire department just in case the overheated train brakes were going to start a fire. And so they did the right thing. And we had a heart attack for a second, because on the radio, a caller thought that the train was on fire. And we went, oh my God. So stuff like that. You got to constantly be ready to go. Be prepared for wildfire anywhere in California. This heat wave is immense. Anywhere there's still fuel to burn is threatened. But ironically, Chico is now looking safer for the rest of the year as far as fires coming out of the mountains, because now you have all your grass burned off. It'd be much harder for a fire to sweep up into town from the east. That's the one silver lining to this disaster, that all the way to Red Bluff, if you burn off a lot of your grass now, you're very, very safe. Much safer than you would have been when the Santa Ana Diablo wind season comes around in October. So just the places with fuel load and thick grass, they're super dry, or lots of heavy, thick forest that's overgrown, and you don't have any good fire breaks or fire access roads, those are the most under threat. So, ironically, like as bad as the grass fires were in eastern Oregon, around towns like Jameson and Brogan, and this 130,000 acre grass fire called the Cow Valley last week was started by arson. But then lightning came, and these towns nearby were protected from the west side because anywhere lightning would hit where it already burned up, it wouldn't do anything. So your Chico's more safe than ever, ironically, considering the ultimate long-term situation. What we just don't want to happen are big northeast winds or north winds that have like huge storm things going on. Of course, we just don't want the super dry conditions to persist or the super hot conditions, because what vegetation needs, even if it's dead, is cooler temperatures, maybe some overcast weather, and some humidity. You want some delta breezes that bring in humidity and cloud cover. Dead vegetation can absorb mist, dew, and humidity and be a lot less susceptible to sparks. So, Frosty says, I have a question for those that are here watching right now. So, yeah, the river bottoms, people camping there and fishing and recreating are always a threat to places like, places like Marysville and Yuba City, Gridley, and, power lines down are always a threat. Car accidents on your street are always a threat. Your neighbor who lets everything get overgrown is always a threat. Fireworks are. You should always be prepared no matter what. I am most concerned for the forest and everywhere. But between the fire right now to Chester and all that, the heavy fuel loads in the forest that didn't burn up in the Dixie, I just don't see anything that's going to stop it unless it's rain. Ultimately, it just depends on how far it's able to spread. If there's a lot of bushes growing against the trees, against the dead trees of the Dixie Fire, and it gets in there, God help us. Dead trees that have been drying out for several years now. But people are telling me good news that they've been cutting a lot of them down to protect places like Chester. That's a good idea. But I don't want to see any more of the forest burned. That's the hardest thing to put out. That's the hardest thing to put out. So all of the communities of the valley are at risk, especially the ones where the grass fire hasn't burned off yet. If this fire is still going and not really contained well by October, then you could have the Diablo wind sweep the fire down over communities that they saved already, Like, there's still a lot of living trees that like Cohasset, and I'm worried about the fire getting by Sterling City and Bucks Lake, and those types of places. And you hit the Diablo winds of October, 75 to 125 mile an hour wind gusts in the hot, dry deserts. There would be no way to save anything in front of something like that. So we right now are really anxious. It would be really good if they could keep this fire west of 32 in all situations, but I'm super worried for Mineral and Butte Meadows and everywhere out there. There's more grassy, rocky stuff over there by Shingletown. It's easier to get a handle on fires. Grass fires have to move to survive, like fast. Same thing with tumbleweed desert fires. So if you can get retardant or anything in front of them, they reach that red block and stop, and it's done. It'll be easier to stop it on the west flank and the northwest flank ultimately. It's only giving them trouble because of the south winds are persisting. But the forest fire potential, the east and the northeast flank, right now, if it goes further east and then south, then Paradise is in danger from like the area by Sterling City, and Sterling City is such would be in danger. So, are Cottonwood and Anderson safe? I think so. There's a river between you guys now, and it would be like a grass fire for a moment. But like I said, the dreaded east wind. We have to see what's in the forecast. Do they have any evacuation notices? I'm extremely worried for the Lake Isabella area. Yeah, you got that river, man. The river bottoms might burn up if we had a strong, super strong east wind and it flew to the west. It might reach the river bottoms and start burning up that line of trees. But I think Cottonwood and Anderson are most at risk from the new fires starting on your side of the river. I think Red Bluff is. Mind you, I'm not there. Okay, you guys who can look out your window are best judges. I'm just using my own generalized local knowledge from when I passed through, driving around up and down I-5, right? I'm in a living room. I'm in my living room in Portland, Oregon. So I just know in general the terrain. If it's a south wind, and I know this is kind of grassy stuff, I just think you would have to have extremely strong east wind for it to really cross that river. I don't know how thick the trees are, or how low the water is right now, or any of these factors, right? I don't know what is the vegetation like west of the river. But I think it's unlikely that they put on notice anybody west of Sacramento unless there's an extreme change in the forecast. This is why it's so important to figure out what the wind's going to do. And that's what I'm frustrated about, is I don't see any longer term forecasts about, hey, are we going to experience some north winds? Are we going to experience some east winds? Those are the two huge threats. The answer of how big is this fire going to get? Where is it going next? And how soon will it arrive? 100% of the answer depends on when. People might interject and say, well, what about the efforts to stop it? Well, they don't have enough people to really stop it anywhere. Not as it's rampaging. And the weather's going to worsen. So I can't predict what structures they're going to protect and what they aren't, and the quirks of luck, that occur. Sometimes a house being saved depends on if there's a pilot over it, seeing the house in danger and reporting it, and a helicopter comes to save it. That's a lot of that is luck and hard work. But all these crews who are there have been absolutely worked to death. They're going to need some time off really quick. They're going to need to be relieved by other crews. We are at 100% utilization, though, for crews. So it's help from other states and countries. It's a shoestring kind of a defense, considering what they have available. They're doing remarkably well. This is one of the craziest rampaging fires ever. But the flatter the ground, the easier it is to deal with fire. And it's been tough to catch up with it, get ahead of it, and get dozer lines and fuel breaks in. firing in front of it and retardant in front of it. They really couldn't get in front of it in any way because the smoke is too thick. It would be nice if passenger jets could get in front of a fast-moving grass fire and dump retardant, but they can't because the smoke is like a solid line. They can't fly into it or they'll crash. In the future, it'll be different if we can remote control these planes and if they can kind of fly themselves with AI kind of navigating with LiDAR technology. LiDAR is like lasers that see through smoke and 3D map things. But a plane goes like 600 miles an hour, 250 to 630 miles an hour, the big ones. So right now I don't think we have the technology for LiDAR to scan ahead of itself that quickly and the processing power of a computer on board to always have a good 3D map to navigate that quickly. Technology may change, but if you think about it, trying to get a dozer line, a really slow moving tractor or dozers in front of grass fires, you can't when it's forming a pyrocumulus and dumping flaming debris, 3 to 5 miles ahead of itself. The risk of them being trapped is enormous. They just can't do anything with the head. That's a technology issue. So the and all this was started by one criminal. I refuse to call him a man, he's a criminal. The rest of California has been pretty remarkably fire safe, except for a couple of idiots and a criminal. A couple criminals. Yep. I got 12 hours of sleep, Desi. I've been eating all day. I'm chilling. Thank you for the reminder to stay hydrated and whatever. Yeah. So considering that Oregon's been in crisis, can't really help. Washington can't really help. I mean, they just big towns just burned down in Canada. This is our community meeting for what's going on in Kern County, or a press conference. It's less than an hour old. We were just about watching that when we had to listen to air attack for Butte County. This is our current view of the best view of the northeast corner of the fire, sort of in the Butte Meadows area. What we do not want to see is the smoke go directly towards this camera. It sort of does every once in a while, but then it kind of doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Right now, this is a bit eerie. But so far, over there by Butte Meadows and everything, and as far as the fire is concerned, it's on the correct side of 32. If it jumps it, God help us. Now, that's one way to watch a fire. Just kind of kicking back. Got his feet up. They've been working hard all night to prepare this place for fire. I'm just frustrated. We know that our radio towers and our fire lookout towers are critical, and the fire stations. So why aren't they already like this? Why didn't these crews go and prepare structures somewhere else? Now, there's been neglected maintenance around every single firehouse and fire station and fire tower we've seen, and radio tower. That's why we lost the one at Richardson Springs, because somebody didn't trim back a bush away from the power line. That's it. And the solar power generator. This is absolutely infuriating. So we've seen aircraft divert to try to save these towers and stuff. This should have been saving buildings. It should have been saving neighborhoods. We lost 145 at least structures. I think everybody should be pissed. Excuse me, angry. I'm angry. I'm angry. Yeah, Yujiro, absolutely. If anybody dies in here, and we don't know if anybody's dead yet, they may find people who are dead. That may take time. Everybody from hikers to campers to people unaware who didn't leave, or I mean, fire tornadoes happened. Who knows? But ultimately, if anybody does die, the firefighter who went into critical but then stable condition today was life flighted today, just hours ago. People could die here, and that could turn into a homicide in a something degree. It won't be first degree. That's like trying to stab somebody, but it would be a different degree, second or third degree homicide, or first degree manslaughter, or whatever the county uses as a dictionary. So what do you mean, get the FF on? I don't know what you're saying. So I know, Dennis, the poor people and animals. I am not happy about this. I just pretty much cried on the stream yesterday. Just cried my eyes out. Right now, Lake Isabella is holding steady. We gotta listen to this press conference, so because they already lost a town. What's really concerning is seeing the Shirley Peak cams. That's our current status of Lake Isabella. I think south at Lake Isabella should be evacuated already. Because look at that. Apparently they think it's safe because the wind is not scheduled to blow that way. I don't think that's a good way to bet anybody's life. There's like 3,000 people there, plus those recreating. There's only 2 ways out to the north. We are 1 car wreck away from one of those being blocked. So, yeah, it's grown all day and all night to the, yeah, I appreciate. Whoops, I didn't mean to. Sorry, I didn't mean to reveal that. I hope I didn't reveal that. I understand your sentiment. We gotta be family friendly with the cursing, though. Yeah. So, it's just awful. So, let's see. Yeah, SoCal Squatcher, this is ominous. Deja vu. This is the kind of cloud we saw on the park yesterday, and it's our 6-hour time lapse. They already had a lakeside fire last night by Lake Isabella. So this was zoomed in on that, I guess. But this is as it was at noon to now. Hell on earth. This was started by a criminal too in a vehicle. Allegedly a drunk driver. Crashed his car and killed himself, apparently. I hate alcohol. But ultimately, alcohol just sits there. It's people who decide to consume it irresponsibly and not get help for their addictions. I still don't like it. Yeah. So I'm going to eat a little more. Let's watch the press conference they just had about an hour ago about Kern County.
Edwards, I am the new forest supervisor for the Sequoia National Forest. I'm also representing the Bureau of Land Management. We are both working together in partnership with and in this effort with the fire. Currently, we do have 3 fires on the Sequoia National Forest, with the largest being the Barell fire. Wildfires are always a dynamic and fluid situation, and for that reason, the health and safety of our firefighters and the public is our #1 priority. We are thankful to have a proud history of mutual aid response and with our local and state cooperators here in Kern County. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Supervisor Edwards. The next speaker that will speak is Kern County Fire Department Chief Deputy Denisio Mitchell.
Good afternoon, everyone. Denisio Mitchell, Chief Deputy of the Kern County Fire Department. Thank you for all being here today. We appreciate your guys' patience in these matters. We know that you guys need information, so we want to inform you. We've been at this since last week with the Barell incident, and as a result, as you saw just yesterday, she tripled in size and ran into, some of our beloved communities, especially the Haviland and Paiute Meadows area. We are very fortunate and lucky to have the interagency relationships that we do. We count upon and depend upon the state, the local, and the federal levels of cooperators. As you see behind us, we have a wealth of people here.
Okay, I hate it when they kiss each other's asses in the beginning. I'm sorry. That's just, I'm being harsh, but get to the point. Community, is it safe?
Tulare unit, Tulare County. A lot of people came through to make sure they were sending resources at the moment that women have retirement and got out. We appreciate that when you do that. It allows us to focus our efforts on purely point protection and firefighting, and not necessarily pulling resources to go find people and evacuating that part of it. Lastly, our hearts are out to those members and members of the public in Haviland and the Paiute Meadows area. We know they took a loss yesterday. It's difficult for them. We currently have teams in there assessing the situation.
Took a loss? You mean the entire town's gone? You mean that? Except for their school and a firehouse?
So now it's our jobs to make sure that concurrently, while we have a firefight going on and still protecting the communities of Bodfish and Lake Isabella, that we're doing, we can help out those that have been evacuated, those that are in a time of need and loss, and making sure that we survey, assess, and then support them in their need as we go forth. We just want to make sure that everyone understands this is going to be a fight for a while. We still remain engaged, and we appreciate the support from every one of you guys out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Mitchell. So now we have heard from federal, state, and local fire agencies. And now we will turn our attention to Sheriff Donnie Youngblood.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you to the team members behind us. What you see is a team that's worked together in the past and will in the future. And each team member has a different role.
I'm sure they do.
That is, thank you. You can't, once you're locked in, you can't get out. So listen to the people that come to your door, and we'll answer your questions, but if they order you out, please go. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Youngblood. We'll now turn our attention to District 1 Supervisor Philip Peters.
Thank you. I'm Kern County 1st District Supervisor Philip Peters, and I just want to echo the Sheriff's comments. I know this is a frightening situation. It's one that we've become all too familiar with, unfortunately, especially in District 1 in the Kern River Valley. We've got some great folks with the county, great staff, and a lot of departments working hard on this. In particular, our firefighters and our deputies. We've got some great partner agencies working with us. And so I would just ask the community to, as the sheriff said, please sign up for Ready Kern if you haven't already. Please pay attention to any evacuation warnings or orders that you get. Those are not put out lightly, and God willing, we can get out of this without any loss of life. But please, for your safety, for our first responder safety, listen to those warnings, listen to those orders, and if the time comes, please get out of
Oh, it's been 8 minutes, and they haven't even explained what the hell the fire is doing, where it's going, and what it's going to do. They can go ahead and pat each other on the back and talk about how they're working together just fine. At the end, please. I don't understand. I think they don't understand how much they enrage people by doing that first, just out of order. It's like old movies used to have the credits first before the movie, and that's because it was like a tradition for a play. That you handed a playbook and you read the actors' names and stuff before the movie, but it's only like, oh my God, just get on with it. So they fixed it. Now credits are at the end if you care about them. So what they're trying to do, though, is cover their own asses. If you're not from California or United States, these agencies typically hate each other. like the different Muslim, or Christian denominations back in the Crusade days, like they hate each other, like hate. I'm not saying each individual does that. I'm sure many of them reach across the aisle and they are friends, but we're talking about the leadership. They have radically different ideas about how to fight fire and what to do about it, how to prevent it, and they squabble. They have a tendency to squabble instead of getting things done. So what they do to the public is they just sit there and talk about how they're not squabbling. So okay, we can't verify that. That's nice. But please put that at the end. What's the fire doing today? Where's it going to go? What's it going to do?
For the area, and hopefully we can get through this as safely as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Peters. Now we're going to turn our attention over to more of the incident details. And to get that information,
thank God,
we're going to turn our attention to the incident commander of this. Right now we have incident commander from California Interagency Incident Management Team 14, Jim Snow. We have California Interagency Incident Management Team 11, Chris Fogel. And from the Kern County Fire Department, we have Battalion Chief Jake Cagle. To represent that unified command will be Team 14 IC Jim Snow.
Thank you very much. I'm Jim Snow. I'm the Incident Commander, Team 14, outgoing Incident Commander. We're timed out here shortly, and we'll be replaced by, again, Chris Fogel from Team 11, which...
Okay, timing out means, man, firefighting is really exhausting. They barely sleep. They work extreme hours. It's like Deadliest Catch. Maybe they should make a show called Deadliest Fight, but they become super exhausted. They work superhuman, but then they go home to their families, hopefully. They get like weeks off of rest. So that's timing out. And they need that. Otherwise, they're just not going to be very effective. And so he's just talking about the different incident management teams. They time out too, even though they're mostly, bureaucratic, or I would say leadership oriented. That's a better word for it, because they barely sleep. They have to be woken up if there's a turn of events in the night, and you got to have fresh people. It's kind of sucks though, because totally new crews come in and they don't know what the situation is. So if you hear the word trainee, that's a new crew trying to learn everything they can about the old crew that's about to leave. And that means everybody, not just the worker crews, like not just the guys fighting the fire with the hoses, but the leaders. So that's what they're talking about.
Will not hesitate to drop anything whatsoever and continue the valuable and good work that's going on out there. Currently, we are unified with the U.S. Forest Service, BLM, Bureau of Land Management, as well as Kern County Fire, representing CAL FIRE as well. So just want to say that we're here for the community, and if I can get any message out there to any neighboring communities, when you're trying to make access to check on your neighbors, please reach out by phone, reach out by another method other than driving in there. The roads are closed. The more people we put in there, the more dangerous situation comes to you and to the community that we're trying to serve. Thank you very much for your day. Have a good time.
So now we've had an opportunity to hear from each of these individuals individually. But we have a number of individuals that are still here from Public Health, Congressman Fong. We have representative from Shannon Grove's office. We have many agencies, representatives that are here that are willing to be able to give you those one-on-one interviews. But before we break to the one-on-one interviews, if there are any questions that we have that are for the greater good of those communities that are affected, we'll go ahead and take a brief moment to do a few questions, and we'll get those answered by the individuals that should be answering those questions for you. And we'll start right here, sir.
Can we get an update on the fire?
An update on the fire, yes. We'll turn our attention to Incident Commander Jim Snow for that.
Yeah, the update on the fire is the current fire situation is 33,000 acres, 0% contained. That's about a 30,000 acre growth in 24-hour period, as you heard from the previous presenters. We have about 1,200 personnel assigned to the incident, and the fire, we're talking dry relative humidities, we're talking dry fuel moistures, we're talking extreme fire weather, heat. We're talking red flag warnings over the incident that's making, with that terrain, making it very, very difficult to get in and go direct on the incident. We will go direct where possible, but some of those edges of the fire are just, with rapid growth, we're having to chase down rather than stand in front of it. Any other question there?
Are there any injuries?
We have had some light injuries on the incident, a lot of heat-related injuries. It is hot out there, so a lot of heat-related injuries. We did have a burn by a civilian that was in the area of their home unit, home structure. Did have some burns to the arm, and they were taken care of by ambulance to a hospital.
You mentioned this area of the canyon hadn't seen much fire activity previously. Can you talk a little bit more about that, please?
Yeah, you know, the fire ecosystem here is, you see a lot of fire in this area, right, in the Sequoia National Forest, California in general, right? We're experiencing that summertime year-round. This part of the canyon and that specific area hasn't seen fire in quite a few years, upwards of 20 to 30 years. So, you know, it has a lot of regrowth in there. It has a lot of light and flashy fuels. So, you know, it's very fire-prone. One match, right, one less spark stops the fire. So one match, one spark, that starts rapid growth.
How many firefighters would you say are out there?
We have 1,200 personnel assigned to the incident.
Can you talk about the situation in Avila, what the scope of the damage is?
They're still being assessed, so I don't have an exact number for you. Once we get that exact number, that will be released.
Do you know if any of the historical structures have been damaged in that region, or it's still ongoing?
Still ongoing.
Okay, I don't know how the volume is for you. Question was, are any historical structures damaged? Because we don't have those answers. We're still surveying the damage. We don't have the answers for you.
There was word of deputies who had been trapped and had to be rescued by copter. Is that right?
There was a few deputies that were going to do evacuations, and from my understanding and the report out that I received is they were cut off by fire, and then as they were sitting there making contact for emergency extraction, the roadway cleared and they were able to extract themselves.
So they drove out?
They drove out.
Could you describe the condition?
Well, so the question was, did they have to be airlifted out by helicopter when they were trapped? They may have requested it, but they were able to drive out. Holy crap.
A little bit more, you know, what kind of terrain, what kind of fuel, what kind of winds are you guys seeing?
Yeah, this is steep, unforgiving country out here. You know, you look up there and it looks like a lot of rock, but it's not. It's steep, it's hot, so that sun-baked slope that's on you is not representative of, you know, the weatherman says it's 100 degrees out, but with the heat from the fire, the heat from the slope reflecting off of it, and the heat from the general air temperature, you know, you're looking at upwards of 120, 130 degrees at any given time for firefighters standing out there. And then when you add flame impingement, you know, magnify that as much as you want.
How much growth has the fire seen?
In the last 24-hour period, we're talking 30,000 acres. Yep.
How many people have been evacuated?
Evacuation warnings for Havala have been in effect, and we're now on an evacuation warning for bodfish.
What do you mean a warning for Havala? It burned down yesterday. They lost the town. He must have meant, okay. It's true that there's a warning now for bodfish. I don't know why it's a warning, just a warning, when this is what it looks like right now. Bodfish is over there, I believe. Okay. But okay.
Do you know roughly how many people that covers?
I can touch base with you offline on that one. There is a specific amount of individuals in the Genesis Protect app. We are very happy to be using this app. It has streamlined the evacuations tremendously for us. And if individuals haven't, this is a great time to download that app. But we can go ahead offline, look up some of that information and give you some pretty good estimates of what individuals, the count of individuals are for each of those zones.
Right now, Lake Isabella is on go, you know, but not necessarily on evacuation order status. Do you think Lake Isabella is in danger of potentially needing to, you know, have residents fully evacuate the area?
I'm not exactly sure what you meant by the expression "go there."
Well, I looked on the app and saw that they were just on preparation status to leave, but not necessarily forced to evacuate the area.
Wait, is she talking about Lake Isabella? Sorry, she's really low. Let me read.
Happy to be using this app. It has streamlined the touch base with you.
For bodfish.
Do you know roughly how many people that covers?
I can touch base with you offline on that one. There's
Okay, they said, well, how many people are around bodfish? So how many are in that evacuation warning area?
a specific amount of individuals in the Genesis Protect app. We are very happy to be using this app. It has streamlined the evacuations tremendously for us. And if individuals haven't, this is a great time to download that app. But we can go ahead offline, look up some of that information and give you some pretty good estimates of what individuals, the count of individuals are for each of those zones.
Right now, Lake Isabella is on go, but not necessarily on evacuation order status. Do you think Lake Isabella is in danger of potentially needing to, have residents fully evacuate the area?
Okay, yeah, that's what I've been wondering too. Do you think Lake Isabella is in danger and that residents may have to fully evacuate the area?
I'm not exactly sure what you meant by the expression "go there."
Well, I looked on the app and saw that they were just on preparation status to leave, but not necessarily forced to evacuate the area yet.
Right.
So
yeah, Lake Isabella for some reason is just on notice. Evacuation warning. It's not mandatory. So that's what I'm wondering too. Like,
Lake Isabella in danger of needing to evacuate?
Well, I think the best way to look at this is that anytime there's a fire burning in and around us, we have to stay vigilant as to the conditions of the fire. No one has to wait for the incident to make an evacuation warning or order to go ahead and begin getting their affairs in order and begin leaving. Certainly, if there's something nearby, everyone should be staying vigilant.
okay, that's a great blanket advice piece. They keep repeating. Answer her question.
What direction is the fire moving?
Oh my God, he didn't answer. That's it. She asked specifically if Lake Isabella is in danger. He didn't answer. And an explanation of why is it just a warning? A very good question because it's by the minute looking worse there as the afternoon drags on and they're in complete red flag. This thing keeps making pyrocumulus and having it collapse. Larry lost a town yesterday. Look at this. Lake Isabella is down there. So answer the freaking question, somebody.
Right now, and what's next? And what's threatened after what's already burned?
Currently, it's spreading south-southeast towards Thompson Canyon.
Toward what?
Thompson Canyon.
When will the 178 be open?
We don't have that information yet.
Expectations for how much is ahead? I mean, we're already at 30,000 plus. Over the next 24 hours, what are you looking at?
You've seen very large growth over 24-hour periods. So with the red flag warnings in effect, and as they're getting extended, I would be fair to say, mimic that same acreage growth. Wherever we can grab an edge, wherever we can grab, retardant using aircraft, where we can use our crews, where we can use our dozers, we're going to take advantage of those situations. We're looking at the land changes out there of different fuel features, rocks, natural breaks, rivers, roads, and ridges is what firefighters like to use. They're the safest and most consistent for us. So currently right now under these red flag warnings and while they've been extended, you can look at similar growth. We're going to do everything possible to stop that growth from happening, but it's nature. Nature sometimes dictates, how the day's going to be.
So if it increased, what was it, more than 100% or 1,000% overnight? Are we talking about the proportional or the same, or adding 30,000?
I could say your fire growth is going to be anywhere from 100 acres to 1,000 acres to 50,000 acres.
The fire could grow to 100 acres, 50. Wait, what? Or 1,000? Wait, what?
Overnight.
That growth from happening, but it's nature. Nature sometimes dictates, how the day's going to be.
So if it increased, what was it, more than 100% or 1,000% overnight? Are we talking about the proportional or the same, or adding 30,000?
I could say your fire growth is going to be anywhere from 100 acres to 1,000 acres to 50,000 acres.
What? obviously it's not going to just grow 50 acres. Like he could look over his shoulder. This is when pyrocumulus were happening, like within where they were visual range where they're presumably filming. Like it's completely rampaging unchecked. Of course, it's going to go more than 1,000 acres today. What?
It's just the weather is going to dictate how it goes, and the weather is going to dictate how close we can get to put the fire out with the tools that we have to do that.
What about access roads? What is available right now to get people out, or if people need to get in? I don't know.
So we still have a number of access roads in and out of the Kern River Valley. Individuals can still take Highway 155, Mountain 99, and 178 to the east. So there are 3 of the major arteries that go in and out of the Kern River Valley that are still able to be traveled by individuals.
All right, let's see where these are.
Mountain 99 and 178 to the east. So we still have a number of access roads in and out of the Kern River Valley. Individuals can still take Highway 155, Mountain 99, and 178 to the east.
155, 99, and 178. Okay, so Lake Isabella. $178 east, right? So that's one way out of town. They only have 2 ways out of town, actually, because the fire's to their south. With this one on the west. 155. I don't see any other way out. Like the Isabella. They're 100% cut off from the south. What? Okay. The Kern River Valley. Whatever's east of Bodfish you can't take. It seems to dead end anyway. Into old mines. Okay.
So there are 3 of the major arteries that go in and out of the Kern River Valley that are still able to be.
Okay, you have 2 ways out. You are 1 car accident from having 1 way out.
Traveled by individuals.
Did having crews like in place for the SQF lightning fire, did that like kind of help the response for this fire at all?
I would say because we were in the area, we were able to help aid in that fire. The fire, just because of the weather, just outgrew us as fast as we could get on it. So yes, we were in the area. We had large number of folks in the area to be able to get on it, but you can only fit so many people on the road to get there. So it took a minute to get there, and the fire outpaced by weather with the red flag warnings and winds.
So that's how extreme the conditions are. Even with all of these firefighters in place, you still couldn't quite.
Yes, sir.
Do we understand correctly that aircraft are on the way, additional heavy power?
Yeah, we have multiple orders in for additional engines, crews, dozers, aircraft as well. We're using night aircraft to aid night firefighters in the night shifts. Orders are in place, and additional equipment, more than we have, it will be en route.
So what are the numbers we have now versus what we're hoping to get?
You can double it.
What do we have now then?
As I said, 1,200.
Number of
personnel.
People, what about equipment, aircraft?
Oh, aircraft, I think it's upwards of 10 plus fixed wing and rotor wing as well.
Existing?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions. At this time, we'll go ahead and close this official press conference, and we'll absolutely close on a high note. Not only were those extra crews beneficial for the Barell fire, we had a fire that started last night at the sawmill. Those resources were able to also extinguish that fire. So definitely the Kern River Valley is safer having these resources nearby. Everyone's going to do everything in their power to get this fire stopped quickly. And
some of this just sounds really pithy. I know he's trying to be reassuring, but a town was erased yesterday, or a small community. Don't tell people that they're feeling safer. That's just not a good thing to say. If I had to have some constructive criticism here, this is almost okay. We did get some good information with some speakers, but this is pretty much a masterclass in how to make your populace really angry with you. How to really make people enraged. Such as not answer if a town is safe when the question is directly answered. Just this is a great example of the old policies, which is don't tell people beep. It's classical bad parenting. So like kids are human beings. They're smart. If they're like, "Are we safe?" and you lie and you're scared too, all they know is that they can't trust you. That's it. So same thing if you avoid the question. If you're a good parent, you tell your kids, well, because the danger is real, we're taking this, and this step to become as safe as possible because we're prudent and smart, and this is how we should act. Let's cooperate and help mommy pack. How fast can you pack? Let's time ourselves and then drill again and again and again until we get this right, and we're very confident that we can leave very quickly if we ever have to. And then we can relax. You tell the truth, you reassure, you take proactive steps, and then once you've done everything you can do, you can relax because you have instilled confidence. And officials have to be like that. Can't believe that. Officials have to behave that way too. They're acting like bad parents. Bad parents are foolish enough to believe that if you lie to kids, for some reason they'll believe you. Like they can't read your body language. Like they're not smart enough to see danger and understand danger. You hide information from people. Or, hey, if you didn't know, like, I will get back to you in 5 minutes. I'm going to ask my secretary. Okay, that would be a good answer. He steps off stage and finds out. He comes back and says, actually, we think right now, like Isabella is safe for X, Y, or Z reason. But because anything could happen with the weather, we're still giving a warning. Like that would be perfect. If the wind comes from the south, you're not safe. If it changes, you're not safe. It's not forecast to change, but just in case it does. So when I tell people, nobody's God. Nobody can tell you you are safe. Nobody can tell you what a fire is going to do and when exactly. Nobody would ever die in fires if we could. But you could say for X, Y, and Z reason, threat is either apparent or it's not. So, but that's one of the reasons why people completely lost the trust in authorities in many places, and they just get angry. There's 16 minutes of garbage info about how they like each other and work together when everybody knows that the agencies have a history of hating each other like different Muslim and Christian denominations during the Crusades. So they should just acknowledge that, hey, we're working a lot better with each other now. That'd be better truth, Just tell people what they actually need to know because people have busy lives. So I'm going to put the Butte County back on. The scanner, we paused there because I had to eat. Scanner hasn't been saying much at all that we can even understand. What's going on at Paynes Creek, we can almost never understand them due to the length, the distance. We can hear air attack, talking with people at Paynes Creek, but when they reply, we can barely understand them. That's a lot of helicopters going up 32 right now. What we don't want to see. Is the smoke going directly to the Colby Mountain 2 cam? All right. So there's not been a new image since 3:43. Oh, wow. But they have finished their work.
Arrived at YMC. Engine 972, 1612.
Why is it down? Hopefully it's temporary maintenance, like the one at Shingletown. Okay, Valley Springs is where, Dogfish? New fire, where? Yeah. Brent says, seems incredible, the Simpsons crew episode, where it was like, how, it does seem like the Simpsons, doesn't it? This would be funny if it wasn't real. Hey, Rob says one route goes around the west side of the lake to Woodford Heights. The other one goes west over the mountains or up to, oh, doesn't it go east? Up to Kernville. The third route is east 173 to the desert. Yeah, but I'm talking about like the actual south part of Lake Isabella. They only have 2 roads out.
Division Lima, Meadow staging on command.
Unless you take a boat through the lake. I know the other one splits, but yeah, pack your go bags, man. Goodness gracious. I think they need a psychologist to help them get new policies for how they talk to the public in order to win trust, how they speak to the public. But if someone asks you, why is a place on evacuation warning, what's the danger, and should they leave, or what's going to go on, and you don't answer that, fail. Why did you dodge that question? If you say, I don't know, that's a good answer. But we're about to find out for you. We're about to find out for you. And why wasn't the person who called the whistle, I'm not sure who puts evacuation notices out, but oftentimes it's a sheriff of a county that has the final say in
Royal Engine 972 available in response area.
That's a little loud.
972, 1614.
Well,
Engine 972.
That's typically what we're hearing in Butte County. So, yeah, that Sarah says this guy's one of the worst comms officers I've ever seen from CAL FIRE, or was he with another agency? I don't know what his introduction is. He's wearing a CAL FIRE, but let me see. I think that's a CAL FIRE patch.
And for 2 weeks, I've had the privilege of working with California Interagency Incident Management Team 14.
Okay, he's with IMC T14, but his intro is cut off. We're not here to crucify anyone. I'm trying to explain. He's probably has his hands tied about how he can answer.
Park air attack. Aircraft request.
But the policy, whatever is wrong here, mostly the policy, gotta change.
Release ASM 1800.
Why is the camera down? Crews are still hanging out there. That one's vital to understanding what's going on by Butte Meadows and Mineral. What's this one? Morgan Summit. Not looking the correct direction. When we become deaf, dumb, and blind, that's when I start to get the most concerned. When we rely on officials for all of our information, we're kind of screwed, honestly, just saying. Because they don't present it in a smorgasbord. It should be like that. It should be like, an all-you-can-eat restaurant, with the buffet, where the weather information's here and the evacuation info is here. It's all available in one spot, and you go choose what you need. But instead, it's like chicken feed, kind of tossed out whenever they feel like it with info. The more people are kept in the dark, the more the imagination goes. And the imagination is worse than seeing a horrible image. Every movie director knows that about horror movies. Like Steven Spielberg figured that out, that Jaws is terrifying because you don't see the shark for 45 minutes. The imagination imagines things worse. the first shark attack victim. You just see her struggling above the water, and she's screaming and being thrashed around like a rag doll. So you're imagining her being bitten in half underneath the water. Anytime the shark was actually shown, Jaws looked like a puppet, honestly. But I remember watching the first, as a kid, trying.
Juliet, 3615 Charlie, on command.
I remember as a kid stopping the movie Jaws because I thought the rest would be just as terrifying. So, yeah, Curly, yeah, what I was describing to you, though, didn't...
That's 3615 Charlie, on command.
Yeah. Curly, what I saw on that one stream...
15, go ahead.
Hang on.
Hey, we're looking to see if we can get a hose ordered for 3615 and that Task Force 6. Both resources are going to be running out of hose here. Copy 20,000 foot hose module request to Highway 36 and Little Giant Mill. Yeah, that'd work.
All right, it's still pretty normal chatter.
Zone, branch 15, copy.
I want them to report on up here by Colby. This is where we lost the cams. What's going on here? Bugs, you saw Jaws 11 times in the theater? Why was that? It's a good movie, but my God. Wait, Northern California major incident is back? Oh, well, I didn't know that. Yeah, we'll tune into that. What do you mean you had to mute me to listen to it? Why don't you tell us to listen to it? I don't know how to add it to the dashboard, though. The Broadcastify dashboard. You have to choose a county with Broadcastify. And Northern California major incident is not in a county. So if anybody has the answer to that, I am all ears. So I want to put it in the dashboard. Disaster event. I hate the pop-up window it does.
Yeah, I snagged one of yours on Highway 32 that was supposed to go to staging.
Why don't you just tell me it was there? All right.
933, 1621. Was E718. So staging division, me, what's your cover traffic?
On a dashboard, you can't put statewide. Right? So this is my dashboard, Butte. So you go to Actions, add a feed. United States, California, choose a county. Statewide's a county. Oh my God. You're a genius. I didn't ever notice that. I've asked this question for 6 months and nobody told me that. You get the gold star. Sweet. Thank you. All right. So thank you guys for your kind donations. This ad-free experience is not only brought to you by the donors. Please, if you can, spare $1. Very appreciated right now. Liking and subscribing is a way of help for free. But if we could get 20% of the viewers to donate $1 or $5, we'll get our laptop and better equipment, take the show on the road, and be in California. And Some of the donations go to pro versions of Broadcastify for this ad-free experience. Flight Radar 24 and other apps too. So great. Let's plug in to our new feed. I didn't even know it came back online. Here we go. We'll play both Butte County, CAL FIRE, and Chico because CAL FIRE, BTU, Chico Fire, and USFS is down.
51 Lima on command.
I'll try to mute one and then the other sort of thing. They're both playing.
Yeah, can you check with the Ventura crew, see if they have a heavy equipment loss or a mission on the side-by-side, 73 24 Golf, and if they can head towards the Meadows to assist me with the little project.
Northern California major incident is really low quality. But we'll keep it around. Did it just say anything pertinent? That was one lame press conference, I gotta say.
Trying to see if there's a heavy equipment bosses off Ventura crew were available for a little project in the side-by-side off of Stokes Road. And if they want to meet me at Butte Meadows, Station 11, I can tie in with them. Up past there. I don't think I have comms with them down there on the bottom.
Hey, there was a press conference I didn't know about. Hey, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3. They're on YouTube, right? Just Dixie Fire stuff. That's a little stale. We really have to go to Facebook?
15 Charlie, Juliet on command.
Really? Oh, okay. How long is this one? Ugh. If I know this stuff is happening, we'll tune in, guys. Ah. But yeah, thank you for 42 likes. That's good. We've had 16,000 views though, so can we get 1,000 likes? That would be awesome. Oh my God.
Juliet on command. Juliet on command.
Overlapping feeds. Mm. Come on. Juliet on command, what? All right.
Barell, Forester 2192.
Tehema.
Command copy vitals and audio positive available.
Hello, Station Division Lima on command.
Richardson Springs compound to assist with putting out some vehicles.
Vehicles are on fire.
20 trainee Division Lima on command.
In Richardson Springs?
Forester 2192. Contact Park Communications. Command 2.
The incident comms are not working out here at Richardson Springs.
Yeah, because Richardson Springs camera and radio tower burned over because some idiot didn't trim a bush back. An idiot didn't trim a bush back, and the bush was on fire, and it burned up the power cord. God. I'm so sick of all the comms going out and the firefighters being in danger because somebody just trimmed bushes away.
2192 Orville, confirm your TAC.
Oh. Okay, did I miss
Broken.
Cosgrove Fire?
2192 Orville, confirm your TAC.
Cosgrove Fire, Calaveras County, by Campo Seco. Okay. 20% contained, good. One of the Chinooks is down there.
Charlie, Division Juliet, on command.
God. I wonder if that was a structure.
Branch 5 Orville, command 2, tone 11.
That got really dark.
Orville Park Air Attack.
This is Calaveras County.
Park Air Attack Orville. Orville Park Air Attack, if you get contact. Orville Park Air Attack, if you get contact with McClellan Tinker Base, and they'll start to be last. Go to Concal IP 6000. Concal IP 6000 feet. Park Air Attack 1630, break branch 5 Orville. Butte operations. Branch 20, Butte operations, go ahead.
We lost Platte Mountain too? What just happened? How many cams did we just lose?
Go ahead. Branch 20, Butte operations, go ahead. Trying to get a hold of me earlier. I drove through there and didn't see you. I drove around and come back. Station 11, driving time, I'm heading down there right now.
The Dyer Mountain cam is socked in with smoke. There's Lake Malheur in the peninsula.
Operations, Orville.
If it's out to Dyer Mountain cam, it's coming straight for Colby Mountain then. Butte Meadows is just to the south of it. A little bit. Why is Platte Mountain 1 and 2, Colby Mountain 1 and 2? Offline. What happened?
Tehema operations on command.
Yeah, Moo tells me the cams are solar powered and light me not getting to them. I think I thought solar was a
Bravo, how
backup.
do you copy?
Hi, Isaiah. How are you doing? What's in the path?
Cosgrove IC, Cosgrove AirTag, ready to ground.
This image stopped at 314. Yeah. Yeah, that says they called in a VLAP for retardant drop for Butte Meadows. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Yeah, I ate my lunch. Sorry, let me make sure I didn't miss too much chat. I was messing around with messing around. Yeah. Supposedly a drunk driver.
Affirmative. I've been unsuccessful trying to hail branch 5. Forester 2192 has asked us to relay a message via Butte Local. He's on the west side of the Richardson Springs complex, requesting 2 engines to help extinguish vehicles that have reignited.
Oh my God.
Can you give me the location again, your bro? Affirmative. It would be on the west side of the Richardson Springs complex.
And we'll go check on Shingletown.
I copy. Branch 5, you copy that?
Cosgrove IC, Cosgrove AirTag. Confirming you're talking one more fuel cycle.
No heat detection anywhere near it.
One more cycle.
Normanton.
Tehema operations on command.
I'm so glad, Isaiah, you got out of that camp. Where is it?
Re-energizing the Manton line in about 10. Contingency branch copy.
Yeah, what, was it a camp? Was it a camp at Butte Meadows that you evacuated, Isaiah? Ow, what's in my eye? Ouch. Yeah, see you later, Stonewind. Yeah, J-Dog, supposedly a truck driver crashed and died and started the Barell fire. It was right next to the road, the highway, and there's no lightning at the time, even though it was during a storm where lightning was present elsewhere. Look, there's no heat detections at Shingletown. Unless... Manton doesn't have any either. Ouch. Unless Caltopo is screwing up. What the hell happened to my eye? Let's go to all... So, I don't think that Manton's in the middle of the fire. Am I wrong somehow?
Branch 5, Butte operations.
Tanker 910's over Rich. Which way? Yeah.
I just want to confirm that you copied the traffic about Richardson Springs and you have somebody responding.
There are cars on fire at Richardson Springs. The cams just went down near Butte Meadows. Okay. Be right back. I'm flushing my eye.
on command.
The crew, before you guys head out for fuel, and we'll get you guys out of here. Can you guys get the crew and get fuel?
That's E37 for that water tender break. Additionally, 48 Charlie's looking to see if there's any possibility of getting a fuel tender somewhere up here close. He has 2 or 3 engines that are below half a tank. Fuel tender request has been made for the community of Mineral. I copy. Do we know if that's been filled or if they're up there? Negative. The alternative is Red Bluffs, 20 miles. Okay, copy, thanks.
Charlie 4, you want 104 to work our way north?
On command. Vision Juliet 401 on command. After refueling. Getting 41 out of the
Copy that traffic.
Juliet 96 Charlie on scene. Charlie 4 insight heading north and with a left-hand turn. Cleared on 5000, we're watching.
Sky base tanker 90, 5 minutes out, loaded. How's the fuel in AWS?
4 Alpha Echo for Sunbro Veritas.
All right.
Okay, I copy. We'll plan on just keeping you guys just high drop until 610 gets back to the going. Plan on discussing it, please.
You want us working area? Forward, taker 105 is over Chico towards the IP. Chico Base 210, 5 out, request fuel. Station 4, ranch structure group. Go VIP, and we got 105 6. Unit operation, string 220.
For Camino copies vitals, and we have your positive data.
12 DIP. Zero, number 3, tank 102.
Forest Ranch Structure Group requesting a ambulance code 2 to Conestoga Road and Highway 32 for a patient in 30 complaining of an insect bite with localized swelling. The patient is with an EMT. He has just localized swelling. Vital going to be a green. He just needs the ALS assessment.
Okay. All right. That was random. Something just flew into my eye. It's not a bug or anything. It's like a black speck came out, and I have no idea.
Air Attack 210's off the park incident, returning Chico. ETA 1700. 240 has the fire. Air Attack 210, 1650. Operation tracking 2860 Foxtrot. Center 210, air attack on 122, yes, traffic. Pursuit, pursuit. Yeah, I was told routing is just over the top there. Ceiling is 4,000. You guys were escalating on that to Chico.
Okay, sorry. Something went into my eye. I just spent an inordinate amount of time eye washing. Now my eyelid is so dry that I can't blink. My eyelid is sticking to my eyeball. God, that was random. But thank you for reminding me to rinse instead of rub. Weird things happen to me. Sorry, friends. Okay, remember to like and subscribe and give me money. If you can. And to keep us ad-free. Thank you, everybody who has. I need a code 2 ambulance for my eyeball. But I looked in the mirror, too, after doing an eye rinse. I look like I just did 2 8-balls of crack. If this happened while I was driving and I was pulled over because I was erratically like, oh, what's in my eye? I would be booked on charges. And I would just look like a tweaker in my mugshot. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, I probably washed my eye out with cryptosporidium because Portland's water supply is tainted with bacteria. Oh, no. Yeah, they'll name the new eye disease after me, I'm sure. I didn't hear some things. My eye drops expired. Okay, what just happened? I had to take the headset off. Thanks. Yeah, they're a little bit strained, but something like it flew into my eye. I don't know where from, except the chandelier or something. I don't get it. Oh shoot, I reached maximum 24 notifications. Again. Drunk. That's right. We have the press conference for the park fire, but was it just as bad as Kern County's? Yeah, Shinani, sorry. Oh, good. I'm so glad you got out there. The camp you were attending ended at 10 a.m. on Friday, so you're out of there before the fire. Yeah, I hope somebody appreciates my humor. It's not for everybody. What happened to our fearless leader? I've come back. Have no fear, my people. 8 VLAT's about to drop in Butte Meadows. Awesome. Awesome. They're going to need some protection. I'm really upset that the camera has gone down. Sorry. Yeah, the embers. What people don't understand. One thing to say about eyes. What people don't understand is they think they could defend our home with a garden hose or something. Is the stuff that gets in your eyes. It's hot and it burns. It's like burning sand.
My crew sits en route to assess the patient. If you need the ambulance, go to Conestoga and Highway 32.
I evacuated my mom in front of the Beachy Creek fire as Salem was pretty far away from the Beachy Creek. The Beachy Creek was like 10 miles away. I'm not kidding, 10 miles away. And what just rained down, the ash from the sky like it was snow. And I wasn't prepared for. I was just loading suitcases, trunks full of our photos. I wasn't prepared for 2 things. One was how
the plan was you guys were going to keep it on the transition to the green side.
One was how exhausted you are just doing a minor anything. The smoke is a killer.
They kind of abandoning 32 and you're going to go up the ridge and that shaded drill break all the way up?
To your energy. You just get exhausted for no reason. Like I lifted a trunk in the back of my car and sat down on top of it going, oh my God, I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack. Sorry, I'm trying to deal with eye strain, friends. I just may have to make it darker in here. Or orangier. This is still the bad webcam. I tried the one by Anchor and I don't like it, so we'll have to take that back. So the second thing, yeah, I washed, but now I don't have any tears. And I looked around. I'm sorry, friends. I looked around for Visine. It expired, and it's the medicated kind with allergy stuff, so I'm afraid of it. But now my left eye is sticking to my eyeball. So don't worry, I'm not hurting myself. I'm trying to get it off my eyeball. Okay. Yeah, I'm all right. I need to order some eye drops, new ones, with the antihistamines. Both of the MD87s are in the house. Look. Figure 105 and 102. So were you at Butte? You were at Mountain Meadows? Where was that camp? Oh, sorry, you answered that. 7 miles east of Shingletown. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're out of there. Jasper's Moans is it? It's crazy the amount of different subjects I'm knowledgeable in. Well, thank you. I'm really good at trivia, but not math. I don't know anything about cars or space. Yeah, the West has been in a major heat dome situation, which is a jet stream blah 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 phenomenon. This explains it pretty well. Let's see, where's my heat dome explainer? Let's see. Not that. Not that. Not that. I've got a lot of ready-made explainers. Not that. Not that. Load.
Tehema Desert Task Force.
That. I hope that explains the heat dome. So the jet stream goes wild. It does a wavy pattern up around the globe. Warm air comes from the south and the equator, and it hits the jet stream like a wall and gets trapped there, and so it gets hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. And then the opposite occurs for the next door. It gets colder and colder and wetter and wetter and wetter. That's the flooding. To the east of us, you get massive fires and heat to one side. You get massive cold and flood to the other. That jet stream, go to hell. We don't like you anymore. So heat domes are an extreme example of this. It's like flower petals in a shape, like the hippie. Oh no, we're gonna have a La Nina winter or the end of summer. Oh god.
Along Wayne Valley Road, walking it right now. Half dozers putting in that contingency line.
This is Spring Valley Road. Contingency line. Okay. So we watched the press conference. It was utter crap. I'm going to rate it an F for utter crap. Okay, D- to F. Only the weather guy was talking straight. I need his camera to come back. Carly says, I wonder why it only happens over land, not water, the jet stream thing. Oh, the jet stream is always around the globe, at the top of the Earth, Canada latitude. Yeah, it's wavy. I'm not a weather person. Direct your question to Holt Hanley. I would subscribe to him. The link is in the description of this video. He's amazing, and he does live streams and oftentimes takes live questions about wildfire weather. So I haven't seen his latest video. Oh man, I'm sorry, Stephen Murphy. Says I was going to SJSU when the CZU happened. Wildfire. I was stuck in my apartment for days due to the air quality of COVID. Oh, God, I'm a killer. Okay, yeah, La Nina.
610, you guys are clear to lift and evacuate.
Looks like an air ambulance is clear to evacuate and lift somebody. Okay. Sorry, what did I say? Spring Valley Road? Creating contingency line. I'm just time-stamping this stuff. People have questions, I refer them back to the correct time. Let's look at the battle maps, by the way. Maybe they'll show where they want to have line. Okay, so when we had discussions about what El Nino and La Nina does, the most important thing to remember is this. It means extreme weather, especially for California. I know about the effects on California and Oregon better than anywhere else because, well, that's where I live and that's where I have family. And that's what I've...
Hey, I was hoping to tie in with you.
If we had these freaking cameras, we'd see epic drops.
James is headed your way as soon as he clears Manton. Okay, I copy. I'm here at Little Giant Mill, but Kilo's over there at Mineral too, and they got the plan, so I just wanted to pass it by you.
Flat Mountain and Colby Mountain's down. Morgan 7 is smoked in. Cohasset, can't really see anything. Bald Mountain Butte's pretty far away. Okay, so it means extreme. And so there's this. We found a good guide. I'd have to go dig it up. So it goes like a 70-30 almost. It's not a rule, just a kind of concept. Okay, I'm going to call it a concept. It's like 70% of the time El Nino means kind of weather. for this or that state, right? Like for Oregon, 70% of the time El Nino means blah, blah, blah during summer. El Nino doesn't last all year sometimes. Sometimes it's just for a season. And then 30% of the time, though, it does the opposite, right? So it's like that. And then California's worse for predicting what's going to happen because California gets cut in half about, like, say, draw a line from San Francisco to Tahoe. And so there's two sections like that. And the result for Northern California is oftentimes the opposite result for Southern. If you think about it, it would be in two halves. So unfortunately, where we're at, the Sierras, we're kind of in the center of California, exactly where you can't really predict whether, like say, it's an El Nino winter. If 70% of the time for Northern California X happens, well, you're right there, like on the border. You know. Well, J-Dog, it depends. Wait, don't oversimplify. You can't oversimplify it. That's a dangerous thing. El Nino summer and El Nino winters, for example, could be totally different expectations. You can't define the whole year by saying like, oh, El Nino means it's hot. You know what I'm saying? Like, no. Sometimes El Nino he may be waiting. That's a lot of copters over there where he's supposed to go.
12 minutes out, locally turn, positive fuel.
He may be waiting to go over there. I don't know. We'll see. That's an interesting observation, though. Usually they have copters on one side of a fire and then planes on the other. And they stay out of each other's way. And air attack tells them, okay, copters, you go from your dip sites to this area via this route, like a circular route, and they go around in a circle like a bicycle chain. And then usually the airplanes work elsewhere. But if you're trying to protect one particular community, like it sounds like Butte Meadows right now, that's crowded airspace and mountainous, very mountainous. So the big planes are going the fastest. And so they do big wide circles away from the mountain areas because they still want to maintain a low altitude. It takes them a long time to go down. Like, they don't nosedive. That would suck. So because they move very fast, they have to have wide circles to go down, drop altitude, down, drop altitude. They have to practically scrape their bellies on the trees. So right now, there's a bunch of helicopters in the way. If they want to do this forest ranch area or whatever, he may just be waiting for an opening or for them to get out of the way or something like that. Because I don't see a lead plane. If he's going to be dropping over there, there'd be a lead plane in front. The passenger jets can't look straight down. That's not what they're designed for. So they can never see where they're supposed to drop. The lead plane can see straight down, special windows, sometimes windows in the floor. And so as soon as the lead plane flies over where they want it to drop, they hit a button and it makes like air show smoke behind them. And then the tanker, as soon as the nose of the plane hits the smoke, they hit the button. So I don't know what it's doing, but sometimes if they need to land somewhere like Chico or Redding, they're told to do some circles to wait their turn. I don't know. But if you guys have been hearing the radio, I kind of had to...
Over the fire at 1900.
I was kind of busy getting the speck out of my eye. So that's a lot of planes are up there already. So I may just be kind of waiting. Forest hurt. I don't think they would want to circle around and where that smoke is up on the mountain. I wouldn't want to.
Loomis on command.
Yeah. I don't know though.
Looking to tie in with you, just past your bunch on the road, headed over to the slots. You can meet me down there.
We should definitely listen. Why are the dang cams offline? Yeah, we could watch this. Let's just play it.
The firefighters on the ground fighting this fire, and we have several hundred still on order coming in. Today we've been utilizing both aircraft and ground resources to go after the northern part of the fire, in which you'll hear from our operations section chief, as well as trying to secure the Highway 32 corridor. Understand we've had numerous evacuations and numerous residents out of their homes, and we're doing the best we can to safely get them back as soon as possible once the danger is eliminated. I'm sure the sheriff will be able to elaborate on those points as we move through this press conference. Thank you.
Speaking next will be an operational briefing from CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 3 Operations Section Chief, Chief Jeremy Pierce.
Good afternoon. If you look at this fire yesterday, we had a massive growth starting right here where you can see Division H. It essentially ran from that all the way up to the Highway 36 corridor. So it was extremely large, about 150,000 acres. I'm going to give you an update for today. Today's starting down in what we call Division Alpha, down in the lower section of this fire. Fire has maintained its footprint. We haven't had any issues down there. We've got crews down there on patrol. They're also mopping up around the structures and extending that line all the way up this western flank. That western flank of the fire has really been a backing fire down. We've got dozer operations going all the way up that flank.
Yeah, backing. They don't translate what they're saying. Let's see if I can get this.
As well as aircraft.
I have some of these maps. We'll look at them in a second. So backing is good. That's fire moving pretty slow. Like, just think about walking backwards. It's either against the wind or down a slope. And what we've seen night after night on the cameras is because there were southwest winds from the bay, delta breezes or whatever they are. As the fire tried to go west, it couldn't do that very fast because the wind was pushing against it. So that's really good. That buys them tons of time. This is why I'm not that concerned at the moment for anything in the flatlands east of 99.
And extending that line all the way up this western flank. That western flank of the fire has really been a backing fire down. We've got dozer operations going all the way up that flank, as well as aircraft supporting that operation, and it's holding within our lines. We've got really good progress there. We expect that to continue. As you wrap and get into that north part where that front ran yesterday and went across Highway 36, we have about 5,000 acres burning across Highway 36. It held up on a ridge just above Manton. The crews went direct on that line, and they've been working direct on it all day long, and their goal is to keep that, wrap that line around and bring it back to 36. It's about 5,000 acres, and keep it out of the community of Manton. Paynes Creek had a very large fire attack last night on those funnel ridge just above Manton.
What's your location?
Second, guys.
Garyville.
Yeah, that's it.
9-4 is released empty to Reading. ETA is 17:35. 17:30. Branch 10 Europe, that's on repeat. I'm currently in Garyville. I can make my way down.
They're at Derryville. So I think what he just says is to keep it out of Manton.
30 minutes now. I copy. I'll meet you there if that works for you.
Just meeting up things. So people kept saying that the fire was in Manton today. I have no evidence of that. Like, who the hell was saying that? There's no heat detections. There's no perimeter there. I have no idea what people are talking about. So right now, I think one of the objectives is to keep it away from there.
The crews went direct on that line, and they've been working direct on it all day long. And their goal is to keep that, wrap that line around and bring it back to 36. It's about 5,000 acres, and keep it out of the community of Manton.
Right. They want to keep it out. So going direct means they were confident enough to go after the fire, like get up close and personal and put water on it, or put dozers like right next to the flames. They can do that when it's at milder behavior.
Queens Creek had keep that, wrap that line around and bring it back to 36.
But it's quite a ways up
Okay, that would have been nice if we could understand what he said. He goes, help.
9395. It's about 15 miles from the IP to the work area.
He just described how yeah, I know, Space. He just said, how far back have you guys been working? He goes, oh, good. We all made it all the way to where? But thanks for the advice, J-Dog. Yeah, I don't have any of that stuff.
Are you just leaving Contown now? We're about 5 miles north of Contown.
Somebody's, yeah, how far away is Tinker 914 out? He says 5 miles north of Concal. So are they going to utilize Tinker 914? Are they? Oh, actually, he went up to Butte Meadows. See? How much is the delay on that feed? Alright, I can't really stand how scratchy that is, though. Or that one either. Let's just watch the dang press conference. Okay.
It's about 5,000 acres, and keep it out of the community of Manton. Paynes Creek had a very large fire attack last night on those structures, the structural defense, as well as along that 36 corridor to hold 36. So as you move through 36, a firing operation was done to check that, and we've been able to hold it. Our concerns right now are over in Mineral. Right now the fire stayed in its footprint today. It's really laid down for us, so all of our crews are going direct on that line to keep it out of the communities of Mineral. Now we're over in Mineral. Right now the fire stayed in its footprint today. It's really laid down for us, so all of our crews are going direct on that line to keep it out of the communities of Mineral. As you move down, you get into what we'll call it the eastern flank of this fire. It's been holding today. We're keeping it on that 32 corridor. We have not had any issues today, no spot fires today, no slopovers today. The crews have gone direct on that and kept it within that 32 corridor as well. All the way down into Forest Ranch area. We haven't had any major issues in there as well today as we have in the past couple of days. So the crews are out there working hard. They're still trying to go direct on this. We're having great success today as that fire lays down. With that fire laying down, our crews are strong and going out there and getting this while the weather is in our favor.
Speaking next from the Butte County Sheriff's Office.
Wow, what a refreshing change. They just explained where the fire was, what it was doing, and what happened last night, and what their plans are. Straight away. Dude. See, this is a model about how you address the public. There's a white background, which is a little harsh to watch in the dark, but hey, that's all right. So I'm trying to get the real-time comments to play here. Some of them may be offensive, but I think sometimes locals have good comments, so sorry if they are. How refreshing.
Is Sheriff Corey Honey.
Good afternoon, everyone. So as of this afternoon, none of our evacuation orders or evacuation warnings have changed. Right now, there are 27 zones under evacuation orders within the county and 24 zones under evacuation warning. Yesterday evening, in consultation with our partners in CAL FIRE and Butte County Fire, we chose to issue an evacuation warning in the Sterling City and Magalia areas. Many of you in that community probably noticed an increased presence of law enforcement officers and perhaps some transit buses that were staged there. We chose to put that area into an evacuation warning because there was concern that the fire would spill over Highway 32, and if it got away, it could have threatened those communities. We're very sensitive to the impact of fire within those communities. We understand the challenges associated with evacuating Sterling City, Magalia, and then subsequently Paradise. So we thought it'd be best to put those areas in warning and stage resources in those areas so that in the event that we had to move that warning to an order, we would be pre-positioned and able to coordinate that evacuation. I know that many of you probably were concerned about that. Many of you probably evacuated once we put the warning in place. I appreciate that you did that. If you thought that you needed extra time, that was the right time to go. We're going to continue to monitor that situation until we're confident that it is safe to lift the warning. That said, please pay close attention to the message that we're putting out. And if it goes to an order, we want you to go as quickly as possible.
Holy crap. I can see why some people are saying Corey for president, the Butte County Sheriff. This is totally opposite of the Kern County beep show that we just saw with where somebody asked, like, hey, why is such and such place on notice? And they didn't even answer. They just explained the importance of the level 2 evacuation notice for the Sterling City area. I had told everybody in that area that you should be ready to go to moment's notice. You're in danger. If the fire does X, Y, or Z. And so they did put people on notice and just explained for the exact same reason. They explained their reasoning and that it's still not safe yet. So that is awesome. I hope they explain it to the community ahead of time. But, and they praised people who did the right thing, which was leave early. They didn't do that for no reason. There is still a clear and present danger. So, yeah. Shinani says Corey's amazing. I have so much respect for him after the campfire. Now he's handling everything. Cool. I'm not going to tell you as well. Oh, hi. Welcome back, by the way. Yeah. There are many good leaders in Butte County. I know that it's not like there's a king there. So it's not like one person can make all the decisions there. The county still could do a lot more to make people safe, but there's different agencies involved. So far, Sheriff's Office is getting an A grade.
If you need to evacuate from Sterling City, Magalia, or if an evacuation order is put into Paradise, we need everybody to evacuate those areas by going down to Chico or going west, either utilizing Pence Road, Clark Road, or Skyway. We can't have anybody going up
the Skyway over to Butte Meadows, because that area is also under an evacuation order. And
Okay, so that means that Sterling City has one way out. That is exactly why the town needs to be ready to go to moment's notice. Like, don't hesitate. If they call level 3, it's because it breached 32 and you're in immediate danger. So don't panic drive. Orderly, cautious. Take your neighbors with you. Make sure they know. But communities that only have one way out are in extra special danger. So they need a lot of notice. They need to know they're special danger.
many of you who are familiar with that road know that there is a portion of it that is very narrow, very windy. In fact, one portion of it is one lane. That would be the wrong place to go, and that's why we're going to set up a system to get people down those 3 roads that I just spoke about, should that become necessary. But again, Sterling City, Magalia are under warning. The town of Paradise followed suit. They're also under warning, and that is out of an abundance of caution, because we're very concerned about making sure that we give folks in that area as much time as we possibly can.
There you go. Complete honesty. But is Lovelock and Inskip chopped liver here? Oh, okay.
To give you a little more insight into what's going on, the city of Chico currently has 1 zone under evacuation order and 2 under evacuation warnings. And as I mentioned a moment ago, the entire town of Paradise is currently under an evacuation warning. All told, there's approximately 4,400 people under an evacuation order within the unincorporated areas of Butte County. Now, we've talked a lot about this. We understand the burden that it puts on our community as well as our first responders when we have an area under an evacuation order. I can assure you that we are working very closely with our counterparts in CAL FIRE to get those places opened as soon as we possibly can. There are a lot of factors that we ultimately have to consider, and the first and foremost is whether or not it is safe to allow people to return. Even if there's not active fire in that area, what our experience has been is that the fire can move rapidly and change directions depending on which way the wind is blowing, and we need to have a sufficient time to get people out. But once they're out, oftentimes it's safer to keep them. If the fire has gone through the area, as many of you have experienced with fire, just know that the damage has to be assessed, and ultimately it has to be made safe for people to return. But I can assure you that I want to get you back into your homes as badly as you want to get back into your homes, and we're working to do that. I'm hoping that by tomorrow we'll be able to lift some of the areas that are under order and reduce them to warnings. The other thing I'd like to talk about tonight is the rescue of animals, or the assistance with animals. As you may know, if you've lived in our community, we have the North Valley Animal Disaster Group, known as NAVDAG. That is the entity that has been trained to go within the areas that are ordered for evacuation and rescue animals. If you have the need to have an animal rescued, please call NAVDAC at 530-895-0000. And again, I'll repeat that, 530-895-0000. I would ask that you not call the Butte County Sheriff's dispatch line. Those calls just make it more difficult for our dispatchers to answer 911 emergency.
Okay, let me go back and get that number. Sorry.
895-0000. And again, I'll repeat that, 530-895-0000. I would ask that you not call the Butte County Sheriff's dispatch line. Those calls just make it more difficult for our dispatchers to answer 911 emergency calls and other law enforcement related calls or evacuation related calls. Again, if you have an animal issue, we'd ask that you contact the North Valley Animal Disaster Group. And finally, I will just say that overall, as challenging as this is for everybody, I really do appreciate the cooperation that we have received from our community. I appreciate the partnership that we have with our CAL FIRE and Butte County Fire, and I appreciate the assistance that we received from law enforcement agencies throughout Northern California. Thank you and good evening.
Dude, that's steroid. That
Our final
sheriff is
speaker
a
this
Chad.
afternoon from the County of Butte is Information Officer Liam Thompson.
All right, trying to say that sheriff is a Chad.
Good afternoon, Liam Thompson from Butte County. I'm here to provide a few shelter updates. Please note that evacuation shelters and animal shelters are available only to those located in an active evacuation order. The evacuation center at the neighborhood church continues to be open and under capacity. It's located at 2801 Notre Dame Boulevard in Chico. Behavioral health staff and public health nurses are on site to support the health needs of the evacuees. Mutual aid from the ASPCA, CVET, and Yuba, Nevada, and Tuolumne counties are here assisting the North Valley Animal Disaster Group with veterinary care and all animal evacuations. We appreciate their generosity and support at this time. As always, the volunteers with the North Valley Animal Disaster Group are working tirelessly, providing great care to the evacuated animals and animals that are sheltering in place. Their partnership with Butte County Animal Control is invaluable. As a reminder, large animals can be taken to the Camelot Equestrian Park located at 1985 Clark Avenue in Orville. Small animals can be taken to Del Oro, located at 2279 Del Oro Avenue, also located in Orville. At this time, both animal shelters are accepting animals until 9 p.m. If you are missing an animal or want to request an animal evacuation, please call the North Valley Animal Disaster Group at 530-895-0000. Thank you.
That concludes all of our speakers for the park incident briefing for 1500 hours. Just a reminder, all of the latest information about this incident can be found at fire.ca.gov. That will also be the location where you can find social media links for the agencies who have been speaking and involved. On behalf of IMT3 and all of the agencies involved, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. There's a Lone Rock Fire community meeting at 6. That was to the point in under 15 minutes, and they didn't even praise each other once. That was excellent. And I'm turning the radio back on. It's been scratchy and hellish, honestly, and not very informative, but hey, trying to figure this out. They're doing drops and retardant around Lomo to Butte Meadows. The last thing we saw on the pertinent the last thing we saw from the Colby Mountain Cam was smoke coming its way. This was how we were tracking its progress up Big Chico Creek. And without two cameras looking directly at the fire, we can't pinpoint where it is. So it's a little bit difficult. We can't just...
Yeah, copy. I was just giving you kudos. Everything's looking outstanding on your line. Appreciate the hard work.
Hey. Where though? Everything's looking outstanding on your line, and we appreciate the hard work, but where? Are they talking about?
We have additional resources if you need them, but you already know that.
They need additional resources, but you probably know that. So the problem with tracking it by satellite is that time and time again,
Copy 117 and 123.
the hot drifting smoke is making false reads. So last time Modus and Veers was here, let's see, Veers, Mountain Time.
Okay, copy. I believe I'm going to have them located somewhere else, but I think I have California. Thank you.
That's 2 o'clock Pacific. So right here, then this detection was 11 in the morning Pacific. So this is always a bit all over the place, and Modus and Veers stop by like once a day, if that. Goes satellite, goes here, about once every 20 minutes. So 4 minutes ago, it was right over this region. I think the Colby Mountain Cam is here. Yeah, there it is. It's where the guy was kicking back. They worked with dozers all night to prep it for possible fire. I do not think it's over 32. Remember the H squares margin of error? I think we'd be hearing radio calls about that if so. Isaiah says, no way, you just said that honey is a Chad. Yeah, it is true, man. I call it like I see it. I think it's awesome that, Sarah, that the 747 had the nickname the Big Pop, the global super tanker. The poor thing's been reduced to cargo duty. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Oh. We could also call him the GOAT. What do you think? All right, we have to put this to a vote. So, friends, let's start a poll. Is Sheriff Corey a Chad or the GOAT? So, let's add option GOAT. Okay, so yes, he's a Chad. Okay, is that yes is a Chad? Or GOAT is the option for GOAT. Okay, and no means neither. Okay, no equals neither. Cast your vote. What does GOAT mean? The greatest of all time. Okay, so yeah, it's lighthearted. Okay, so it's talking about how it's kind of like high schooler kind of slang. So a Chad is like the football star, confident, wins the game. The girls like him, and he's smart and strong. Gets things done. Good leader. Yeah, that's what Chad is, right? So let's see. What's the opposite of a Chad? Isaiah, help me out here. I should show everybody the Windy map. I boycott Windy, where it's complex, unnecessary complexity. I like Ventu sky. So we have nice 10 meters above the ground, regular normal elevation. There's Chico, around 10 miles an hour, 13-ish. At Red Bluff, 12 miles an hour wind speed.
Butte operations. Butte contingency on command.
Yeah, it's an alpha male. Don't go to Urban Dictionary. All I can do is warn you about that. So it's like calling, it's just picking random names and personality stereotypes,
Butte
right?
operations. Butte contingency on command.
Butte operations.
Well, that means you're a Chad, Space. I know it's so sad that we don't have the Gold Super Tanker anymore.
Butte contingency, Butte operations, go ahead.
Yeah, if possible, I'd like to roll solo buncher 453 and skidder 796 and do a 24. They do have night operators.
Feller bunchers. That should be new. Take 2 shots in the drinking game of milk. We don't condone alcohol. But masticator is 1 shot. Feller buncher, that's an even more rare piece of equipment. So the opposite of Chad would be a Wrath. Okay, you get.
Yeah, that's fine to roll and it shouldn't have any impact on logistics.
You're totally right, Wrath.
I copy.
The opposite of a Chad, that would be a bloke who stole his mom's car and set it on fire. Confirmed. Yeah. I don't think beta males are the opposite. That would be omega male, right? Or I thought beta males were kind of normal. And Lima, what is a sigma? The sigma male is a loner, but a strong loner.
Port Engine 372 is available. Station 51 response area.
Engine 372, 1739.
Engine 372.
Okay, that's a true nuance, Sarah. It'll depend on your tone of voice.
Butte operations, Butte contingency branch. I copy.
Look, I'm not an expert on the youth slang right now exactly, so yeah, Smitty explains that feller bunchers are getting more common. They're like a logging truck, a tractor that's like a transformer. Yeah, those are awesome. Automated safe logging. Gone are the days where you stand underneath a tree dangerously with a saw and the noise makes it so you can't even hear the fact that the tree is splitting above you and ready to crash down on your head. No. Sit in the safety of your air-conditioned feller buncher. It has a little arm that reaches out. It grabs that tree with a little crab claw. And then there's a little blade and it goes, saw blade will cut that tree right off its base, turns it sideways, and then all the limbs get stripped off. And now you just walk it over, put that log on the pile, and you're done. That is the future. That is technology.
Go ahead for branch 15 training.
So, wind speed. They want water tenders in Juliet. Yeah, thanks, Isaiah. Can you come back tomorrow and just let us know how you're doing? Do you still live over like by the Janesville, Susanville area or something? I hope you're over there in that place that's not like under warning. But I'll check it out. I'm afraid of going to Urban Dictionary.
Charlie, Juliet, on command.
That's a stone wind. That's a pole. Click on.
Caught the tail end of that. What was it you're needing?
Tender to help support a pumping operation off 92 Charlie. Had one throughout the day. And Malheur said it was part of the task force and we lost it earlier down the line.
Park Communications, Branch 25, logs request.
Are you aware of one? I'm trying to think of where there's one that we can grab.
See you soon, Isaiah. Okay, so the question is the shad? Okay, he's not a fish. Is the sheriff a Chad or the goat? Goat means the greatest of all time. Chad means he's an alpha male man. Not a mailman, but did I just call the sheriff a fish? A fish and a mailman? Oh man. I just utterly failed. Hopefully he doesn't hear this. You'll be back, Rat. Well, thanks for stopping by and being so nice. Much appreciated. Thank you, Australia, by the way. Australia's been helping us. So what you're seeing here with all the aircraft is they're putting retardant down.
Division Juliet.
Park Communications, Branch 25, logistics request.
15 Charlie, Juliet, go ahead. Hey, Juliet, what's your location? I'm coming back out to the 36 off Plum. I copy. Could you make your way up here to Little Giant Mill? Headed to Lower Giant Mill. Thanks.
Juliet must be up there by Manhattan and Paints
Juliet,
Creek.
Team 4 operations on command.
Haynes Creek.
Operations, Juliet. For 9260 Charlie, looking for water tenders. You have 10 water tenders and 6 dozers sitting down there at the Red Bluff base camp. I get 2 water tenders to come up to 36 Road to help 15 Charlie. Affirmative, I'll place the order. Who are they tying in with? The 36 Road and what? 15 Charlie, Juliet. Yeah, Juliet, go ahead. What was the location of the 2 water tenders to send you? You can have them come to 36 of Little Giant Mill. Operations, did you copy 36 of Little Giant Mill? Operations, copy.
What is Little Giant
When
Mill?
you get identifiers, let me know.
Is it an active thing or a place name or what?
Branch 25, Park Communications, go ahead with your request. $44-17-45.
This is Juliet, 48 Golf, on command. You got any dozers available?
Juliet.
They're involved in that pumping operation that goes up the hill. I can check out them. I'm headed over to that direction now.
Little Giant Mill Road.
And your identifier again one more time. 60 Charlie, copy.
This is
Yes.
Juliet, 48 Golf, command.
48 Golf, this is Juliet, go ahead.
48 Golf. I was hoping to get a couple doses over here to help us cut in this direct line off Oasis Springs Ranch Road.
Those are for the operation off of Oasis, where the line runs up the hill.
Yay, firm. We're swapped over 36 there, and Oasis from that Ranch Road.
Copy, let me find one for you.
Now, slop overs are different than like a breach. You don't really hear them say the word breach, but I use it because it makes sense. It means that the fire crossed over there,
521, Juliet, on command.
but it's not a big deal yet. A slop over. So there it is, Oasis Springs Ranch Road. He just asked, can I get a couple of dozers over here where it's slopped over 36?
521, Juliet, on command.
Do you like this map, friends? Please hit the like button, subscribe.
Branch 25, Park Communications, command to
Donate, please, if you can. Tip jar, if not, don't worry about it. I have special connections. Wink. So, looks like, I don't know how much it grew to the north. They're not really explaining. But Oasis Springs Ranch Road. Looks like they'll try to just catch this little area where it went over 36.
Branch 25, Park Communications, command to
They probably got a good chance because they got nice roads right here. So people are wondering about, shingle towns, safety. It didn't really go far over 36. It sounds like it's going pretty well. They slammed retardant all over the place. I have no evidence it's been to Manton yet, let alone next to Shingletown. So when somebody said it was in Manton, I was like, prove it, and it was crickets, crickets, crickets. Not on the map. They weren't saying it was. They kept saying Manton Road, this and that. They were taking Manton Road, so that may have been where people got confused. I mean, if I'm wrong about something, let me know, but the nature of the kind of light fuels here, I don't think there's much of a chance it dropped out of the sky there. It's a lot lighter and grassier stuff over there. Yuck, the power's out in Alturas. What, is Smitty being silly? Yeah. Yiddish is not an ethnicity, but a language is. Okay. But it is a description, though, of the type of, like if you're Ashkenazi, you might have Yiddish as somebody who was a speaker as your ancestor versus different. Anyway, ethnicity. Oh, Tommy B says we lost our home in Magalia during the campfire. We just moved down to Chico from Forest Ranch. We had a place on Forest Ranch Way. My wife and I stumbled across your page. Thank you. How did you?
Branch 25, Park Communications, Command 2,
Be Butte strong. We are.
Marvell, 44 available response area.
A lot of people.
44 Orville, final contact.
A lot of people have been sharing the stream. Did you find us that way?
1751.
Like social media? I hope. I thank you guys for doing that. We're up against this stupid algorithm, and every 12 hours we have to restart the stream, or YouTube won't save the video. So we go back down to the bottom of search results. 0 views.
Medical coronavirus stage 4117 westbound Skyway.
There's a bunch of random medical Butte County calls here, but with gonna mute that. With this map, I hope this reassures people about the Shingletown area. They're casually talking right now live about getting dozers over here. They've been putting retardant all over 36. So the new goal is keep it south of 44, and I think that kind of alarms people. Wow, it's a violent person call.
Forest Service dozers, do you have any that are loaded?
Here, they're talking more about the dozers they want. I think here, by Lane Valley.
Not off the top of
This was quite a battle here. They may have lost structures at Page Creek.
With any loaded dozers, I'll take them. They only on command.
I'm not sure. But right off the bat this morning, they said they had completed some lines from Lanes Valley Road
521 Juliet on command.
Water Center 74 available in response area.
74 1753.
Let's see what the green means.
Water Center 74.
In the map key. Existing.
81 Orville, copy stage.
Wow. Existing Sierra Pacific. Existing Sierra Pacific fuel break.
1753.
Awesome. You know, Lynn.
Branch 15 on command.
Hang on, friends. The truth says, Miss Catherine, thank you very much. No, thank you guys for the support. I can't take my mods, please. I can't. We're a wildfire tracking team. I just didn't have enough room for the last word. Thank my mods and all the kind people who come in here who have donated, shared, helped us spread the word.
20, branch 15 on command.
And helped keep me informed. But if you don't subscribe, it's very hard to find us again due to the algorithm thing of having to restart all the time. So it's puts us at the bottom of search results. And oh well, there's a lot of stuff about here that I don't like about YouTube, but hey, we have to work with it. Ms. Captain, thank you so much. I have had you on the big screen all day and learned so much. At the same time, being able to keep an eye on the areas in which friends are located. Happy to oblige. The Stonewind says, yeah, RJ, I'm a local more or less. I live near Orville for more than 30 years. Yeah, Corey's very much impressed me for good during the Orville Dam crisis. Yeah, that was something else. The devil still has his finger on Butte County since then. Either that or Butte County spun off into the universe and landed in the Twilight Zone and is still spinning out there. I don't know. Since 2020, I think we all have been. I think we all joined Butte County, but Butte County was there first.
Orville Park Air Attack.
I grew up in Umatilla, Sutter, Butte, and Plumas
Air
County.
Attack Orville.
My brother lost his home in Paradise.
Confirming you copied for the relief air attack at 1900.
I lost a friend to wildfire in the 2017 Cascade wildfire
Orville Prevention 2121 available.
near Loma Rica. So I found out that there's terrible problems with getting any kind of information to the public.
1756.
They lock information behind social media. It's here, there, everywhere. And B, they warn people way too late or not at all for evacuations. So that's our number one goal, is save lives. And I've been doing this since Red Monday, Labor Day crisis in 2020. I did stream a bit of the Paradise
521 to Juliet.
fire, but not
Juliet,
like.
go ahead with traffic.
Hang on.
I'm here at 36 and Little Giant. Yeah, I had a request for a dozer. I'm grabbing one right now for the Oasis group, and then I'm headed up to Little Giant. Copy that. I'll wait here for you.
I'm the most nervous right now for Mineral and Butte Meadows. Remember, these maps are generated about 2 in the morning, and they reflect the midnight pass of the airplane. So the perimeters are obsolete already. But
Orville Park Air Attack. Did you copy my last traffic?
if you want me to look
Zach Orville, affirmative relief air attack, 1900 hours.
at a certain spot, let me know.
Affirmative. Park Air Attack.
If we keep zooming in, we can even find individuals in their tattoos. You know, like these are the most detailed maps ever.
Orville Battalion 2220 available.
So,
Battalion 2220, 1758.
oh yeah, let's close the poll.
Battalion 2220.
What are the results?
Division Juliet. Structure group on command.
It is a tie. I can proudly announce that the Sheriff of Butte County is both the GOAT and a Chad. Excellent. And 24% of you disappoint me. Who say no. In fact, get out.
Division Juliet, Eldorado on command.
Yeah.
This is Juliet, go ahead.
Looking to tie in with you. I got the hotshot tube down here at the swap off of the mill road there.
I had 2 conversations going. Can you repeat?
Yeah, it's Eldorado Hot Shots. I'm down here with the superintendent off Little Giant Mill Road, right by the swamp, and we're hoping to tie in with you. We're going to talk about the next step here.
Yeah, I'm headed up there right now.
Okay, copy, Stephen.
Yeah. Oh, goat means greatest of all time.
Juliet, Mineral Structure Group on cement.
Oh, mineral structure group. Let's listen. They went direct over there today.
Structure Group, 76 Charlie on command.
Go ahead, command, Structure Group.
Yes, sir. Were we able to get mills for all the crews that are out here on the section line?
All crews that were assigned to Manchester Group got mills this morning.
It's such a huge map, it lacks.
Unfortunately, we weren't able to get mills. There a way that we can get those detailed out.
I'm not sure what resources you're talking about. I don't have an answer.
What?
76 Charlie.
They weren't able to get the crew their meals there without their dinner. That's what they just said. They don't have any. They don't have any food. But okay. One of the tankers should go back to Chico. They should just fill it with a bunch of Pop-Tarts and stuff, and then do a flyby. You know, Pop-Tarts and Eggo my Legos. Maybe some Kit Kats, Gatorades. They should parachute them out with little boxes and parachutes. But in all seriousness though, they need their meals. I'm not okay. I am anxious because we lost visual. That was an amazing camera on Colby Mountain. It would overlook everything being done right now. It was tracking how close the fire was getting to Butte Meadows. And we lost it. It's not burned up. But yeah, they're going to hit it until sunset, which
Branch
means...
for 08 Alpha, you trying to contact me? 4 Alpha.
5804 Alpha. Tehema Structure Branch.
Which means this is the front lines and most dangerous spot. Night after night, it's making an inexorable
04 Alpha, on command, go ahead.
march uphill. In heavy fuels, it'll be hard to hold 32 up there.
Structure Group on command from 04 Alpha.
Would DoorDash do?
5804 Alpha. Tehema Structure Branch on command. Go ahead for 5804 Alpha. Structure Branch from 5804 Alpha, go ahead.
Rent has never been the same in California since the Camp Fire and, well, the others too. Because that burned up so many buildings that there's still a shortage of housing.
Tehema Structure Branch from 5804 Alpha on command channel.
So I was just about to move back down to California when that happened. And then more and more wildfires happened and burned up more housing in California, and it's just been a beep show of not rebuilding.
44 commit Chico Fire.
So I can't afford to live in California now, and even if I could, how would I pay for the power bill? Like, even if I could afford rent.
Engine 44 Oracle, confirming 2000 business lane AMPM.
Marlins 44 negative. We swapped with engine 16. We'll be responding to 101 Silver Dollar Lane for medical.
Engine 44, 1803.
Okay, well, we're still hearing Butte County medical calls too. Yeah, I wouldn't want to. Okay, if DoorDash had like self-driving cars, we could send a load of Pop-Tarts to the crews, or maybe a feast.
Structure group 23 Charlie, command.
Our heroes deserve a fully roasted, spit-roasted hog with an apple in his mouth.
Are you at Manton Fire Station? And if you are, has a couple steak sides showed up?
From I'm at the station, no sign of steak side.
I copy that. There was multiple people that told us to come over here and wait at Thames Creek at 5:30. I just was checking. I saw a couple snake sides go by. I wasn't sure where they were heading.
Charlie, 76 Charlie.
All right. Thank you. This ad-free experience and the other
76 Charlie on command.
stream experiences.
23 Charlie.
23 Charlie, this is 76 Charlie. I just overheard that last statement. Confirming you haven't found the steak size with the old item.
That's a negative. We were told that they were en route around 4 o'clock and then should be around 5:30. But I did see a couple snake sides drive by. I just couldn't tell what was in it. I just wanted to check and make sure they didn't go all the way to Manton, but it sounds like they did not.
What trucks? Steak trucks? I don't understand what they're saying. They're lost, whoever they are.
Communications, branch 25, logistics request. Back out to Thames Creek. Do we know if they went out there? I'm available. I can run out there and check if need be.
25 Park Communications.
Send me here waiting. No need to come this way.
Well, certainly, thanks.
Firefighters don't need food? What? What? That's just terrible.
Branch 25 Park Communications. Go ahead with your request.
Now, the funny thing about these squares, the satellite heat detections, is their big margins of error. So this could be like where they fire this on purpose, or where the fire's just on this hillside. But if it's in this tiny little corner, it lights up the whole square. So don't be too alarmed.
Tehema structure branch from 5804 Alpha on command.
If one appears here, then maybe we should be. But time after time, there's false positives up the canyon because
25 Park Communications. Go ahead with your request on command tone 10.
because of the drifting smoke will trigger the satellites too if it's hot. I really don't like not having eyes on this.
Barell engine 82.
As our last.
Engine 82. 744 confirmed. TBD at scene. Engine 82 will be available in a few minutes for decon.
Engine 82, 1808.
82.
I wish Butte Lake would look over there. Why is half of it unavailable?
Orville Park Air Attack aircraft release. Air Attack Orville. Charlie 4's released already. ETA is 1830.
That's great. This is helpful. So the smoke going straight to Morgan Summit means the fire's trying to travel north, slightly northeast, directly to Mineral. They've been there doing a lot of prep though. But it's right that they should try to protect Butte Meadows right now too, because there's a direct threat there. Where any kind of westerly wind would go pew. All right, people are trying to message me for some reason. Let me see if it's important. Oh man, watch duty went to 24 again. Forward progress stopped on the Riley fire east of Fort Bragg.
Tehema structure branch from 5804 Alpha on command.
Great. The evacuation order over in Calaveras County for that Cosgrove fire was lifted. That looked like it was a done deal a while ago. Up in Washington, the Rimrock fire, all evacuation previous levels remain in place. The go level 3 go now. As I put a bunch.
Yes, sir, I got you. A little scratch, but I can hear you.
The go now is for some campgrounds and such. There is a community meeting taking place now, but that's for Washington. There's a Lone Rock community meeting in Oregon. That's important to the towns of like Spray and Lone Rock nearby. There's still level 3s around there. And the meeting will be available once it's over on the Facebook page for the Lone Rock fire. They put a bunch of lines in here, there, and everywhere. Lots of mop up in some areas. That's good. Man, my computer's producing tremendous heat. I gotta turn the air conditioning, even though it's not that hot today. Okay. Yeah, Paradise is great, Joe. Knock on wood, of course. 32's been holding nicely all day. 32 from Forest Ranch to Lomo has been solid all day. What's concerning is this is the 12-hour time lapse of Bald Mountain Butte. The smoke column changed direction. So where's Bald Mountain Butte? 2. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm choking on peppermint. Yeah. A soft candy. No, I'm not really choking, but it reached back my throat. So, I don't know why. I'm hoping it's upper winds. Upper winds can go the opposite direction from surface. Surface is what matters the most for where the fire is going to go. See how the higher.
25 Orville on command.
See how the wind way up high is just going a random direction.
Orville, branch 25. 25 Orville, you ready? Copy a phone number to communications.
I'm muting that. Yep. So what is happening is the reason Paradise, Magalia, and Skip, Lovelock, and Sterling City are still in level 2. We just saw in the press conference tonight, the sheriff, who's awesome, explained thoroughly that if it does cross 32 up there, it would kind of sweep down from like the north and then go south potentially and like hit Sterling City first. And that's the sketchier part of like where 32 is. The northeast corner up here, what we're looking at now is the sketchy part. It's got the most tremendous fuel. It's the one that's, you know, in the thick forest. And that is what bothers me. This is recent change. So if we look at the timestamp, okay, just hang on, I'll finish my thought. Bluff Fire of Bakersfield. Okay, so there's still a clear and present danger from Sterling City down through Paradise. So they explained it. If Sterling City or that area has to evacuate, it's got to be south. Because the biggest danger would be it getting up higher into the mountains, and then any sort of east wind or even a nighttime wind, you know, of course, could push it towards down the hill. So they explained that everybody's on notice. So anybody with mobility problems and serious problems like that would delay them for evacuating could have the time to do so. I hear some people did. This is and there's only one way out of town that has to be south. So they explained that it's still not, but it's still not black line. 32 is not black line. Black line is containment. Black line means they are really, really confident. Sorry, I'm listening to the radio. It's fully interrupting me. But it's stuttering. So it interrupts my train of thought, but it's not information that you need to hear. They are releasing aircraft, blah, 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 blah. I copy your release. Did you copy my release? I copied your release. Oh, Park Air Attack. It's all right. Air Attack is released. Yeah, you just said that 10 times. Tiger 911 released to McClellan, empty. Oh. If they have any containment, I would assume, if you're saying, and that's true, they have 10% containment space, I would assume that that's towards Highway 99. That's where the awesome weather of last night and the night before stopped it from really going down the hill. And the southwest winds kind of pushed against it, and it was fighting the wind to go down the hill. So, I don't know, Space just said there was 10%. We'd have to verify. On 32, I don't think there is any containment percentage whatsoever. So they have some desert lines, they have some retardant, they have some firing and the like that they did. It's all rough. So what is black line is up there pretty dang sure, like pretty dang sure. The fire can't cross it, like under any circumstance, except for the weirdest, wildest hurricane-like behavior, right? So until there's black line in this kind of county, this kind of terrain, you better have 2 black lines in between you and fire, at least. You know, they're not going to. Yeah, what I like about the sheriff and the call for the evacuation notice is they're not going to lie about a community being safe. They're just telling the truth that there's still danger. So that's better, way better than what Kern County just did and put Lake Isabella on notice. And when somebody asks if it's in danger, they go, I don't know. Next question. What? So right now they're doing really great. They're doing great communication and not BSing anybody.
To DC 40.
Okay, they're just asking for different units to come. So right here, I'm disturbed about something. This is the Bald Mountain Butte Cam. This is the way it's looking. It's looking to the northwest. Within the last hour, maybe the wind direction just changed. It's a 1 hour time lapse. Look, the smoke suddenly starting to come towards the cam. So let's look at current wind conditions. So this is wind speed and gusts. Gusting is only 13-ish miles an hour to 16 east of Red Bluff. Not seeing anything really higher than that. But let's just put on regular wind speed at the ground and see if the wind's supposed to change direction. It's supposed to really die down. I don't see that it's supposed to particularly change direction. But I don't like the fact that this cam went down. We would know. If the smoke goes directly to the Colby Mountain, we'd know where it's trying to push over 32. They just slammed a bunch of retardant there, so.
I got one state cat, 2241, and I could be at the top of Little Giant Road and 36 in approximately an hour.
Okay, that's up there by.
Copy, branch 15, branch 10, do you copy that traffic?
That's up there by Highway 36. So,
branch 15, branch 10, you have a state tractor, 2241, headed to be at that your location in 1 hour. How many privates? I continue private pair up.
I copy. Yeah, have him come into Payne Creek, and we'll tie with him there when he gets there.
What?
I copy, direct.
Branch 15, branch 10. Full parents and privates with us. So how many do you want?
Susanville. What? Susanville?
Yeah, if you have 4, let's go with that for now.
I'm
Copy. You ready to copy?
vegetation fire in Susanville, says Mountain Man. 530, 36 and Skyline. Don't say that.
518, E730, E524, E716, and confirm you want all to report to police station.
Affirmative.
Come.
Medical 2105 Park Avenue, Unit 19. Affirmative. How many do you have there?
I'm looking at 3. I'll see what else I can track down. Go for 3. I'll get back.
This is what bothers me.
15 Trinity, copy. Thanks.
The last hour, the wind shifted, and the smoke is now blowing directly towards Bald Mountain Butte camera. You can see which way it's looking. So, I do not want to see this anywhere near Highway 70, do you? It means they are probably worried that it might cross 32 up here. If it does, oh my God. So those who have special, it's right for them to have given a warning, and for people to have proactively left early if they have mobility or other issues or feel anxious by, in Skip and Sterling City and the like, because if this goes past 32 in the middle of the night, it'll be a middle of the night knock on the door. So right now the wind just changed. The best thing we could see here is for it to go back the way it freaking came. This is one to watch right now, Bald Mountain Butte. We're 10 hours on the stream. This ad-free experience is brought to you by my sponsors. Well, donors. I would not want to do sponsorships unless it was something really fire-related and something I was really gung-ho about. Thank you so much, everybody who's donated. It's been really difficult to keep track of the PayPals and the Cash Apps and those, but I absolutely appreciate it. My phone just lets me know about things sometimes. So, this is my number one concern. This fire will get a lot worse if it goes over 32. It will threaten and endanger so many more towns. The worst thing possible, the worst danger that these towns could possibly be in, is that there's high altitude fires and a big east wind, or God forbid a Santa Ana Diablo type wind. That season can begin as early as October. And those are the hurricane force winds that come out of the Nevada desert when the jet stream occasionally burps. That is a yearly wind season, has nothing to do with global warming or anything. It's just every year. But when they blow before the wet season hits, usually that's late October to November, then you still have the hot, dry heat of summer, and now you have hurricane force winds coming out of the Nevada desert. And that can blow any smallish fire or any size of any fire into a huge monster and have to sweep down over the mountains over towns. That's how they typically kill. And the narrower and taller the canyon, such as 70, the more the wind gets funneled like sticking your finger in a garden hose and accelerates in speed. So right now, it's bad enough that it's in the canyons. It's called the Chico route to get up to Chester. That's Highway 36. Excuse me, 32. Those are not a cakewalk as far as making desert lines and being a kind of a canyon, but 70 is one hell of a narrow animal. And there's plenty of dead trees all over it from the Dixie. And even still the Paradise, which is dry as a bone and ready to burn up again. The Dixie Fire burns the car. We don't want it there. Wherever there's bushes at the base of dead trees, you got a forest fire of extraordinary proportions ready to happen. Remember, the first time the forest fire happens is not a bad fire. Living trees, you can only burn the branches off. They're full of hundreds of gallons of water. But give them 3 years to dry out, 2 to 3, and they get all weak and unstable.
Tehema structure group, Tehema operations on command.
You give a couple years for grass and bushes to grow up at their base, and now it's stacked.
Go ahead for Tehema structure branch.
That's timber. That's kindling at the base.
Lunches just showed up. Payne Creek.
Oh boy, the lunches just showed up at Pink Creek. That's nice. So The second fire is worse, more intense and hotter than the first, if you can even imagine that. Because what's a bigger fuel, a tree trunk or its branches? More fuel, the more heat, and that means the bigger pyrocloud. The bigger pyrocloud, the further away it dumps embers and faster it spreads. That's the long-range spotting stuff. So as bad as the Bear Claremont was, the Dixie, and the Paradise, those were 1.0 fires. And unless the dead trees are logged to the ground or wood chippered or something just removed somehow, then you are awaiting the 2.0 fire, and it's inevitable until that happens. The car fire 2.0 hasn't happened quite yet, but it's bound to happen. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but failing to salvage log has been a crime against Plymouth, Butte County, and Shasta County, and El Dorado County. And so far, I don't think the Forest Service has really gotten off their ass and done any of that. I don't think it's their priority or plan. The privately owned land, and it sounds like some of the land nearest some of the communities, they seem to have done some tree removal, but that's nice. But what if there's a 40,000 foot tall mushroom cloud nearby? It's capable of dropping embers like fiery snow on a community from 5 miles away. So this is my sobering and unfortunately true assessment. If you want to know where I get my information, just look up the Tillamook burn, where the forest, it was old growth, burned from basically just west of Portland all the way to the coast in 1933 and inspired the Bambi wildfire scene. And then they didn't salvage log it fast enough. So every 3 years, bushes grew up, the trunks dried up, and they had a worse, more intense fire. 1936 to 1939, and a couple more in the 40s. They finally figured it out and salvaged logs as fast as they could, and that's the only thing that stopped it. But the forest can't heal. You can't replant it until that happens. So I am really upset. Only you guys can tell me, you locals, how much brush is at the base of these dead trees. Because I haven't been back there except briefly in 2022 for the 4th of July parade we were in. But just as I was about to look around and fly over the Dixie Fire burn scar and meet survivors and film it from the air, the arrow fire broke out. So I had to take my mod John Stoker back to El Dorado County to help secure his house. So I haven't been back since. So yeah, if you see a lot of dead trees around you in the landscape, you should be quite concerned. Like, just as concerned as if somebody rolled a couple of barrel oil drums in your living room and said, "Can I store that here?" Hell no. No, you can't do that. It takes one lightning strike or a spark. When lightning strikes a living tree, it usually just blows it up. That's it. Lightning strikes a dead tree, it almost always starts a fire. So, unfortunately, that is I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but everywhere that's gray is the Dixie Fire burn scar. I was not impressed with what I was seeing last time I was there. It wasn't happening rapidly. We would have had to call in help from thousands of loggers around the world to win that race against time. Now that it's been a couple of years, the wood is completely wasted and useless for building. So it would be a pure cost thing. It would just be costly with absolutely no real profit, unless you wanted to make those little sawdust logs, maybe. And every year that goes by, when the trees get more and more rotten, they are more dangerous to fell, so it's less and less appealing for anybody to do it. I'm really upset that they wasted all the wood.
West and the westbound
I-70 off-ramp, 1833.
What? Something Boulevard,
Come on
what?
down the Little Mill Mine, please. Repeat that traffic. I need you to sign with me at the Little Giant Road. That's where I'm at.
Wait. Somebody,
44 Silver, Sunday.
44, 1834.
somebody said that on an off-ramp there was a homeless encampment fire just now. Where? I thought they said something like 33, but it doesn't make sense.
Truck 91 Medical, 2255 Baldwin Avenue.
Anybody catch that on the scanner? Al says any word on our friends that evacuated their neighbors' horses? Yeah, Andre Kern County is not looking fun either.
Truck 91 Butte Medical. Medical from previous assault in front of the Open Door Church at 2255 Baldwin Avenue, across from McClellan Avenue and Spencer Avenue, 1835.
Let's look at Kern County. There's some amazing
Charlie, 15 trainees down by where you are now.
aircraft drops around this camera today.
Hey, Farm, this is Little Giant Mill.
This is down Kern County. Oh, yeah. Something about a highway. This is the Barell fire. Ironic how both of these big fires that have burned a lot of structures have been started by a vehicle on fire. Both by criminals. One a drunk driver and one some sort of beep that beeping lit a beeping fire on his mom's beeping car and beeping
Structure. Branch 10, are you ready for E numbers?
beeping Bidwell Park and beeping Butte County.
Affirmative. You got 6 heading your way. E758, E722, and E769. Branch 10, you were walked on. I copied 758, 722, 769.
I can't show.
749, 754.
Excuse me, where?
And they'll all meet me at Paynes Creek Station.
Get their 3 drivers on.
Oh, they're dipping out of Paradise Lake.
Structure branch copies.
That's where the water helicopters getting their water. I know PG&E has helicopters. What? What? Are they just sponsoring CAL FIRE, putting their friggin' logo on it, or something like that?
Joseph Ross Peterson, Tehema contingency on command.
RJ, Dew is in Maryland, not in Yuba City. It's the link of the guy from Yuba County or Yuba City or something. Look at the Breckenridge camp. I just did. What, you want me to look at it again? This is Breckenridge? Like, did I miss something? second one?
Equipment boss Peterson, Tehema contingency on command.
PG&E has 4 Blackhawks? What the heck? No wonder they raised the rates on everybody's power. You know that they buy land and just own land for some reason? You just buy it from people? There was somebody near Pioneer, California, who was renting land by the side of the road and wanted to put a restaurant there. But PG&E tried to outbid them. They just do that kind of crap. For no reason. They don't need the land for anything. It's probably like real estate speculation crap. Because it was a great place to put a restaurant. Bastards. I just think they should be broken up as a company, and they shouldn't be able to just waste money. Your money, everything should be going to deliver power to California safely. That's it. Leftover money should...
Structure group on command.
Go to like a rainy day fund for emergencies so that they can hire people from out of state, like during big blizzards, to help.
Structure group on command.
Yeah. You don't need a Blackhawk, though, sea probe to maintain a high-tension power line. That's extravagant. Yeah, we've seen some amazing drops today from this cam. Hercules and DC-10s making their appearance. Oh, that's right. Maybe they do it for the water rights, Shannon. There is a creek back there. Who knows what they're doing? We know that they like to dump their chemicals in well water and give families and towns rare cancers and deny it. See the Aaron Brockovich movie. PG&E, America's biggest arsonist. Reckless arsonist. Reckless means stupid. Or
Marva engine 972. We're in the area checking both off and on ramps. We have nothing visible. You have anything further?
yeah, an on-ramp fire. What I was wondering about.
972 Orville received multiple reports stated that there was male and female that had started a fire near the bridge. One RP put it near the access to Riverbend Park, closer to the dog park access.
Oh! Thank you, Jeannie.
I can see a female and a male in that area. I'll go through the dog park and make contact with them.
972, 1842.
Somebody said the word homeless earlier.
Jack Orville, can you repeat Tanker 914's destination?
Moses Lake in Washington.
Oh. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, so somewhere on an off-ramp in dog park area, there were some homeless people, male and female, apparently, where witnesses said they started a fire, but the fire brigade just showed up and said we don't see anything. Acre count, acreage. Oh my God, Shanani. PG&E burns down Paradise and then charged the residents for the entire month of November, the same month they burned down Paradise. New lows. Yeah, I had a flood in my place, and so the power company, the guys who did mitigation for the flood, tore out the carpet and the drywall and all that. They turned on the heater as they worked. It was in November. and they left it on and the windows open for ventilation. So I had like an insane power bill. They were going to go back and didn't, like, and check on things and turn it off. So I called Portland General Electric and said, I am homeless right now because I had a flood in my place and this power bill is absolutely insane. So could you give me a break on it because of disaster and hardship? Their reply was, no. Screw you. They're just bastards, man. I would like to just generate my own power and give them a finger. And many California communities were going to do that, just completely unplug from the big grid, get the damn lines away from their neighborhoods, bury their own, and generate their own solar power with a cooperative. And be off the grid, be self-sufficient.
Portable engine 372 available, station 54 sponsor.
And Public Utility Commission of California just said, no,
1845.
you're not allowed to.
Engine 372.
You have to sell all of your solar back to PG&E, and they have to sell it back to you, and you have to pay whatever they want you to pay for it.
Over Kern 91, medic 13.
Yeah.
21, 1845.
Corruption.
Branch 20, unmanned Romeo 32, come in. 44, 1845.
So, do we have any new information about what's going on in Kern County? I reached maximum notifications again. Are they going to evacuate Lake Isabella?
Branch 20, unmanned Romeo 32, come in.
Doesn't appear so. That means if something, now that it's getting dark, if something changes, they'll be told in the middle of the night to go. I give a D- to the communication and the people of Kern County down there with that so-called management team. Mismanagement team. That's what we should call teams that don't communicate well with the public or just totally ignore public questions like, is Lake Isabella in danger? I could answer that. Next question. We'll call the mismanagement team. That was abysmal. But the new one's coming in, maybe they'll do better.
Division Juliet, structure branch, on command.
Oh, you're in Yakima County? Yeah, now Yakima's been beset. But Yakima County Office of Emergency Management doesn't tell us much very often.
Division Juliet, structure branch, on command.
That's been hard to cover. We don't have any radio, and there's very few cams.
Branch 15 on command. Branch 15, structure branch. Hey, I got a few water tenders assigned. Can you guys use 2 of them?
Sorry, I am still on your structure defense strike unit prep, the headquarters here.
I can send those water tenders and tie in with the structure branch that's over, the structure group that's over there. And if you need them, go ahead and utilize them. Does that work?
Yeah, they said acreage.
I'll get you their identifiers when they're coming, and if you need them, by all means, go ahead and use them.
Yeah, 350,000 acres. But remember, guys, containment percentage might shrink, even though it doesn't really shrink. It's percentage instead of like miles. So as the fire gets bigger, even if the containment, the black line is exactly the same length, it might be like 8%, 7%, 5%, because it's a percentage. Get it? It's like taking a ribbon out, and your ribbon is 10 feet long. So 1 foot of it, you color it black because it's containment percentage. But then every day the ribbon gets longer.
If you need them, you can take them from our division.
And I just,
Command.
I want to warn people. Containment percentage is not safety percentage. It's percentage towards making you safe, and that's 100. It's their progress towards making you safe. The people who were about to evacuate Brush and Berry Creek that stayed behind, there were some heartbreaking Facebook posts and the like that they put their last messages while they were alive. Oh, well, we were ready to go and thought we should. But containment percentage jumped up to 70% today, so we're going to stay. And it was at 70% when the wind picked up. It jumped the lines over at Bucks Lake, and it made the fastest run in the region of any wildfire that has been recorded. Erased Brush in Berry Creek and even jumped all the way past Lake Orville in record time, and with such ferocity that it even generated its own lightning like a volcano. That was at 70% containment. So please don't mistake containment percentage for safety percentage. So, let me see this. No conspiracy stuff and no blaming groups. I think it's ridiculously stupid, though, to think that something like Antifa would go out to the middle of the forest and set a fire. It's even more ridiculously stupid to think that when they already arrested the suspect and kind of know how exactly this happened. So, it was a felon, allegedly. Burned up his own mother's car and shut it down a hill at Bidwell Park. There's been an arrest made. So he had lewd and disgusting acts with a 14-year-old girl. And apparently an armed robbery charge. I don't know why he's seen the light of day, but this class act is... That's what happened. And the other big fire down here was started by apparently a drunk driver who crashed his car and died in the crash during red flag conditions with the Barell fire. So how many fires are being started by Antifa? The answer is none, because they're against fascists. The fascists that started killing people in Portland and beating up Muslims and stuff. You know, like the fascist on the Max train on May 26th who slashed the throats of 3 gentlemen after he was threatening 2 young Muslim girls. He hailed Hitler at his hearing. Antifa means anti-fascist, like anti-Nazi. So I have no idea what the hell anybody's talking about when they think that anti-Nazis would go into the middle of the forest and set a fire. What the hell is that thinking process even about? And if you're thinking about the extremists that hate cops that took advantage of the Black Lives Matter movement, that's different. Not Antifa. And they hate cops. And yes, they tried to burn cops alive in East Portland, but that's totally different groups. Just regular old criminals. Those are the type of people who hate cops. But then why would they go in the middle of the forest? They don't hate the forest. So some of that reasoning just doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense. Actually, it makes no sense. And the whole point of terror is to take responsibility so people fear your group. So the only thing that's happened in Portland that has been a true terror act of arson happened a couple of weeks ago and it was a self-proclaimed anarchy group, and they hate cops, they hate order and law in general. They torched a whole bunch of police cars, 17 or so in Portland. So that's a terrorist group. But when somebody comes in here and says how many forest fires are started by Antifa, like, I don't know what you're smoking. Maybe it's that new drug. What's that new drug, guys? Oh man, we were making fun of it the other day. The one that's on the street that makes people have rabies and hallucinate. Yeah. Oh, help me out here. It's got a funny name. It's got a funny name. Oh, Bob, thank you. Thank you so much for kind donation. You rock. Let's give you some hearts. You earn hearts. Yeah, it's just more like hate stuff. I hate extremists. I hate extremism, I should say, and I wish extremists would calm the heck down. But spreading fear rumors like that and making look, what I resent the most is there's people here that don't know if their homes are standing or if their horses are alive. I really don't like it when people come in here and say, "Here's an extra thing you have to worry about. Let's make you more uncomfortable." I wonder if you've been targeted by a terror organization or some political group. Shut up. Take your crap elsewhere. You're not welcome here if you're going to make people uncomfortable and have put one more thing to worry about on their minds. Especially crap you can't verify. There's a rule here. If you have a supposition, you can't freaking verify it, you zip it. Zip. Zip it. Or staple. No, not staple. That's actually kind of mean. But you can zip. Yeah, zip. So, Flocka. Thank you. Don't do Flocka. Flocka is bad. It's a real thing, too. You can't even. But you're awesome, Bob. Hey, Railfan, welcome back. People, you guys should go to Railfan's channel. It's awesome. So, I think you found me because I was commenting on how awesome your videos were, something like that, right? I love trains. If you ever get, sick of, oh wow, Union Pacific, versus truck. Oh, I didn't see that one. Oh man, you guys ever want to cool off or calm down? This right's great. I love trains. And also, Chat 73. Her channel's awesome. She has a funny rooster. She takes walks every morning. Sometimes depends on the weather. To places like in England, like the Hadrian's Wall. And she has some roosters and chickens.
Who's the Belmar sponsor? 1857.
Okay, the homeless fire was a cooking fire. They found it and they put it out. Wherever that was, under some on-ramp somewhere. Oh, Zen Jen that says, I know Shaz, it's a small world. Ain't it? Narji says, hey, wait until after 10 to talk about illicit, well, at least federally illicit substances. Okay. Like to admit to their use. Okay, we have youth here. We could always say don't do drugs. Okay, that's, okay. All right. So, yeah, Jag, I haven't heard of Flocka either. You know what? Maybe I can show this without getting copyright strike. There's a very funny, it's very dark humor though. A firefighter that has a comedy show. So what? Oh God, what is it called again? He's the bald one. Brain fart. He does a lot of shorts. It can be pretty dark comedy though. He sometimes plays a firefighter and paramedic or paramedic. Ah, fire. It's like firehouse something or fire fighting. Oh, I can't believe I forgot the name of his channel. Yeah. Oh, you guys know what I'm talking about? Flocka sounds like a rapper from the 80s. It also sounds like where you decorate a Christmas tree to make it look like snow. Yeah, we're trying to keep an eye on Kern County because that's freaking concerning. But we have to check back. Oh, a lot of smoke over there. Is there truly a fire by Susanville or what? I just don't see one. Somebody said it was on a scanner. It's a copter. But none of the cameras went to look at it. Watch TV doesn't have it. How would you even find it in all the smoke? Firehouse Coffee, something like that. It's really pro. Like it's very funny. It's been going for a couple of years, so you can just binge watch the shorts. Hey Nicole, yeah, we've been doing okay. How's Canada? Yeah, you guys have been you guys have been through the ringer. We lost a town yesterday down in Kern County. Not quite as traumatic, but still sad, you know. How's what happened in Canada. Oh shoot. What is his name? KV says Flocka causes folks to do crazy stuff. Ozempic just causes folks to get Ozempic face if not carefully monitored. Looks like Flocka face. What's Ozempic face? That sounds scary. I'm telling my family, like, don't try Ozempic. Wait until others do it first. See what happens to them. I remember so many drugs for weight loss and stuff that turned out to just wreck people in other ways. At least you can diet if you're fat. Or go on keto or something, but you can't get your liver back and stuff. Okay. Firehouse Chronicles. That's it. Fuck. Okay, he can be very intense, like really intense, dark comedy. Yeah, here it is. This one. I'm sorry, shorts are always brutally loud. There you go. Yeah, real things I have seen as a paramedic, which are probably true. I'm still listening to Butte County. They're just randomly talking about chatter and stuff. So, hang on. Let me rewind it. This is very funny. This is how I found out about Flock. Mute for a second.
What do you think he took? Mike. Nose candy? Nah, not enough talking. And he took off all of his clothes. I'm a paramedic, see? Wait. Hey, Mike, are you being chased by wolves? You see them too? Oh, Flocka. God. All right, you drop some ketamine. I'm gonna go help wrestle a naked guy. Mike, come on, buddy, calm down. You know we're here to help you. What do you think he took?
That's how I found out what Flocka is. I'm like, wait. He's doing the birthday suit slide. This channel is awesome. They also do some funny comedy about like you know, like
All right.
like you know, fire prevention and whatever. Don't be the 4th of July guy. Keep your fingers and face attached. Oh God, let's see about this one.
Hey everyone, on this 4th of July, just a quick reminder, unless your new hobby is getting backyard plastic surgery, these things aren't even powerful, man. Light it off right now, I'll hold it. Don't be stupid when lighting off your July 4th celebratory explosive devices. Listen, all you gotta do is hold it here, it will light it, and it will run. Watermelon all over the place. We all want to see some shiny lights in the sky celebrating America's Independence Day. But we don't want to see your body parts evenly and violently distributed all across your neighborhood. Since when does watermelon have fingers in it? Because nothing says happy 4th of July like not sending your friends and family to intense PTSD therapy for the rest of their lives. Yeah, like one minute he's there, and the next minute he's everywhere. But either way, be safe, be responsible, and no matter what, happy 4th of July.
Okay, so it could be dark, but it's a very fun channel. So that is Fire Department Chronicles. You know, if you can handle it. But I can understand that first responders have to adopt dark humor or they'll die, you know. I now understand it. Otherwise, every once in a while we just have to laugh at stuff, or we'll just sit here and weep. Develop drinking problems. Oh my God, dead trees everywhere. Just breathe. Just breathe. Zen. Zen. Just breathing. Okay, let's put the radio back on. Maybe they'll actually give us, as twilight happens, what we're waiting for is for the air attack to give the final report. Oh, there's New South Wales. They're still doing drops. Okay, radio's back on. They're still doing drops over there by where they think they really need it, over by Butte Meadows. I just wish we could have seen the most awesome drops in that camera. I don't understand why it's down. Flock of Fire Department. Okay, I don't remember the volume is okay for this channel, but we have been live for 10 hours and 51 minutes, ad-free. Remember to like and subscribe if you ever want to find us again, because YouTube makes it hard. And please, what you can do for free to help channels help us grow. Hit the share button and then text the stream or my channel page, even better, to anybody you think could use our information. Or else does anyone know if Payne's Creek Tavern burned down last night? It looked like it may have been saved. I don't know. Then we'd have to go on social media kind of rumor to find out. I can show you the battle map, but it doesn't reflect structure protection. It just shows where the fire was around midnight, or whenever the intel plane went over. But in general, structures survive if they're not in the perimeter. But there's an epic battle at Payne's Creek, and during the come on, don't lag out. During the it was a briefing or a community meeting.
North Office Bravo 50 National. Bravo 50, let's pick up flight follow. Over Williams, direct Reading, 15 minutes out, 3 on board, 3.5 hours of fuel. AFS lead plane 0 Hotel Romeo.
going well now. Do you think they'll be able to finish dozer line from, they had from, let's see, let me refer to my notes. This morning, they proudly said that they had finished a dozer line. It wasn't, it was rough, but complete. Felix, the dozer boss, told somebody else they cut a line from Manton Road to Lane Manton Lane to Lanes Valley Road. And so is, I don't think he said Moulton. I said Manton, but the radio was scratchy. And there's a little gap somewhere they had to plug, but they wanted to build one to Pond River Way, but that was under consideration. So they were meeting up at Trout Farm and the Spring Ranch and looking around. At one point, I took notes. They wanted 2 tenders to help on 36 in Division Juliet, on Highway 36 at Little Giant Mill. A lot of units responded. Is over here to make extra lines over here. So where it is in green, it's already SPI.
Ready to air attack base. Bravo 50, 10 minutes out, positive fuel.
Wait, what does green mean again? They called it a fuel break, right? Existing SPI, Sierra Pacific, fuel break. So if you're familiar with the area already, I don't know if this helps. It doesn't reflect the total. You know, like it's where the fire was for sure last night at midnight or something. We never got a good look at this. The Shingletown camera looked at it a few times and looked away. So we could try to plug in the address and compare like this. To see if it's within that perimeter, but there's no way to tell. People were asking stuff like this, and the sheriff was like, there was a battle at Paynes Creek, and he said they're working to rope that up, and they really want to keep it south of 36. So this morning at their morning operational update, they said a goal was to keep the fire south of 44, and I think that freaks some people out. I think they just said 44 because technically it had already gone past 36, but I don't think they expect it to continue going north. I think they've got, as far as I can hear, some confidence that they're stopping it around here. So I wish I could say more, but people inquired, when are we going to know which buildings are lost? And what they typically do with big events like this is get those maps up with after they do survey, and it'll show all the buildings with like a black house, a red house icon, or a green, like undamaged, minor damage, severe damage. And then people have to click on the building to see the status. And a lot of people ask me to do that for them so they don't see the picture that comes with it. So that's what I first did. My first stream, which was technically covering Paradise. I didn't know much about fire behavior then, but I knew how to use the maps and show people the hot spots. We have seen almost no heat up there today. So they.
Yeah, this is Dozer E730. We're just reaching Main Street Station. What your wishes were?
My biggest area of concern.
Stand by there on my way down. Probably about 25, 30 minutes. Copy that. Stand here.
And now I'm much more concerned that we can't see it on the cams anymore. Is for Mineral and Butte Meadows. I think they're at the biggest risk. If it crosses 32, it won't just threaten Butte Meadows next. If it crosses 32, they may have to think about evacuating Sterling City at night. So they have just slammed. They've just slammed that area with retardant, west of Butte Meadows to try to make 32 holdable. What I really didn't like on one of these Bald Mountain Butte cams, nor did I like on seeing it on the Colby cam before we lost it earlier tonight. There's no reason to have lost it. It just went offline for no reason. Was the wind seemed to change direction and the smoke seemed to be going directly this way towards Bald Mountain Butte, which is southeast.
Branch 15, Tehema operations.
Okay. Alright, God. I'm going to switch channels if it's that noise. So, they've been dipping out of Paradise Lake for 2 days now. So everybody keeps thinking there's something wrong with Paradise on the tips. I don't know if you should engage in conspiracy theorists.
Branch 15 will come in.
I hate that sound.
The night operations will have it.
I'm going to mute that channel. Maybe it's better on this one. It's basically the same stuff. So we can switch between Northern California major incident feed and Butte County fire and Cal fire and stuff. So weather outlook is today was the best day this week. It's going to be hot again and windier. So I don't know.
Off of Branch 15. You know if there's a updated fire risk for the IR perimeter?
Let's listen to that. That'd be good. What? Next person who says that, I'm going to time you out. Paradise has been under evacuation warning for like 18 hours now. It's a warning. Any more false reports about Paradise evacuating, I'm just going to ban somebody. Like, that's not funny. That is not funny. It basically caused a panic in there when somebody said that earlier. If you're going to say something like so-and-so is being evacuated, you follow it up immediately with your proof. If you are wondering, make sure that people know it's a question, like, is Paradise being evacuated? Okay? There's a lot of people that are just reading chat and maybe deaf, or they have it on the TV and the sound's off. So it really freaks people out. It crossed 36 sometime when I was asleep. I actually slept for 12 hours because it's okay. It's all right. I just need to caution that already caused a panic today that it was hard for me to correct, And both times was good intentions. But the yellow is just warning. In order for Paradise to truly be evacuated, it has to jump 32. So I was asleep when it jumped 36 because I had been awake for 24 hours and live for 24 hours and awake longer than that, actually. So I finally had to sleep, and my wonderful mods did the night shift. So as soon as I woke up, I took over from them and went live. We've been live for 11 hours, so we will have to restart the stream. We'll have to restart the stream because YouTube doesn't save videos that go over 12 hours. So, yeah, if that was just a typo, no worries, you all. No worries. But sorry, I just got a little bit like, oh man, because we had a flood of people repeating that like a parrot today, like it was a fact, and so it causes stress for me because then I have to. Well, my brother nearly died in Paradise during the fire, so I'm very concerned. I used to take horse riding lessons there, and Butte County is dear to my heart. If Paradise is being evacuated, that means something really freaking bad has happened, and disaster is to follow. And they would have a very difficult time, trying to protect. That's a lot of structures, right? This has now become a full-on forest.
91,
This has become a full-on forest fire of immense magnitude. So, why did that get deleted? Now, who the hell timed D-walkies? I just said it was okay. Anyway, look, sometimes I got this, mods. You can calm the hell down. Just delete the one erroneous text. You don't have to time people out. It was just a predictive text mistake. It's okay. Anyway, sorry about that, Ewokies. I can't untime you out. YouTube doesn't give me that power. I was more concerned about somebody coming in here grumbling about other things earlier, like that kind of thing. So NBR1 Army guy was asking about the fleet of helicopters. They get their water from Paradise Lake. And part of the thing about the rumors about Paradise being on evacuation is because people assumed that helicopters here meant something was happening in Paradise. They're just getting their water here. Don't worry. It's a lake. But I don't know what PG&E helicopters are doing. They're Blackhawks. I guess maybe they can drop water. But earlier, they've been trying to reinforce 32 everywhere. It's been going pretty well. They said all the way from Forest Ranch to Lomo, it was really looking pretty solid. But they were still working on it. It's not what they would call blackline yet. So just there's a lot of new viewers. Oh my gosh, we've had 20,500 views. Wow, guys. I'm hoping we get a lot of subscribers. We have a 10,000 subscriber goal, so we can survive better by having a merchandise store. A merchandise store is better than running ads. We want to stay advertisement free, and so your kind donations allow that. Things like my Pro version of Watch Duty, Pro Flight Radar. We're gonna get Pro Caltopo. We have Pro version of Broadcastify, and many other things that help the stream, plus the immense cost of the electronics here. That's all.
Those are Tinder 2241, Transport 2241, and 2, Tone 10.
That's all from your donations. I'm very grateful. I'm sorry I can't keep track of them all because I have to put my thumbprint on the phone to unlock it to see some of them, but very grateful.
Back to Paynes Creek, swing in there and call me on command. I'm going to have you grab private dozers there when you're coming back.
On my way back, grab them.
Affirmative. On your way back.
What's the E number?
Paynes Creek Loop.
Your way back from doing your mission.
I'll get all of you on the way back.
Oh, lovely big oak trees. Other than an oak tree, yeah, actually, this is bad. These are probably telephone lines, not power lines, I hope. This looks defensible if fire crews were there. This Paynes Creek Tower. I really hope it did survive. Let's see if it's within where the fire got. It's a very near road, though. Well, I got a secondary one. These piney trees, though, are really... They go up like torches. The more oaks you have around, the safe you are. Yeah, the more piney stuff and madrone stuff and manzanita stuff, you don't want that. And none of this horrible cheatgrass or dead trees. Okay, so it is Paynes Creek, like so. Let's look back at our map. Paynes Creek Loop, not really labeled. Off of 36. Okay, the phone just made noises. What did it make? Here. Sorry, friends. Oh, David, thank you so much for your kind donation. Very much appreciated. You're super. Thank you for the cash app. So it's real hard to say. I mean, if that is where Paynes Creek Loop is, it says Plum Creek Road. Let's see, look back at the map. I don't have any living memory of driving past here. Yeah, it's a bar there. People are asking if it survived. Andrea says Cal Fire needs to hire you. I'd get fired immediately. Because I just say it like it is. They'd be like, she's a loose cannon, boys. But hey, at least I have awesome unemployment for a year. That's a good strategy. Maybe we should do that. Hell yeah. I'll just tell it like I see it, like Calamity Jane on Deadwood. It'll be a win-win if I get fired either way. I'll go back to cold hard reality. And you know, nothing about these situations are funny. We have to laugh occasionally. We're gonna go insane. This is Plum Creek Road in a fire predator. Let me check back to the map. Okay. Paynes Creek Loop. Yeah, Plum Creek. It's hard to say. Now, what this tavern has going for it is it's right on the main road. That's super helpful for its survival. I am more concerned about stuff backing up to bushes and trees like that on slopes. You know, this has got a big parking lot. It's a good staging place, like the kind of place firefighters would meet and take shelter in themselves. You know, I don't like the leaners back there. Leaners are dead trees from the get-go, and they're very dangerous. They're kind of dead men walking trees, you know. This is an August 2023 image. Who knows if they were still there? But if I lived here, for example, I wouldn't have any of that pine stuff behind me. This is similar configuration to how my brother lost his house at Paradise. He had decent defensible space in his yard. The backyard hill was somebody else's, and it had these big pine trees on it. So the firefighters saved the house across the street. It had a green lawn. Whoa. You unsubscribed because somebody timed you out? Okay. That just means you hurt me, but okay. I just took corrective action. Harsh. Okay. Thank you for the donation, I guess, as you leave. But come back if you need more information. No jumping on anybody, though, guys. Cease. What I try to say is that we're all under a lot of stress. And the moderator who did that has been awake for a long time on the night shift, just trying to help out. He probably didn't hear what I'm saying because he does a lot of this at work. So he didn't probably know that I was even talking to you. He's just under my orders that if somebody, and what we have seen today is like a stream of 20 people repeating like parrots that Paradise was evacuated. And so we earlier had to try to put that rumor to bed. So, no, it's okay. Yeah, I know. What I say is we're all under stress. We all kind of screw up. So I'm hoping you can forgive. My mods are not paid, but they spend an awful lot of time just with a really hard job, and that's trying to police chat. It can get so out of control. So anyway, back to what I was saying. My brother had a similar house arrangement. It was a bit on a hill in Paradise, and he had great defensible space. He had green lawn, a pretty wide, big driveway. He had retaining walls too. This is why it reminds me so much, which is excellent fire defense. Even something like this is great fire defense from this side, and this is great that there's no grass down here. It'd be cool to put a little garden there, but the big danger is behind. And so when my brother evacuated, everything looked fine. They saved the house across the street. Firefighters were probably there around this time, unknown. The house across the street had a creek in the back.
Aircraft release.
Had a creek in the back and a big green lawn and 2 ponds and a small swimming pool. So they had.
Ticker 103 MT to Reading in 1940.
Okay, so they had an infinite.
1932.
They had an infinite water source, right? So they wet down that house and they sheltered in place in it. And the reason they couldn't. Hang on, Chris. Yeah, we're gonna have to restart again. Thanks for keep reminding me, guys. So what the problem was and why they wouldn't try to save my brother's place is a big tree was on fire and fell on his house. It was otherwise healthy, but it was a pine tree. And there were hurricane force winds involved with Paradise, and it generated probably very small tornadoes. So you just can't have pines and firs looming over your house. That's just a bad mojo thing. It's best not have any kind of tree looming over your house. But those are especially bad. Pines and firs grow fast like weeds. They're called weed trees for a reason. They're kind of parasitic too. They will wrap themselves around oaks and try to kill them and succeed eventually. They want to hog the light for themselves and make other trees and plants die, but they have a fast growth strategy. Grow faster and get all the light. And that makes them weak. Like pine wood is especially known as soft crap wood in the world of furniture making, right? It's the crap that's mostly, at Target. If you're lucky, they might have pine, solid pine, or like IKEA crap, the low quality stuff.
Communications glass and structure group.
Oak is solid and fire resistant. Even after it's dead, it's fire resistant. So I would be worried.
Communications glass and structure group. All 12-hour resources are off the line.
Okay. Oh, wooden fencing. This is asking for it, honestly. All this greenery looks like it's safe, but a little bit of wind and some heat and green plants and brush like this just become just like tinder. And invasive weeds, the blackberries, they look all green and stuff, but they dry out and they're hollow. And whenever a blackberry bush like this is on fire, the flames reach about 4 times as tall as the bush. Very briefly, but they go. So this blackberry patch, the flames would literally be like a 4-story building. Briefly, if wind hits it, flames go along the ground just as high as they normally would be in the sky. So that would be a blowtorch like on the fence poles. At least this is only wood in some spots. But my God, any animal in the pasture. Dear Lord, that's not good. Some of these split rail and stuff can be really old and nice and antique, but one really should replace that with metal fencing if possible. What's way better is retaining wall, if possible. So I know these are old pictures and don't reflect the current state of affairs. It's August of 2023. Maybe everything's totally changed. This is a great shelter in place spot. This is safe right here. Perfect. Go here. Like if people couldn't evacuate, that is where you want to be, right there. Nothing to get you. Just make sure you're not close to the power lines that could possibly fall on you. Looks a little dilapidated, but that's perfect. But the further away you are off the beaten path, it's still a good wide road. The less likely the fire crews can get really quickly over and save your buildings. So at least this is short. These are ready to burn piles that probably were burned. Good. It's a lovely old oak tree. Wow. Good. Vegetation growing on the fence though looks pretty, but like I said, if a little bit of dry weather and just heat and of course fire and the wind of the fire hits it, that's just going to be a line of fire that follows the fence like a wooden fence. Rest in peace, honestly. Got a power line that could fall here, and that's bad. It shades, but it's deadly. Maybe we should have like a rhyme for overhanging trees that'll burn your house down. Though it shades, but it's like nightshade. It's deadly. Oaks are very fire resistant. Hopefully it's strong. It wouldn't shatter in the wind or something. At least these are paved roads where they could get back here. But I understand. I can see why this is a struggle to defend this neighborhood. Rest in peace, this. This probably would not have a high success chance. So good, strong bridge. It looks like fire trucks can cross. That's good. Feel good. So I can't say what did survive. I can just give an assessment of likelihood based on these kind of images. So it's for education. Some people might say, how dare you? This neighborhood just got devastated by fire. How dare you try to think about what's mostly likely to be saved? That's because I am educating people. And reality is hard. So, yeah, even if your vegetation is totally green, this would probably make it. Unknown about the propane tank style, though. I don't know if that's the new kind. The new kinds are much better. They're not afraid to approach them. I hear the new kind of propane tanks vent and ignite on purpose to burn off their propane. That's actually brilliant. As long as,
Orville, park your attack aircraft release.
the old kind of propane's vented, and then propane heavier than air would create an explosive cloud.
Releasing tanker 102 and 01 empty to Reading, 1945.
David Springman says the area has looked the same for 30 years except for the new school. It's just all below the pines.
1940.
I'm betting Waynes Creek is fine, and if they save Sky Ranch, Paynes Creek will be okay. They met up at Sky Ranch. I have never seen Sky Ranch before, but something bothers me about that. Is that an oil tank or water tank? When they're red, sometimes they're oil, right? Is that like heating oil? Hopefully not used anymore, but is that for the restaurant portion of the bar and grill? But I say there's I can't know some things, but there's a high likelihood that they could save that. I just don't like this power line by the tree branches. Power lines, the old style power lines that go directly to the building up by the roof. When these trees get hit by the whipping winds, sometimes extra wind force being generated by wildfires, and they could be 70 miles briefly. The limbs rip the power line down, and it hits the roof. Like, you cannot have tree limbs over where the power line goes to the roof. Pay for it if you can. Get the line buried to your building. That's one of the best things you can do.
The correction on the destination for 102, they'll be going to Chico MT 1945.
Park Air Tech 1942.
What was that? Looks like that's a cool 1950s style door. Do you guys know what a red door means? It means place of sanctuary, that anybody can knock there and receive help. It's Plum Valley Community Center with a little plaque. That's cool. It's a nice little area. And dead trees. Good. I don't know what species that is. At least there's no eucalyptus that I could see. There's a blood red sun setting in Eldorado County right now. Yuck. This one we can't time lapse. And Bald Mountain Butte should be looking at where the fire is. We need to know which wind direction is going. Yeah. Eldorado County. Let's look at the Eldorado County cams. What we're listening for is air attack. As the tankers leave the scene, they're going to give an assessment and call in their order for tomorrow. We're at 11 hours and 27 minutes. May have to restart right now, but that's what we're waiting for. And that can be up to 9 o'clock or so. I was going to hopefully go to dinner for an hour. It'd be great for us to I was going to say we should all take a break, but at least I could just put on the radio for an hour. I think that's better than nothing because it is important. It's pretty important for people to hear radio. So what he'll do is say, the line looks good here, here, or here. Thanks for the little heart. Thank you so much for all donations, friends, too. We're not stopping. We're not stopping. I'll be back a little bit. You know, I have to take at least probably an hour to rest my voice, if nothing else. And the doctor said, if you want to reduce your stress, do something you like for at least an hour a day. That's good advice. I don't really get days off. So we've been live most of the time, most of the day and night since around June 6th. I think I've only not been live like 3 or 4 days. But same thing for a lot of the mods. Sawmill Lookout has a view. Okay.
Communications Division Alpha Bravo 7.
Yeah, it's that direction. Okay. Let's see if the wind is still going to the southeast. If it was just brief, but okay, who's being timed down now?
Morrow Park Air Attack aircraft release.
What chaos is occurring now?
Morrow. Releasing Tinker 105, empty McClellan ETA 2000, releasing Charlie 8 to Reading ETA 2010. Park Air Attack 1946.
Division Alpha Bravo, Park Communications.
Oroville, Pike County, that's there.
Yeah, see,
County 1946.
as funny as a comment might be, it invites more political comments. It's like smallpox, it spreads. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But almost nobody likes Newsom in California, man. He's managed to piss off most people. Okay, 3-hour time lapse. Okay, here we go. I'm watching the plume. Hopefully this will lay down like a good little doggy tonight, but then it heats up. Let's look at, let's do Butte Meadows. Look at the weather. So,
Division Alpha Bravo, Charlie, Park Communications, traffic.
I should probably look at the NOAA weather app by Pandemonium Software. I should show people. There's 2 with the name, but get the one that has the little sun, because the other one with the rising sun thing, you want the sun with the. Jeez, that scared me. Thank you, Tammy.
That's also one of the night operations will happen.
Get this. The other one is like spyware. If you read the privacy policy, it's like, we will sell your phone number, we will sell your children, we will sell your identity, we will sell where you live, we will sell all of your whereabouts. I was going, oh my God, this is a good one. And when you use it, it's a little bit difficult, but you can figured out, and then you can scroll to the right, and it'll tell you wind speed at what time throughout the night and into, the next 12 hours. So we can read National Weather Service for, say, Butte Meadows, but it won't go into details right here, even though they draw more data from there. I guess we could hit hourly, but it's 37% humidity, but only 66 degrees. Smoke is good. Smoke will keep a lid on the fire. We want it to be smoky tonight. Absolutely smoky as freaking possible. It'll smother the fire and deprive it of some oxygen. We don't want wind at night. So there's a smoke, a low of 52. That's nice. South wind, 6 miles an hour, becoming calm in the evening. But Sunday, widespread haze between 9 and 10. Areas of smoke after 10 a.m. Sunny at a high near 75 up at Butte Meadows. Calm wind becoming southwest 5 to 7 in the morning. But hourly weather forecast. See, that's just a mess. It's cleaner on NOAA weather. Okay, by Butte Meadows, cooler temps lasting through the middle of the week, then an increase in high. Have you been hacked, dude? It's kind of not done to mention other streamers. That makes people leave mine and go somewhere else, but okay. Anyway, synopsis, cooler temps lasting through the middle of next week, then an increase in high temps. Well, what I just said. And an increase in high temps. Onshore flow will help raise humidity. Yay. And then lower fire weather risk. Locally breezy conditions come from the delta. Below normal temperatures today, with a gradual warming trend by the middle of next week, though. Smoke and haze from California fires will affect the northern Sacramento Valley. Yeah. Much cooler temps being observed today in most areas, 15 to 20 degrees cooler than yesterday. This is in response to an upper level trough, weather terms. Put me to sleep. That's moving across the area. So when somebody said, did the smoke make it colder? No, it was this thing. It has brought with it higher humidity, 20 to 30% higher across the area. And make no mistake, that's a gigantic factor in how big and bad fires get. Humidity. Anything above 45, above 50 and 60, yeah. Below 40 is, oh God. No. So this will allow a cool night with a much better overnight and morning humidity recovery. So the fire is going to struggle tonight, wherever it's humid. Especially if there's almost no wind, it'll smother itself with its own smoke and just lay down like a little doggy. Unless some drastic thing changes. That's probably what it'll do. All of the above is definitely helping fire conditions on the park fire. However, this today and tonight. Was the best day. It gets hotter now. So Monday, Tuesday. Oh my God, that's irritating me. The sun's red in Sacramento. So Monday and Tuesday, the trough goes away.
Park communication. You can elevate them.
Meaning temps slowly climb back up with highs in near normal in the 90s and general onshore flow, meaning stuff from the ocean, with weak southerly surface winds, which for the most part keep the smoke from the park fire to the north. But with the weaker flows, some diurnal switches may let the smoke go south a bit, but no big push of the wind shift is expected. Wednesday through Saturday, fairly straightforward, extended with no major impacts looking to be in play. Main story will be upper level ridge built back into the area. There's good agreement of different models, blah, blah, blah.
Chico, elevate park communication.
Park communication. You can elevate that service. All aircraft are accounted for.
Anyway, for blah, blah, blah reasons, it's good.
Park communication, copy.
It's going to be dry. Although temps will be rising again, not seeing any significant heat quite yet. Okay. I was hoping they'd let us know, like, when the next big wind events will come, but no news is good news on that, I guess. One or more observations. Right. Okay. Let's look at the sunset. I was hoping we could see more condors on the cams. Anybody have any questions? We'll have to restart the stream. And it's time for my dinner. Dew says I have another excuse too. I'm 3 days out of back surgery on Thursday, and I'm still loopy, but I can feel my leg now. Oh my God. Okay. There's still some, there's still some eye in the sky around. They make observations straight up until nightfall. So when the map comes out of destroyed buildings, it was an odd thing. I thought at first, but then I got it. When I first was covering the Paradise Fire, and it wasn't with a microphone even. I didn't even have a webcam or microphone. I just wanted to put, the heat map on and the radio so people could listen to that and use the maps. People would come in from time to time. I had maximum 8 viewers at once because it was my first stream ever. And so I found out that YouTube doesn't connect people with information that's relevant or that they want to know about. YouTube connects people with information, with channels that are already popular. So I didn't make too much of a connection with many people. Yeah, Jarrett, see, I would imagine it's the west flank that it has any containment. If I had to just hazard a guess, it would be where they completed their first desert lines closer to Chico, like Meridian. That's my guess. We won't know until maps get generated, and they won't get generated until about 3 in the morning. So there'll be a mapping plane around midnight. They beam down the perimeters around 1 in the morning or 2. Then they create the maps, and around 3:30 in the morning, the maps go into the special box where I get them. And then don't tell me to go eat with 3 exclamation marks. You're not my boss. You're not my boss. You're not the boss of me. You should say, I hope you eat. Okay, you can suggest. All right. That's messing with you. Yeah, doo-doo is out of control. You got to be shut down, doo-doo. You've already caused unsubs. You're in chaos mode. Doo-doo is a chaos mage today. Yeah, but there's still some aircraft. Oh, you know how I should have handled that? I should have said, look, will you subscribe again if I time my mod out for 5 minutes? I'll sacrifice this lamb gladly. Oh man. Oh dear. That pains me though. I wish I could please everyone, sort of. But we all make mistakes. I was an emotional wreck yesterday. I got upset. I had to take a break. Oh, Susan Valley. Yeah. Yeah, it would have been fair. Well, RJ, they had worked with the bulldozers around the Colby camp all night, and then the last image was a guy putting his feet up and resting on the back of his pickup, literally in a recliner, watching the smoke. So I don't see a reason for losing the cam, and the fire didn't reach the other one either, unless there's just a general power outage. So, oh, Jarrett C says, maybe long shot, do you know how accurate wind forecasts are? I'm heading to ski Mount Shasta tomorrow, and I'm concerned about smoke. Well, the more further out in the middle of nowhere, the less accurate the wind forecast is, because they have very few wind gauges in the middle of nowhere. And so whenever we see an app like Ventu Sky drawing the wind, everyone has to remember it's fake. There's no app in the world that knows where the wind is everywhere. You can't see it from satellites. There's clouds and stuff in the way, and wind is invisible. It's felt. It's measured by little spinny bobs, little things that spin around. And every single canyon's a microclimate, and especially mountains, high altitude mountains. You know how weather can change in a hot second. Funny thing about Shasta cams is a couple days ago, we looked at the Shasta cams, and what I was saying about the animation is it's fake because it's a guide. They fill in the gaps in between weather station with the same information. It's just a guess. So things about like the cams that look at Shasta, especially from a distance, like where is Mount Shasta? What's looking at it right now? Watch like a 12-hour time lapse, and it generates its own clouds at the top, and it wears little hats and stuff. And it makes lenticulars. So as the wind moves over Shasta, it kind of like makes them form. And there's a conspiracy theory. There's some awesome tales about Shasta, about how it's actually a secret base inside of it. And there's like doors and experimental aircraft based on alien technology and go inside of it. And whenever they need
communications, night operations on command.
Whenever they need to take off, a cloud forms to cover it up. It's awesome. Bigfoot. Bigfoot roams around and
Mark communications, night operations on command. Tone 11, very scratchy. Night operations as transition with day operations. I'll assume operations.
C-Pro could tell you more about clouds. He's a pilot. He knows about boring weather stuff. I mean, intriguing weather stuff. See what it does? It's just like
night operations, Park communications, copy, you're assuming command.
but let me check NOAA weather. It has by the hour forecast. So let's check. The nearest town's Weed or something, right? Or is it Shasta City? I keep getting them. Windy shows nearest weather stations. Raws are
Truck 74, public assist, 1516, Bonnell Avenue.
these are where the automated weather stations are. There. Well, daily summary with wind chill and heat index.
74, public assist, help up, 1516, Bonnell Avenue, between Arch Avenue and Bluebird Lane, 2004.
Okay, so they've got one there. I just put into no weather Mount Shasta. It's 72 degrees and clear. It says it's only 3,816 feet, so keep that in mind. There will be widespread haze after 11 p.m. Oh, let me link you this, by the way. So that is your RAWS data for Shasta. This is where you get the good weather app. Make sure you don't get the one with the rising sun. It'll steal your identity. Get that one. Okay. I have Mount Shasta tonight, low 52, widespread haze after 11, patchy smoke before 11 p.m. Clear night, low 52, a light east wind. Sunday, widespread haze before 8, widespread smoke, mainly between 8 a.m. and 2. Sunny, high of 82, light east.
9430 Charlie, Tehema Structure Branch on command.
Yeah, anybody need a link?
Yeah, I'm sending 2 water tenders to you, E749 and E758. Their drive time from Paynes Creek Station. They've been briefed and they'll hit you on TAC once they get to the town and await instructions from you.
We have to restart the stream in less than 9 minutes here. Okay? So I'm just going to blitz read you the wind forecast for Shasta. All right, this is sunny with a high of 82 tomorrow. Light east-southeast wind becoming south-southeast, 5 to 10 miles an hour in the morning at the elevation of the course.
Yeah, affirmative. I'm going to assign them to the man structure group, and they'll just embed with you guys and utilize them if you need them.
Ooh la la. Okay, shifting over to the wind. Almost a dead calm. Very light winds throughout Saturday into Sunday, and then 11 a.m., 9 miles an hour up to 15 mile an hour wind gusts. Sunday 2 p.m., 10 miles an hour. These are all south-southeast winds. 16 mile an hour wind gusts, and that's about as bad as it gets. By 7 p.m., it's 8 miles an hour, 13 mile an hour wind gusts. But by 8 p.m., almost a dead calm. So you tell me if that's accurate. So, Micah Howcroft says, YouTube live chat replay archive comments not turned on. They're turned on. Unfortunately, when mods get overzealous, are they missing from some other stream? When mods get overzealous and actually do a timeout, it just straight up deletes everybody's comment. And so as soon as the stream ends, it's like they never made a comment. So accidental or otherwise, that's why I read people's comments out loud. if I'm responding to anything, so people don't think I'm nuts later. So, yeah, I really enjoy NOAA weather. So, I know, where did the snow go? Mount Lassen looks naked too. It's pretty sad. That's our live views, and as the sun sets, it gets kind of pink, which is kind of neat. Okay, friends. 623 of you have hit the like button, but we had 21,600 views. So you honor me. But please, guys, hit the like button too. That is helpful to us. So, what we're going to do is we're going to restart the stream. It's not ending. Mute that radio because it's all crackle right now. So, if you hit the subscribe button, make sure it's on ringing bell if you want to be notified when we go live, like you want your phone to jingle. If you don't hit it on that mode, you will be sometimes notified when we're live. Now, if you don't want to subscribe, which maybe you don't want to make a YouTube account, or maybe you're in protest because my mod timed you out, you have another way to find us. Just click the logo. That's what everybody should do right now if you want to come to the next stream. If you don't, have a good night and come back and see us. But click the logo, then the live, whatever live video, it always has to change, unfortunately. We'll have a new thing. It'll be 7:27 p.m. This is AM. Whenever we're live, you can tell because it's here up at the top of the homepage. So what you should do is also share the channel page. This is what you should hit the share button on, because like old timers and those not all tech savvy, they may see the one video page and they think it's like the TV, that it's on or it's off, and they think, oh, that ended. They have no idea that they can go to the channel page and find the live video. There's only some people that make comments, where did you go? On the old videos. It's heartbreaking to go back and read them and realize they just couldn't follow us to the next stream. So this is what YouTube does. Thank you for the heart, friends. Thank you also for the mods that you did stellar, helping me police today. Except for you, you're fired. So what happens is I just have to take a new screenshot. I guess we can do that real quick. Of a new compelling image of today. Something that'll be attention grabbing. I think the Cohasset camp, no, not Cohasset, the one we lost. I think that's a great image. It's just kind of scary. And the dude chilling in the foreground. Let's see where was that again? The last Colby Mountain image is probably